So expecting probably the batsmen to enjoy life once again today. Here with the Hong Kong captain Bubba Hyatt, the match referee Dev Kavinji, and the Netherlands captain Peter Boren for the coin toss. So Bubba, you have the honour. It's a good flick from Bubba. And it's the same result as the toss on Thursday. Peter Boren, you have elected to?
We're batting first.
So it's just same formula, same wicket, same result again, I suppose you're hoping for.
Yeah, I guess, it's the same wicket. So, as you say, I think maybe it got a little bit tired towards the end of the Hong Kong innings, the second innings last game. So hopefully it does a little bit the same today. But, I mean, winning the toss, we're happy to do that. But we've got a lot of hard work to do now. And hopefully we can get the 2 points again.
You said after your first match that there are a few areas you perhaps weren't so happy with. Have you addressed those the last couple of days? Yeah,
we've had a couple of good honest sessions. I think, as I said then, we can be a better team. And if we are today, then... I think we should put the complete performance. We've been together now for 3.5 weeks, and it wasn't the other day. So hopefully today is the day for that. Yeah.
And any changes to your side today?
Yeah. I'll get it right this time.
This is always a tester, I know.
Yeah. Viv Kingman misses out today for Shane Snader, who's making his List A debut for us and taking the new ball. So good luck to Shane.
Okay. All the best.
Thanks.
Now Bubba, drifting around. Lost the toss again. You're not having much luck with the coin.
Yeah, obviously, with the luck with the coin, so it will be the same good high scoring game. Hopefully we come up this time.
And any changes to the team today?
Yeah, Shad comes in for Jamie.
Shade in for Jamie. And after that performance, it was a pretty, I'm sure the boys were very disappointed. Have sort of guys recovered mentally after that loss?
I think there are a lot of positive.
Here we are. This is, we're about to have the first ball here. Straight from the toss. Hong Kong asked to field once again Ehsan Nawaz. And struck firmly, but fielded. And that's another, virtually a carbon copy of Thursday's match. Sunny skies, the same wicket, which looks exactly the same result for the toss, with the Netherlands electing to bat first. Max Abbott here with you in commentary, and after this delivery, here my co-commentator Tim Cutler.
Thanks, Max. Morning all. Another perfect day here on the peninsula of Hong Kong. Ehsan Nawaz coming in to open the bowling again against Stefan Myberg. 2 days ago, this field saw one of the great associate one-day games, with Hong Kong failing to chase the Netherlands 330 for 7. Looking at these conditions, we're looking at another high score again. Good angle there from Ehsan Nawaz, just cramping Myberg up. Netherlands off the mark there. Myberg off the hip. Tanvir Ahmed fielding it down there at fine leg. Critical game here in the World Cricket League Championship. Second game of this round 5. The Netherlands won game 1 there, ahead on the table at the moment.
Yeah, it was an absolute thriller. And we've got one more ball to come in this first over. It was record numbers in our first stream, Tim. It was very pleasing to see plenty tuning in, especially for the thrilling finish. Had a lot of viewers peaking right at the finish as the equation got very tight at the end of that first game. Appreciate all your comments and feedback. That's just tucked away the onside, the end of the first over. 2 runs from it. And a couple of changes today in the lineups. And with both the Hong Kong and the Netherlands side. Had, I suppose, an interesting one from the Hong Kong point of view with Jamie Atkinson left out of the side today. With Jamie Atkinson coming in. Sorry, Jamie Atkinson out and Shahid Wasif coming into the side. An interesting one there, Tim.
Yeah, I have to say, Max, I think Jamie took a bit of a blow on the head there, the fielding innings. He just didn't look his normal self. So, not all that surprising, I think, whether he's not...
Just got the Netherlands team rolling up here at the moment. They made a change as well. They got a debutant today in their side with Vivian Kingma left out.
Zaz Khan in to open the bowling now. Zaz Khan in again. Change the order today, Max. Interesting change of winning combination.
Yeah, well, especially neither side struggled to put runs on the board.
Malik just lets that go through keeper Carter.
Looks like it's the same order.
I'm going to blame you there, Max. It's very early in the morning here.
9 a.m. It's always a...
Short days in the winter.
That's right. Up early into the commentary box. The Kiwi gamer with us. That one not coming on. Well, I'm not going to make any early assertions on the wicket because there were a couple early on in the first match that kept down, and we really didn't see that play much of a part as the day wore on. So despite perhaps a couple of balls not hitting firmly onto the bat, probably wait for a little longer to really make an assessment on this pitch. It is the same one. For 655 runs scored in that first match. Real run feast, and Hong Kong, no doubt, the side feeling as though they let it slip at one stage there with about 23 off 3 overs with 5 wickets in hand. Couldn't get over the line. Certainly was disappointing from their point of view. So clip through the onside. There should be a couple here.
Hassan Khan gives chase out there.
Right, the batsman thinking about 3, and a bit of a mix-up. But back safely in time.
Not too many threes on this field, Max.
No, well, in Hong Kong, it's a rare score on any ground. The 3 usually involves overthrows.
Slightly slower start than the first couple of overs in both innings, Max. We saw at least 20 first 2 overs of match 1.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong have fixed their length up a little here just in the first couple of overs. Not certainly bowling just back of a length. Oh, that's a wide. Yeah, they were guilty of just over pitching or giving a little bit of width. I think the plan is, especially to Myberg, to try and bowl into the hip.
Yeah, he definitely is very strong away from his body, playing some cracking drives through the offside 2 days ago. I'm sure Ehsan Nawaz is trying to prevent that today. Just as we're talking, Stefan Myberg's played an amazing drive through the offside there. His first of the day. Netherlands on to 8 for no wickets in the 3rd over. It's a little bit of width there, and Myberg up on his toes. Played that very nicely. No ways in again. Inside edge there, going for that big drive. A little squarer this time, but Tanvir Ahmed, brother of Ehsan Nawaz, fields that. Good line and length there from Nawaz. Ripon on back onto the back foot, defending back down the wicket.
That's off the pad. That'll be 4 runs. Erring in line, Ehsan Nawaz, and the batsman won't pick up the runs, but that won't matter to the Netherlands. Move on to 14 now.
Yeah, just as we're talking about Hong Kong trying to readjust their lines and lengths. Just see Ehsan Nawaz straying down the leg side.
On this wicket, you just can't give away freebies. They generally go for 4.
Saw just how important they were 2 days ago.
It's a better line and length. That will, if our count's right, end. No, there's one to come. Yeah, that's the spot. And, Ripon, of course, made a duck in the first game, so he'll be keen to just get a look at a few balls here, so an opportunity to build a bit of pressure. Oh, that's a great delivery, a bit of an appeal. The umpire indicates off the pad. That one nipped back a little bit from Ehsan Nawaz. And that does end the 3rd over. Score 14 for none.
Myberg on 6 off 6 balls. Ripon 2 off 12.
Yeah, and of course he was a hero for the Netherlands in their previous match. Up the top of the order. A very high scoring match that was. Might just be able to take a look at the scorecard if we can get that up from the previous match. You can see Stefan Myberg, 88 off 98. This was in match 1. Netherlands, as they made 330. And And the other key contributor, van der Merwe, he's in great form, made 62 off 54. And at Hong Kong, in some ways, were lucky not to concede more.
Great scorecard there, Max. Despite no one scoring 100, lots of good partnerships. Real team innings that was.
And that's short and cut away. And a bit of a harbour bridge as well.
Saz Khan in here to Myberg. Looking to get up on his toes and punch that drive again, but no run. Fielded by the new player in the team today, Shahid Wasif.
I wonder what that will mean for the batting order when Hong Kong going later. I assume Bubba Height will go up to 3 and Azak at 4. Perhaps Wakas Khan 5, and I guess Shahid Wasif probably slot in at 6. A little bit of an appeal there. It was one of those ones where bat and pad were close together, but
Tabrak Dar, Hong Kong umpire, former ODI captain of Hong Kong, is also umpired in one-day internationals too. The first man ever to do that. Was unmoved there. He replaces umpire Ian Thompson today.
solidly driven to mid off there. Certainly a little bit more control from Hong Kong's bowlers early on in this innings here. Less width. There's been a couple of strays in line, but the length has been much improved from the first game.
I was going to say, I haven't really seen a ball fuller than the back of a length, really. Seems to be a definite plan here from Hong Kong.
Wait for the half volley this ball. No, again, a good length delivery. I just wanted to unjinx your jinx.
Thanks, Max. That's why we work so well together.
How about the weather we've had here, Tim? This series with Netherlands has been incredible. I don't recall the last time I saw a cloud.
Is our date that bad that we're talking about the weather already?
No, but it's so good. It's worthy of discussion. Another good length delivery from Azaz. This is good discipline from Hong Kong as that ball dribbles out to the synthetic wicket there, where a lot of junior cricket gets played on.
Yeah, we get asked about that one a lot. But really, as few facilities as we have here in Hong Kong, it really is a necessity to have that synthetic wicket on this square. Funny enough, this square that Cricket Hong Kong are responsible for maintaining. So you can blame us for any wicket issues. The outfield, of course, is looked after by the government here. So another little quirk of Hong Kong. Nawaz, and again to Ripon. It's getting back, defending into the offside to Wasif again. Netherlands are 16 in the 5th over. Quite a steady start, but to say that Hong Kong's opening bowlers have been a lot more disciplined than they were in match 1 at this stage. Probing around that back of a length again Good to see people already commenting on the stream. Kiwi Gamer, welcome. Kapil, thank you for the support. We'll be watching that chat as the day goes on. So any questions about the game, about the players, about Hong Kong, go for it. Hoping for a nice big crowd here today on a Saturday. Nawaz in again. It's a lot better from him there.
Would be fantastic, wouldn't it, to have some lights? Just knowing what the Hong Kong crowds are like here. Would be great to start the match at 2 o'clock. Have the Lama Cricket Club boys in their jacket here on time. Looking forward to seeing them today.
Look out for them. They'll be the gents in the green and yellow vertical stripe blazers. I even saw them wearing those blazers at the Metallica concert in Hong Kong a couple of weeks ago. It's a little bit fuller this time. Rippon isn't able to take advantage and just plays that to Nazakat Khan. I love seeing that though. It's a little bit English for me, but blazers in Hong Kong. And it was an eyebrow or two definitely went up watching these guys as everyone else is sweating in a heavy metal concert, wearing their Lama CC blazers. Just we're talking about the lengths there again. Nawaz a little bit shorter, a little bit wider. Rippon takes advantage with a great cut shot. Wasif's already in the game. He's fielded the ball a lot. He just wasn't able to get that one. One of the better fielders in the Hong Kong side. Netherlands move on to 20 now. One there off the hip to finish the fifth over. 21 for none.
Yeah, solid start here for the Netherlands, and I think they've got their approach right here. Recognising that there's no need for a cavalier approach.
Welcome Ben, watching from Australia. Azaz Khan to continue.
Still the event staff here busily setting up for the crowd. That's a full delivery, but driven straight to mid-off.
So you can imagine us sitting here, swiveling around our chairs, making sure things are happening, keeping the score ticking along.
Yeah.
Watching the YouTube comments.
In associate world, it's all about multitasking. I think it's going to be really important for Hong Kong to just pick up a couple of early wickets here. The Netherlands look very solid. There's not really been any shouts or balls going past the bat. It's been a very solid start, and although the run rate's nothing special at this point, as we saw in the first match on Thursday, it can accelerate very quickly, and especially if there are wickets in hand. Unless, of course, you're Hong Kong and have 7 wickets in hand and can't quite finish the job.
Yeah, well, Max, I was sitting in the same seat you were 2 days ago, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. I don't think I spoke much for the last 2 overs. It's a bit of shock.
Yeah, the game had a lot of changes in momentum. But it was a great match, and certainly that was indicated in the streaming numbers that we had and the amount of positive feedback about the match. It's well bowled again from Azaz. This really has been an improved bowling performance to start with here from Hong Kong in the early overs, and they now will be really hoping to be rewarded with a wicket.
Just a little bit too straight this time. This is Nadeem Ahmed chasing that one down too long on. 2 runs to the Dutch. Quick question there about players of both teams. Dutch have about 3 Dutch born, the rest naturalised Netherlands players, and out there for Hong Kong, Chris Carter, Anshuman Rath, both born in Hong Kong. Majority though were been in Hong Kong 10 years plus.
Full delivery, punch through the covers, a slight misfield from the skipper Bubba Hyatt, and that's gone away for 4s. The ball dribbles past our commentary box. I could almost step out and get it.
Max has just jumped out of the box to grab the ball. We'll get a little report on how it's been, and throws it out swinger back to Anchi there. Just a bit of a bobble there, I thought, from our, probably had a very good view here of Bubba Hyatt diving to the left. One of the few bobbles we've seen on this outfield. Yeah, Ben, the majority of this team from Hong Kong has been in the majority of their lives. Said majority twice there, but make that 3. It's a great story of guys that have moved here with their families and grown up, come through the Hong Kong system. Many of these players have come through the Little Saiwan Cricket Club. Some great work out there in the community, and also Hong Kong Cricket Club, Kowloon Cricket Club and Pakistan Association. Great shot there by Myberg. Just up on his toes again. It wasn't too full. Tanvir Ahmed has come into the attack.
Yeah, welcome to the bowling crease, Tanvir Ahmed. As you can see, a couple of boundaries, and suddenly this is a great start here for the Netherlands. We just see Tanvir Ahmed didn't do a lot wrong, to be honest.
It's just a good shot, to be honest. You're probably trying to bowl on that channel, just short of a length. Myberg again. Much different these days, isn't it, Max? You still get forward and drive off those full balls these days. That's a length ball, and he's just swung through the line, and that's brought about a change in the field with a sweeper going out in the offside already.
Oh, and that's hammered. That is a fantastic shot. And absolutely crunched through the covers from Myberg. He's given himself some time and got himself back in form. And Tanvir Ahmed with some thinking to do. He's just bowled two pretty decent deliveries on and about off stump, maybe just outside. I know the plan probably is to go more to his hip, but I mean, this is just a fantastic cricket shot.
Let's have another look at that one. Look, I'd probably say that was the worst ball of 2. Back live now. Oh, a little change of pace there by Tanvir, replacing his brother there at the line rock end. If you're going to be harsh, you'd say that second ball wasn't in his zones, but as you said, Max Myberg back into form. Didn't have the best time of it in the Intercontinental Cup match here, but certainly on Thursday he looked back in form, and today ominous.
Full, and lucky there Tanvir Ahmed, and this field doesn't cost him. Just wonder whether Hong Kong might even take a little look at spin early here.
Well, we saw
got a lot of spinners in the side.
Yeah, we do. Saw how well Ehsan Khan bowled before he unfortunately hurt his hand taking a catch. And Anchi Rath only bowled the 1 over, but might be a chance here just to slide a couple in quickly. Of course, with only 2 fielders out, have to be bowling very tightly.
It's off the pad. Carter gets a crucial deflection. Stops the ball running away for a boundary. Leg by signalled.
It's deflected down to SR Nawaz there at third man. Netherlands move on to 37 after 6 overs. See Ravi Mulchandani there online, one of Hong Kong's young up-and-coming stars. Say after watching the first game there and just responding to those questions, past score after seeing 330, you've got to say team batting first is looking for over 300. Zaz Khan again to rip on. Little bit of a mix up there. Anchi Rath with the shot at the stumps. Wakaz Khan backing up. No run is the result. Yeah, you're right there, Eugene. It is definitely cricket with context here. Jared Kimber from Quick Info wrote about after the game 1 of this round. A lot at stake. It's Az. Back on line there. Talking more about development of cricket non-test nations as the day goes on. Zaz Khan now in to rip on the 7th over, the 8th over. It's a great cut shot there. Just a little bit too wide, a little bit too short. Another boundary to the Netherlands. Hopefully we can get another look at that quickly. Not too short there, but Ripon really did rip into that. Ehsan Khan, no chance there at point. Pick that up. Inchman Rath comes in there from backward point to field that, no run. Just ticking along nicely, although they've been a little bit more circumspect today than they were in game 1. The runs do tick along on this Ting Kwong Road recreation ground. Talking about past scores of 270 plus on day 1, and we saw 330 almost be chased. So Netherlands going to be looking for something similar today. It's blocked into the offside there. Skipper Hyatt fielding. You can see the numbers on that stream coming up, even so early in the morning here in Hong Kong. Good to read support from people watching here in Hong Kong. It's good to get from Azaz. .41 for no loss. to 8 overs. It's ticking over nicely there, just over 5 runs and over. Ripon on 18, Myberg 16. Both batsmen have 3 boundaries each.
A bit of trouble early here for Hong Kong in this must-win match.
Better there from Tanvir Ahmed. It's cramping Myberg there.
Almost through 9 overs here. Hong Kong in desperate need of a wicket. Plenty of batting to come in this Netherlands lineup.
Stream back up now. Max, did you fix that?
Yeah, just an application not responding situation.
Control Alt Delete.
Yeah, yeah, or the equivalent of on a Mac. It's blocked out onto the offside. Gonna have to be really disciplined with their line and length here, the Hong Kong team.
What are you hoping for crowd-wise today, Maximus?
Well, normally I deal at this ground in terms of percentage full. That's how we talk about it in Hong Kong cricket. So I would like to see the ground 3/4 full today.
Well, bowled by Zaz, but equally well defended. Can you do Murray again?
If anyone out there has watched Flight of the Conchords before, I do refer to a moment in that series where they play a small gig. It's an old trick, sold out gigs. It's an old trick, you know. Yeah, but we want to play bigger gigs. What about the caravan, the sold out caravan gig? Oh, there was 3 people there. Yeah, the sold out caravan gig. It was an old trick. Create a bit of hype.
I can only come in with a beach des, but this ground, what do you think you can hold? That's set up at the moment. I think
about 1,200.
1,200. I think we saw close to that for the Braidwood Cup T20Is just over a year ago. A lot more sand on the outfield and a little wetter at that stage.
Oh, there's still plenty of sand out there. It's blocked in the onside. Well run. Take a quick single. Yeah. To answer your question about the T20 Blitz matches broadcast on TV. Well, that's a tricky question. Definitely streamed live. There is hope that it will be on television and some highlights in Hong Kong, as well as some broadcasters overseas. But that's a bit watch this space at the moment. First Flight of the Conchords reference, that's a drink. I've only got a Diet Coke in front of me. Does that count? Have a drink, have a beer, look cool with a beer.
Murray, here.
Present. That's just something I came up with.
We could do a roll call.
Full ball hit, not into the gap, straight to Nazak Khan at mid-on. And that ends the first 10 overs.
That means 2 more fielders can now go outside the circle, and although we see Tanvir Ahmed handing his cap to Nepalese umpire Bhuti.
And it also means we're going to have a slight change in commentary. We're going to, in your place, Tim, you're subbed out.
Not here.
And not present. And coming in is Charlie Burke.
Thanks, Max. Might be back a bit later.
Just maybe, if you get permission.
Morning, Max. We've got a drone above us.
Just wonder if Brian Chan's around.
Has to pay general admission for a drone, or?
You'll have to go charge it. I just wonder where that's... I haven't spotted where it's being operated from. I know our former media guy was considering bringing one up. But
So, Tanvir Ahmed, number 55 on his back.
oh, and he's taken a tumble in his delivery
He's taken a
stride. At just a single.
Mopped up by Ehsan Khan, I think. Square of, it's obviously going to be, he's going to look for, it was a fairly full length for the field that he's got. He's got a deep square, a sweeper, third man and fine leg. So you'd expect him not to go too full here. He may actually have 5 out at the moment. So hopefully the captain, Bubba Hyatt, notices, which he does, so brings deep square up.
Yeah, and just a good question here from Krishna. But who are the strong teams that might finish in the top 4 and play in the World Cup qualifiers in Bangladesh? We might also bring the points table up in a moment. Yeah, we'll just at the end of the over get the points table up. That might help us best answer that question.
Obviously got PNG, Netherlands and Hong Kong are fairly tight at the top 3. Netherlands
Wait for the table, Berkey. You know,
yeah,
we're waiting.
So I'm just trying to show you how aware of what's going on and that I've got.
It's full delivery, just pushed into the offside. The length of the Hong Kong bowlers has been a lot better today.
Yeah, I think the length, but also haven't given that width that we gave the other day, and on such a good batting track as this, you've got to give yourself every chance of bowling in the right areas. And better 10 overs, I think, from the Hong Kong side than on Thursday. So Tanvir in again, down leg side there. DJ getting a little bit excited here, playing a bit of music in between deliveries. Expecting a fairly decent crowd down this afternoon on such a beautiful day. Tanvir again. Poor bit of fielding there from Bubba Hyde. He's missed a couple this morning. He's usually got very safe hands, and one just going through for a single there. Looks like Nadeem Ahmed warming up at mid-off. Won't be long till we see him. Tanvir Ahmed again, fairly full. Ehsan Khan, who was at deep square, has just come up inside the ring. Fine leg, third man. And a sweeper on the offside as Tanvir in. A little bit of width there, down to third man. And fielded by Tanvir Ahmed's brother, Ehsan Nawaz, who's at third man, in front of the general admission area, in front of the tennis courts there. Netherlands move on to 52 without loss. after 11 overs. So a solid start from them again. And we're going to have the first introduction of spin today. Nadeem Ahmed, left arm spinner from the Victoria Harbour end.
Yeah, we've just got the points table up here, so to answer the question about who are the top 4 to maybe go through to the qualifiers, I mean, there is a bit of a gap there in that top 4, so you definitely say that Netherlands, PNG, Hong Kong and Scotland are well placed to make those qualifiers, but still sort of 5-6 games to go.
Yeah, well, certainly from a Hong Kong point of view, I don't have all the fixtures in front of me. From a Hong Kong point of view, we've got hosting Nepal in October here, Mission Road, expecting a decent crowd, the Nepalese community coming out. And then the last round of I-Cup and World Cricket League Championship is played concurrently in the UAE in
Full
end
delivery.
of November or early December. So, foolish delivery from Nadeem. First up. Hasn't had a great series, this Netherlands series. Nadeem, he's probably disappointed. Hasn't got the turn that we saw in the PNG series. So he's going to have to make sure he mixes his pace up today, which is crucial for a wicket that's probably not going to take a lot of turn.
Well, already a little bit different. I don't remember ever seeing him bowl over the wicket here that he's doing to Myberg. Pretty much exclusively bowls around the wicket to right and left-hand batsmen. So interesting to see he's changed things up. Back round the wicket to the right-hander.
Just think that was that delivery then was exactly the pace that you want to be bowling. You don't want to be much quicker than that. On a wicket, you can't be scared as a spinner to bowl a bit slower when the wicket's not turning.
That's well bowled, but it's sort of skewed and may well run all the way to the boundary. It does, so a bit unlucky there, Nadeem, but it's 4 runs to rip on, and this is a good start here for the Netherlands. 58 for no loss.
You've probably spoken about it already, Max, but I've never seen a captain throw his head back so quickly at a toss. He's won 3 in 15 as captain, I believe.
Have to find a sub for the toss. It's again well bowled. That's but encouraging for Nadeem there. He's bowling with good flight, good pace, just a little bit of turn as well.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? I just, even if the batters start using their feet to him, you still got to make sure that he's bowling this pace, because this is the pace that you need to be bowling. The last few deliveries on this sort of wicket.
Tosses it up again. And the dot ball ends the over. It's 12 overs. Score is 59 for no loss. And at the moment, it's Rip on 28 off 44 deliveries. Has had more of the strike. Myberg 22 off 27. And Rip on, of course, was dismissed without scoring in the first match. Myberg, after being dismissed twice in the first over in each innings in the 4-day game, he looks back in form now. Tanvir Ahmed looks like to continue here. He's 3 overs, none for 18. Probably just has been dealt with a little bit by Myberg on anything that's been given a slight width. Not that he's done a lot wrong. He's got a nice run up. Big appeal. That one looked like it was just going down the leg side. I think it was a very confident shout.
Just sliding down, I think.
That's the indication there from Buddy.
So you've got a replay here. So he just jumps away too, which changes the angle, and that's That's well down the leg side there, in my opinion. Good call by umpire Buddy Pradhan. So Tanvir in again. This time to Rippon. Foolish again. Just played out to the offside there. Again, this was my frustration the other day, was too many easy singles in the ring. I think if balls 1, 2, 3 and 4, you've got to have your ring fielders up, and then can possibly push back a bit if it's a batter that's been out there for a while.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there.
Thanks, Max.
Well, we agree on a lot of things. Charlie? Just to hold up there, I think.
So Myberg, 88 in the first innings. He's looking all right.
First innings?
Oh, sorry, first innings. First match. Just used to 4-day cricket. Max.
In the air. Oh, that was not far off being a chance.
He's almost indicating there that he might have got a fingernail to that one.
Might try and give him another look at that. That was close. So he was looked fairly laxed about it all, Tanvir Ahmed, but I think that was a genuine chance.
Right, so a decent over. Couple of balls left. I would drop people back in the ring, and I'd drop your long on back. Last couple of balls of the over.
Yeah, key delivery here. And it's a half volley on leg stump and well fielded. Some good backing up there from Anshi Rath.
Unnecessary throw there from Shahid Wasif.
I think he was out of his ground at the time of throwing. Sweeper out here, man backing up.
Did say that we usually agree on things.
Yeah, no, that was just lying. Being polite on camera. Full delivery and smashed, but there's 2 men out. So that is a pretty good over.
Good to see
From
Bubba Hyatt looking after his bowlers. He's got Nadeem Ahmed at long on. And then he will bowl the next over. So deep square, fine leg, third man. And a sweeper on the offside.
Yeah, well, just at a request to bring up that points table again, which we will try and do now. Who was it who requested that? It was Cass? No, that's not the points table. That's the scorecard. Points table. But that was the epic run feast in the first match. There's the points table. There we are. It's desperation times for Kenya and Nepal. They're probably going to have to win all their matches and hope results go their way. I think Namibia and the UAE are out of the running for that top 4 spot. And this delivery here as that's driven down the ground for a single.
I would imagine the PNG supporters, Max, would be pretty keen, probably backing Hong Kong today.
Yeah,
keep
definitely.
the table fairly even, and
Yep.
they've obviously they'll have.
I think they this is a bit of a... Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, that's in the air. The chance. And taken. Shahid Wasif in the deep there. That's a key wicket for Hong Kong. Nadeem Ahmed bowling at that good pace has drawn Myberg into playing a big shot. The dot balls from the previous over counting for something for Hong Kong. And that's the first wicket. Score here, 63 for 1.
Just such a better pace, Max. Exactly, gave it a little bit of flight there. Myberg going for it. We've got a replay here. Good solid hands there from Shahid Wasif, who's come in to replace Jamie Atkinson, who's out of today's match due to concussion. on Thursday. So Ben Cooper, the tall left-handed Dutchman. He's plays most of his cricket in South Australia, along with his brother Tom Cooper, who's appeared several times for the Dutch team, particularly in the World Cups.
Yeah, both from country New South Wales. Came through the system there. Nadeem Ahmed, they just want to get on a little roll here, Hong Kong. Now that they've got the 1 wicket, there's some real key ones to get in this Dutch middle order. And Ben Cooper, definitely one of those. Can score very quickly. Yeah, sort of him and Rolf van der Merwe, you sense that they're two real danger men. Not discounting the others, but in terms of scoring, they score them quickly. What do you like, Berkey?
I was just going to say, I like the fact that Hong Kong have only got 3 outs. I just think they've got the wrong 3 out. I'd like to see
mid-off up?
Mid-off up, definitely. And use that slower pace, make him earn his runs. You can chuck the sweeper out on the offside, I don't mind that. We've got the deep square just in front of the commentary box here, Wakas Khan, and then a long off and a long on, but I'd like to see that long off up into a mid-off position. One thing that we have seen from Cooper in the 4-day game in the first World Cricket League match is that he's got a decent cover drive and likes to go fairly straight, so I'd like to see maybe even someone catching there for the new batter. It's a good pace there from Nadeem Ahmed.
Yeah, it's a really good over. 63 for 1. After 14, it's only a couple of tight overs. A wicket has just made that scoreboard look a lot better from a Hong Kong point of view. So the two batsmen there, Ripon, he's really got himself settled in now. 31 off 48. So last 5 overs, 18 runs scored for 1 wicket.
Oh, it's not rocket science, is it? Top balls create pressure and often you get rewarded for it. Too often in one-day cricket, on such good batting tracks, you see teams or bowlers try and take those wicket-taking deliveries rather than play the percentage. Yeah. So Ehsan Nawaz, change of bowler here. He's replaced his brother and dealt with first ball, 4 runs through mid-wicket. That was definitely a hit-me ball.
Yeah, I wonder if that was a deliberate attempt at a short ball or just one that he dragged down. It looked like probably the latter.
I was watching him in the field a bit earlier and I saw him at warm-ups as well. I just felt he looked a bit stiff today, a bit sore maybe. Ehsan Nawaz in again. That's we'll always get a coach pretty excited, that Max, when a boundary plus a scoring shot. That's something for the highlights reel when the coaching staff sit down and review the game, and always so Nawaz into Ripon, who was very useful with the ball in the first World Cricket League Championship game. Taking 4 for. Just having a quick look at his list A. So his one-day cricket averages here. Highest score of 83, average of 22.75. So it's going to go up after today's innings. He's 37 not out at the moment. And of Ben Cooper at the non-strikers, who is yet to score. I think that's the key on such a good batting track, is try and make it as tough as possible for Cooper to get off the mark. The more balls that he takes to get off the mark, the better it is for Hong Kong. Hassan Nawaz again into Rippon. Rippon just nudging it onto the offside there. Moves the score under 70 for 1. Moves Rippon onto 38, not out. Looking very handy. Handy player in their one-day side. Opens the batting, bowls his full allotment of 10 overs. Very useful spinner. Hong Kong side just taking a bit of time to get set here for the left-handed bat. I'm pulling my hair out here, Max. The field in the ring is very deep. He is not off the mark yet. Nawaz into Cooper. Plays it to mid-off.
I'm sure you'd be relieved that they didn't pinch a single there.
Absolutely. So end of the over. 15 overs gone. Which used to be the power play. First 15 overs. Now changed, obviously, with the few new rules, few new tweaks to the one-day game prior to the World Cup. So 70 for 1 Hong Kong. Rippon on 38. Cooper still yet to score. Change of bowler here. Bubba has been not afraid to mix his bowlers up in the first one-day, and he's doing it again here, although I'm surprised. But he's going to bring on Ehsan Khan, and I'm assuming he's doing that because Cooper being a left-hander.
Yep. I mean, there was a left-hander in before, but
which he got,
which he
the wicket off.
Dismissed. But I mean, it could also be in part just trying to keep his options open through this innings. Nadeem Ahmed had only bowled the 2 overs, but perhaps wanting to use him a little more through the middle rather than suck too many of his overs up early. Saw Ehsan Khan come on earlier and pretty much bowl through, although he was stopped at 9.
Yeah, that broken fingernail or whatever he had.
Is that the reason for not bowling the last over? He was
off the field for almost
so a lot of strapping on his hands.
Yeah, the Hong Kong team uses up its strapping allotment. Physio goes over with 35 kilos and comes back with about 5 kilos often. So dot ball to start his spell. Ehsan Khan, he'll mix his pace up. Did that very well in the first game. Bowled well from this end. In again to Rippon. Oh, you can't let that easy single there in the end. Ehsan Khan just getting his hands warmed up again with fairly sharp throw there from the energetic Shahid Wasif.
Yeah, just gone a bit flat after that wicket, not really getting the pressure on.
So Bubba Hyatt taking a fair... I like what they're doing here on the offside. They've got Anchi Rath at that fairly straight catching position in line with the non-striker. And then a cover. Still like to see...
I'm never a fan of no one in the ring on the onside there. Bowls and hit through the gap and covers out to the sweeper.
Well, that's the problem. He's going to have a bit of width on the offside, isn't it? Because of that field that you were just saying then.
Yeah, it's so easy to just knock the ball onto the onside and maybe even pick up 2.
It's the deeper boundaries, the square boundaries here at Ting Kwong Road recreational ground. Ehsan Nawaz to Rippon. Rippon just rotating the strike well since the loss of Myberg. He moves on to 40.
It's Nadeem Ahmed there. Perhaps just...
Rippon's only reached 50 plus in 2 times. So he's 10 away from that. So he'd be looking to add to that column. And
there's that easy single onto the onside that we talked about. They're thinking about a second, but won't quite get it. Marcus Khan, the fielder there, missed out in the first game.
He didn't have a great game first game, if I'm brutally honest. He didn't feel particularly well and showed promising signs when he first came in, and then got caught at deep square.
And that's the benefit of that short mid-wicket fieldsman with intensity too. Was that Anchi Rath coming in, provide that's the sort of energy that Hong Kong are requiring in the field. As that ends the over, and after 16 overs, the score is 74 for 1. And that Hong Kong probably going to need ideally like to have them 3 for 100 or something. They can pick up a couple here. Just can't afford to let things drift, because eventually the score will pick up if they don't get wickets. Ideally, I know it was proven chaseable. I won't want to be up against 330 or 300 plus again today. I think something around the 270, 280 would be preferred.
Yep, absolutely. And we've got Nadeem Ahmed is coming on to bowl his third over. He's changed ends. I know I've said it, but it's frustrating me with the the 4 fielders out for Cooper. I do like where they've placed Anchman Rath though for Cooper. He obviously, Hong Kong team have done their homework there and watched a fair amount of footage of Cooper. He'll be turning it into the left-handed Cooper, who sweeps.
Oh, mix up.
It's a mix-up, the bowler's end.
Great throw. Yeah, question about the Hong Kong contractual setup, with, obviously in relation to Jamie Atkinson playing and working as a teacher. So the first part is there, how many Hong Kong players have full-time contracts, and what difference would it make if they were to join? Oh, that's an inside edge. Very unlucky for Nadeem Ahmed. That'll go for 4. Can't do much about that. He's beaten Cooper there, who has batted very well, but I want to say ridden his luck a little at times across the last couple of weeks. One just going past the stumps and going for a boundary.
It's a fair question. We've got 16 contracted players currently. That's through the support of the Hong Kong Sports Institute, as well as our own funds, Cricket Hong Kong's funds. We do have players of the likes of Kyle Christie, who is based in Australia because of his work commitments. I know he'll be, well, he's probably got cricket on today, so he might not be watching at the moment, but up and coming quick for us. But he gets a contract fee when he's away from Perth, so when he's with the squad he gets a daily rate. But it is a fine balance. You've obviously got guys that, such as Jamie, that want to make careers in other areas away from cricket. And Jamie's one of those at the moment. He's a very accomplished teacher, so he gets, often they'll take leave without pay, and Cricket Hong Kong picks up the tab for that to try as best we can to have our best possible team on the park. So Nadeem Ahmed, and again there's an appeal there, confident appeal from behind the stumps. Tough one to give when it's bat and pad. Doesn't seem too concerned about it. Having a bit of a joke with Woody Pradhan. In again to Rippon. Just played that out beautifully out into the offside there, into the cover region. Diving stop there from Azaz Khan. He's kept that to 2, and Rippon just letting go of his bat there when he was running between wickets. And that's end of the over, and I think it'll be time to take a bit of liquid, Max.
Yeah. Everyone's thirsty.
think just having a quick look around the ground, we've got the Lama Cricket Club guys. You can't miss them. Hopefully at some stage the cameras will go on them, but they've got great supporters of home matches here in Hong Kong and cricket in Hong Kong in general. They've got their jackets on and a Peroni box in front of them that I'm sure will be regularly filled today. Fairly warm day. Just going through some of the comments here. Hello from Nepal. Hello to anyone listening in, watching coverage in Nepal. Someone's asking here about Mark Chapman. Mark Chapman was initially available for the World Cricket League matches here against the Netherlands because of Auckland being knocked out of the Ford Trophy, the one-day. Kids having a good time. Good to see. Welcome along. Doing a dab. I still don't know what a dab is, so if anyone knows what a dab is, please let me know. But yeah, Mark Chapman, he was available and then got selected for New Zealand 11 against South Africa. That was actually washed out. Is a requirement for county cricketers and state cricketers. That's priority goes to representing their country when it's a global event, so a World Cup or a World Cup qualifiers. So I know Ireland obviously have several county players in their system. So when Ireland play in World Cups and that, often the counties will release them. So crowd just starting to come in after the first drinks. Netherlands won the toss. Peter Boren 3 from 3 during this series with the toss. For Hong Kong's sake, hopefully that's not the way that the games will go. Hopefully another tight contest today. So Ehsan Khan to continue from the Victoria Harbour end. Bowled well in his first over, mixed up his pace. Cooper nudges it out to the sweeper on the offside for a single. Puts the right-handed Rippon on strike, who's 42, not out. Looking for his third half century in one-day cricket. Very handy cricketer. So good mix of pace there from Ehsan Khan. No doubt we'll put a quicker delivery in very shortly. Could be this one. So he approaches the wicket, flights it up again. Fielded at the shortish mid-wicket position. So another good start here from Ehsan Khan. Spinner's doing a good job at the moment.
Down the ground. It's an interesting phase of the game here, Charlie. A bit of cat and mouse almost. With Hong Kong sitting back, sort of waiting a little bit for the Netherlands to attack. Netherlands looking like they're sort of just happy just to knock the ball around for singles. Sort of a who will crack first situation. Let's hit out. Just a little bit too easy, isn't it, to knock around?
I think you were just saying before, Max, that the offie to a left-hand bat, I'd like to see him use mid-wicket a bit more, rather than the giving the width on the offside there. Especially to Cooper. He's very strong through the cover region and straight. And again, good bit of flight there, also a bit of drift into the right-hander. Zaz Khan fielding there on the mid-wicket boundary. Umpire Dar there, who umpired the the I Cup fixture and now in the World Cricket League Championship, the second game. Just asking Azaz Khan to keep his throws up. Often the players are asked to keep the throws up when it's in and around the circle, and then obviously the boundary throws to keep them flat. The one bounce in. Umpires are pretty hot on that though, Max.
Yeah. Just trying to soften the ball up. Just a question about the Hong Kong Sixers there. Do we have any information? We'll have a little bit of information. The Sixers will come back later this year, October 27 to 29 at Kowloon Cricket Club. Really look forward to seeing that event back at the end of this year.
Had a quick drink with the incoming Dutch coach, Ryan Campbell, last night. He was pretty keen for the Netherlands to be a part of that, Max. He even said that he'd chuck a Dutch shirt on and play for them, which I was almost horrified.
Well, it's well bowled from Nadeem. That was the slider, just aiming to hit. Rip on the pads. Yeah, well, I guess he has a close links about Kowloon Cricket Club. That field is about the only place he plays.
He doesn't venture far from there.
We'll be on. We'll grab him for some commentary. Ryan Campbell later in the day. I can see the Llama boys are just starting to settle in over there with their jackets.
We've got
get a shot of them.
Ring fielders have got to go back here now. There's been a terrific over so far. Push themselves back. Allow the one. Make sure that the over finishes well. They're going two here.
Oh, a good
Shouldn't have
throw.
got two there.
That might have been very interesting.
So Rippon loves playing with his pads. I'm just wondering if he maybe he's got the buckle pads.
Coming firmly off the buckle. He's edging towards a half century here. Boundary will get him there. Just knocks that one over for a single. That ends the over. Score is 88 for 1. There's the Llama Cricket Club boys. They'll be having a good time today. Definitely going to be instructing our producer to keep an eye on their progress through the afternoon. Very distinguishable jackets. That's why they've been set up in their own little corner there. That'll be the position of Hong Kong on the table, our third. 1 point behind Papua New Guinea and 3 behind the Netherlands. Zesan Khan continues. So really if there are any chance of winning the World Cricket League, Hong Kong will have to win this game, or Netherlands will have pulled 5 points clear of them, which with only 4 matches to go will be too big a gap to bridge, I would suggest. So this is must win for Hong Kong, and if they do that, they'll just be a point off first and into second place. So it's nudged into the offside, an easy single for Ben Cooper. Smart batting from the Netherlands. Score moves along to 89 for 1. A bit of a mix-up. That could be very close, but not out. The throw again, not quite perfect. Allowing the single to be made. It's just those little moments in games. Yeah, that was a close call there for that run out. Batsman got home. Oh, and that's very close. Maybe even a slight edge. And not far away here. Hong Kong just need a little bit of luck. San Khan. Far away, maybe even a little edge on that delivery. Ripon now on strike. Well bowled. And while it was an edge that was signalled as runs, now while the Netherlands are going pretty well, at least Hong Kong are drawing up the boundaries, testing the patience of the Netherlands batsman. He's knocked down the ground for a single. And that's the 50 up for Michael Ripon, man of the match in the first game with the ball, and now he's come out and made 50 runs with the bat. And the score now after 20 overs is 92 for 1. Come on, Max, got to get that right. 92 for 1. While the boundary's drying up, the run's ticking over. Just be interesting to see if the Netherlands get restless with that. It's kept a little low.
Chris Carter, the Hong Kong wicketkeeper, got one on the finger before.
Coming back for 2. Good running from the Netherlands. Another single. So Hong Kong not picking up the dot balls here that they're looking for.
Netherlands 96 for 1, 21st over.
What's the plan here at the moment? Charlie from Hong Kong, they're just trying to drive the boundaries up.
Yeah, I suppose this was the period that Netherlands were very strong the other day. Just sort of kept the boundaries going. Hong Kong have tightened that up. Hong Kong were very good in the last 10 overs. Thursday, I think only 3 boundaries in the last 10 overs. So Nadeem Ahmed again into Ripon.
That's well done from Nadeem. Good energy. Every dot ball important here when the boundaries aren't coming.
Last ball of the over here. Ripon's got him! Good wicket there from Nadeem. Terrific delivery, quicker one. It's not the castle over there. Important wicket there for Hong Kong. Ripon getting his 3rd one-day half century.
Stumps pegged back there, and it was a nice fly to delivery. Went for the big one and just beat him in flight. Nadeem there, very well bowled. And a key wicket there for Hong Kong to end that over. After 21 overs, now 97 for 2.
Good little celebration there from Nadeem. Remind me a bit of Michael Jackson in his day, maybe. Just
I think that's what he was doing, actually.
Yeah. He's a big fan of
He was
Michael
up last
Jackson.
night on YouTube watching the Thriller clips.
The Hong Kong women's team have a bit of a tradition during their warm-ups when one team scores a goal that they've got to come up with a celebration, and I can assure you it's some of the worst celebrations you've ever seen.
Got another Murray line from the Fly of the Concords, of course, when they're talking about Michael Jackson off the wall. Oh, yeah. Off the planet, that guy is.
So, Ehsan Khan, the fierce competitor from Little Sarwan, continues from the Victoria Harbour end.
Here's a chance for Hong Kong to build some pressure now. They've got the wicket, dot ball. There was a dot ball before the preceding delivery for the wicket. So they just need, if they can find a few more, they can build some pressure.
Good delivery that. Poor fielding off his own bowling. Allows one straight down the ground and puts the new batsman, the keeper for the Dutch boys, Wesley Barassi,
Hasn't
on
had
strike.
his best tour. Barassi is scores of 0, 41 and 11. Probably a better player than what is
Good to see.
shown so far.
Good to see mid-off up. It's only 2 out, in fact. Don't mind that too much. Would like to have seen Anchi probably a little bit straighter for those first couple of deliveries to the new batter. So Barassi off the mark. First ball for a single. Top ball there to Cooper. I think to this left-hander, I know we've talked about it, but Nadeem Ahmed should be getting a fair work out there. Off spinner coming around the wicket. I'd like to see him bowl fairly tight lines here. In again.
Cut away. I don't think you mind him playing that shot, although you certainly do mind the mitt when your short third man kicks the ball away for a single. Just trying to work out the score here. We've got one scoreboard saying another. I actually think the score is 100 for 2, despite the scoreboard at the ground indicating something else. And that's just guided very professionally. Barassi through the field. He'll pick up a couple.
Just having a quick look at Barassi's stats here. I thought he might have a bit of a higher average in one-day cricket. He's gone past 50 16 times, one of them being a century, which is an ODI game. It's just average just a tick under 30. So I'll be looking to improve that, particularly with the new coach, Ryan Campbell, who's just walked in. Obviously a former keeper batsman for Australia and Hong Kong. He's played 2 ODIs for Australia against Sri Lanka and 3 T20Is for Hong Kong in the recent World T20. Nadeem Ahmed into Cooper. Cooper looking a bit more relaxed today. Usually, I know you were saying earlier, probably a little bit dicey at times early on in his innings. So Barassi just marking his guard here. Looks like he's taking centre to the left arm spinner coming around. Bit of an open stance. Oh, that's kept low.
Yeah, that's a. Is that a good sign or a bad sign when you're 22 overs into a game?
Yeah, it's probably not a great sign for the Hong Kong batters. We've just got to use it. Got to use it to your advantage. Use the facilities. Barassi looking to use his feet there and then rocked back. Knocked it onto the onside for a single.
I still think it's not a bad thing for Hong Kong. Still 28 overs to go in this innings, and I think their spinners would appreciate, after some tough toil in this series, they'd appreciate an opportunity to have some conditions to work with.
Dean. Fairly tight there. Cooper knocks it down to long on, fielded by, I think, Anchman Rath down there. Opposite side to the ground to us. We'll just cross the line there. I reckon Bracey almost looking to sweep that one. He's even practiced the sweep at the non-strikers. Netherlands score moves on to 106 for 2. Sweep there, diving effort from Ehsan Nawaz. Ball took a bit of a bubble. Bit of a mix-up with the terrific throw. Lucky they didn't take the second. That rounds out the 23rd over. So the Netherlands 107 for 2 after winning the toss. Peter Boren, 3 from 3 during this series.
See Reva 60 joining us from London. Thanks for tuning in and supporting Hong Kong.
Imagine it'd be a bit cold in London, Max, this time of year.
I think that's a fair assumption.
So just pushed out into the offside for a single there. Cooper looking the goods here. Very mature start to his innings. So, it's a quicker delivery and it's been dealt with. Diving effort there, a backward square from Azaz Khan. It's beaten him on his strong side, on his right side, and it's gone for 4 in front of the Bakari Sweat signage.
It's the first boundary for a while. I'm trying to cast my mind back. That's been about 6 or 7 overs since the last boundary before that one. Comes in better delivery from Hassan Khan, but still pushed into the inner ring for a single. Just looking back over the last few overs, only a couple of dot balls. So despite the wicket, not really been able to apply any pressure since that time. That's swept.
A beautiful sweep. That's a beautiful sweep shot there from Cooper. It's always good to see a tall batsman sweep using the arm length, get to the pitch of the ball. Sweep down in front of the Hong Kong dugout. Just when you said not a lot of boundaries, Max.
Yeah, it's I'm assuming they weren't expecting him to sweep, or that wasn't the plan, because there was only a short fine leg in place, and the sweeper was at a genuine deep mid wicket, so no one out in the boundary back there. He's been moved into a position now where he can cover that shot, but Cooper goes out to deep cover and picks up another single.
Bit of athleticism there from Azaz Khan, getting quick to that ball that's been knocked out into the cover region. Geez, that sound good off the bat there. It'll be an effort here from Zakir Khan. They're going to go for 2. Good bit of running there. Something I was fairly impressed with the Netherlands the other day.
13 runs off that over, so a good one for the Netherlands. Score is kicked along. to 120 for 2.
Yeah, 120 for 2. 24 overs gone. Be a big effort here from Hong Kong side to keep the Dutch under 300. Should certainly be their target today. Got Max Abbott and Charlie Burke here in the commentary box. Ehsan Nawaz coming on to bowl, and Ryan Campbell, who former Hong Kong batting coach, almost former Kowloon Cricket Club director of cricket, and the newly appointed, but hasn't quite taken on the position, Netherlands coach, joining us. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning, Charles. Good morning to all our watchers and viewers all over the world who are tuning in to this coverage. There's massive numbers watching over the first one dayer, and obviously I've just arrived at the ground, and another absolutely amazing day for cricket. And you know, the spectacle that these two teams put on Thursday, you know, obviously it didn't get the result that Hong Kong were hoping for, but purely as a cricket purist watching that game, it was such an exciting spectacle. There was some great batting, then there was some not so great batting, some good bowling and some not so good bowling.
It's got him. Good delivery there from Ehsan Nawaz, knocking over the keeper bat for the Netherlands. Wesley Barasi's had his castle knocked over, Ryan.
I don't know what to say about that. What was he thinking?
Hasn't impressed the newly appointed coach.
Mate, it's
Barasi on his way.
Still 25 overs to bat. This is just an ugly slog on the replay. Let's have a look at it. He's tried to put that down to line rock, and I'm sorry, that's just poor batting. And again, they've opened the door for Hong Kong, who are dragging it back on this very nice batting surface.
I was just saying, Ryan, before you joined us here in the air-conned posh commentary box we've got here, that's the Hong Kong side had just restricted the boundaries today so far. Did very well in the last 10 overs on Thursday, only 3 boundaries in the last 10 overs. But did a lot better so far in the first 24 overs. I don't know the stats, but certainly kept the boundaries down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough surface to bowl, and I just wonder if it's, there's that pressure on the batting team going first after seeing 330 the other day and feeling that maybe that wasn't enough. You come out on the second day and go, oh, we got to hit 300, we got to hit 350, and you just make some poor options where, you know what, you just got to bat. This is the wicket. It's the second time we've used it. It will be harder to bat on you. Sometimes you got to rein in your expectations of what you need to score. Let's start at 250, 260, and then whatever we get, that's excess, so to speak. But on the batting side, batting first, you just got to get in. You got to make good partnerships. As we see Van der Merwe, who's obviously a class act for the Dutch, made a magnificent 100 on the second day of the 4-day match. But they need a partnership here. It's not time to be slogging or playing across the line. It's the old adage: partnerships, you'll score as fast as you want when you want. And the other key to making a good score batting first is obviously in the last 6 or 7 overs, you need a key batsman, a set batsman, batting the overs, and that's what the Dutch unfortunately didn't do well the other day. They did lose wickets regularly towards the end of that innings, so there's a new batsman all the time trying to hit boundaries, and it's it makes it tough. So it's an interesting stage of this game. I just feel that the Hong Kong bowlers and the Hong Kong fielding side will think that they're almost on top here.
Yeah, I think keeping them under 300 would obviously be the first target for the Hong Kong boys. Apologies, scorecard on your screen isn't quite updated yet. We'll get to that.
See, again, that's a pretty poor shot. You haven't faced too many balls here. look, it looked like a slower ball from Essen Nawaz, and he's trying to put that on the roof.
Yep, Nawaz in again to Van der Muur. Quick single there. They'll be safely home. Nazaka Khan a bit slow on that.
And Charlie, so I've just arrived at the ground, and like I said, but Jamie Atkinson failed a concussion test this morning, I hear.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't look well, and I know it's obviously a hot topic now in cricket. Obviously, after the tragic passing of Phil Hughes, but rightfully so. The head injuries are a nasty thing in any sport, particularly when you've got a rock hard ball such as we do in cricket. 156 gram Kookaburra rock. So Cooper just pushing it down to long off. Yeah, so failed it this morning. Apparently even tried to have a hit up this morning and almost fell over at second ball. So that's not good to see, but we are medical staff, as they're all very well trained. Did get the scans done on Friday. Obviously,
Yep.
got the knock at first slip, which the viewers would have seen, those that watched on Thursday.
Tough position, first slip, Charlie.
Yeah, especially when it's coming quick at your head. So he, I mean, in hindsight, probably shouldn't have stayed on the field, but he's a
Tough cookie.
tough bugger, and
Yeah.
he's a fierce competitor, and didn't sort of let anyone know. And it wasn't until he felt like he was going to throw up and did a lot of the testing and passed that before he could bat on Thursday, but has since hasn't really recovered.
Well, I think that was almost a little reflection of his batting. Like, he obviously wasn't quite 100%. So we wish him well. Obviously, disappointment for the Kowloon fans, because he's meant to play tomorrow in the big Division 1 top of the table clash with Little Saiwan and the KCC Templars, which I'm sure we'll have to rule a line through him. Might have to get one of my Dutch mates to play. See if they're free tomorrow.
Would actually not surprise me with you, Ryan, but fair enough. If you're here and you want to play cricket and you've got the new coach coming in and he tells you to chuck on the green and black of Kowloon Cricket Club, then you probably have to say yes to it.
Well, Barassi could use a hit, let me tell you.
Sure, he'll be looking forward to replaying this later on this evening, Bracey, in the Regal Hotel when he gets back. So Van der Muur is on strike to Ehsan Khan, a foolish delivery. Poor bit of fielding off his, misfielding off his own bowling. Something that he's usually pretty good at. Not misfielding, but fielding off his own bowling. Van der Muur, I'm a big fan of Van der Muur. A bit of a man crush on him. He's a tough cricketer. I love when he's got the ball in his hand. He always feel like he's going to change something in the game. And
well, he's a competitor, isn't he? He likes to. He's always in the contest. He's, either with the ball or the bat, you know what you're going to get from him. So, like I say, he's got a big job here, along with Ben Cooper, to just right the ship as we speak. And I'm sure the. Let me see on my new watch, Charlie. It's 3:46 a.m. back in Amsterdam. I've just added that to my watch because I better work out what time it is. That's a big hit. That is a big hit. That's long into the softball grounds. And Van der Muur wanted a piece of him early, and he got a whole heap of that. And that is a long rock.
yeah, the reserve umpire Ian Thompson will be getting a bit of a workout here, I think, running the reserve balls out. We've got a replay here. Talk us through this, Ryan.
Yeah, well, he's got the length he wants and a bit of width, so he got to it on the half volley and really just followed through. And we know with the bats of today's cricketer, once you get anywhere near the middle, it does go a long way. Of course, the boundaries here at Mission Road straight are the shortest ones, probably 55, 53 metres or something. So you don't have to get a hell of a lot on it to get over. And it's a real good lesson for our youngsters out there that when you are attacking and feeling like playing some attacking strokes, to really aim to hit at the side screen and play nice and straight.
Absolutely. Ehsan Nawaz continuing from the line rock end to Cooper, upish. But no one's there, and he's put that one away for 4. And I was just starting to think, Ryan, that Cooper's going to probably start extending those long arms of his.
Well, it's I'm actually sitting here quite puzzled as to what the extent of the intent from the Dutch lads are. That's, they're going very, very hard here, which can go two ways, obviously. But I thought Ehsan Nawaz has actually been the pick of the Hong Kong bowlers for the whole series. He's another single down to long off, but look, I see a lot of Ehsan being a KCC lad. He's had some injury problems. He's had a lot of issues with shin splints. It was even fast, if you know what I mean. His effort ball really zipped through, and look, it's fantastic. And let's be honest, it's probably for the first time in your time here, Charlie, that a guy like Tanveer Afzal has been left out of the side because of all these youngsters coming through.
Top ball there from Ehsan Nawaz. I think also, Ryan, with the the high performance programs that associate cricketers or associate cricket has now, they're as good as any first class setup around the world, whether it's county cricket or state cricket. And the S&C staff, obviously crucial to the development of any cricketer, but particularly a fast bowler.
Yeah, look, the old days of playing club cricket, rocking up Tuesday and Thursday, having a bowl in the nets for 40 minutes and then thinking you can, be an A-grade cricketer, that's fine, or a B-grade or a second-grade cricketer, but then think that you can step up to a next step is, mate, they're gone. We know now that the sports scientists, and is probably going to scurry through for a bye, if not a wide there, with pretty tough piece of work from Chris Carter with the bounce, but your body needs to be attuned for a hard grind. Let's face it, bowling fast is probably the hardest thing you can possibly do to your body. The only sport that I could say is very similar, I reckon, is javelin throwing, where it's that explosion. You're putting your body through all sorts of, bad stuff basically when you're delivering that ball on that front foot of yours, and hitting a hard surface and then delivering what you need to do. So the body needs to be ready for that. It means the gym, lots of gym work, lots of core work, lots of strength through the glutes and the lower legs and the lower backs is obviously crucial for the fast bowlers.
I like how you talk about javelin there as well. One of the things that I feel is a bit untapped in the development of cricket around the world is using other sports. I think Korea is a great example. The Korean cricket team, who are well funded by the government, the local Olympic Council in Korea. All those players, or majority of the players in Korea, come from a baseball background. They're athletes. They're strong. They throw the ball hard, and their men's team recently won the East Asia Cup, which our Dragons play in. And considering these guys haven't played, 18 months ago, they didn't know what cricket was, let alone going out there and winning tournaments. And if the cricket world can start being a bit more inventive and open our eyes up a little bit more to things like that, it's not going to be too long till we find some pretty special, potentially even specialist T20 cricketers from other sports.
Well, when you think about it, Charlie, the traditional game played in the traditional places. Let's talk about the big countries, Australia, England, India, and all those sort of places. There's certain things that are ingrained in you as a cricketer because that's how we used to do it. So we do that. that's what we were taught because that's what the generation before was taught us. But in some of these countries, it's all fresh. So you're working with an absolute clean slate. So you can actually come with left field ideas, and they're actually not left field ideas. They're just ideas. And, some of these countries, there's almost a half chance there back to the bowler. But, they're grabbing it, embracing it and going forward. And I think the Korean story is a fantastic one. I think the Papua New Guinea story is a fantastic one for associate cricket, as well as Nepal and obviously Hong Kong, who probably haven't been the traditionalists, although Hong Kong has a rich history in cricket, obviously. But, some of these countries, it is new to it, and they're adopting new ideas, and they're getting the numbers through the participation rates are going through the roofs, and it's awesome.
Good sweep shot there again from Cooper. There's a man out there now, Ehsan Khan. Hasn't managed to find the boundary rope on that one. Good change of field there. I think Nadeem Ahmed's bowled a lot better today. I think the pace that he's bowling's a lot better today, Ryan.
Yeah, it's not one of those surfaces, is it, that you can bowl fast into the deck as a spinner and think it's going to turn for you. You actually need to take your pace off. Again, it becomes risky because you're thinking, well, someone's going to take me downtown. But, you've got to be brave when you're bowling. And there's almost a half chance there for a run out, but wasn't fielded quite correctly. Now, I also liked that for the fact the first time in a long time I saw Nadeem bowling left arm over the wicket to a left-hander in Myburg. I think, again, we're getting into these habits of, a right arm offie always bowls around the wicket to right-handers, and left-handers seem, and as we see, he's bowling to Ben Cooper.
Well, that's going to beat Ehsan Khan there, and it's gone into the officials area, and he's collected a boundary there. So absolute criminal to be hit for a boundary, last ball of an over, and a good sweep shot there from Cooper.
Well, there you have it. It's left arm round the wicket, bowling into a left-hander's pads, and he's a sweeper. A lot of times if a guy doesn't sweep, that's fine, and you can attack that zone. But, when you have a guy that's shown that he sweeps and shows he sweeps well, mate, you're almost bowling to his strength. So, like I said, when I saw him bowl over the wicket to Myburg, I thought that's fantastic. And, I think he needs to do that more.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Good to see some comments coming on our YouTube feed here. Please do ask any appropriate questions that you may have, particularly when we've got the incoming Dutch coach with us, Ryan Campbell. Can also ask questions through Cambo's Twitter if he's allowed any more followers on his Twitter, because he's got big numbers there. But at Cambo_19 if anyone that wants to ask any questions, or through obviously the YouTube feed as well. So Tanveer Ahmed replacing Ehsan Nawaz.
Yeah, this is a big spell for Tanveer as well. Again, another good KCC lad who's really burst onto the scene. One of those young quicks that have come through the ranks in Hong Kong. Look, he's a death specialty, that's for sure, but a death bowling specialist. But I just find that because he's still just learning the game, and he doesn't actually quite know his length in the middle overs, and especially if he has to play 4-day cricket or 2-day cricket, he just, and again, that's being a young lad just working it all out. He just needs to find what length he needs to bowl more often, and then obviously who comes on for the final overs and he can bowl that death specialist stuff. So look, he's a great prospect. I think he's got the world ahead of him, so to speak.
Short delivery there, which I don't mind. Not a bit of a fumble, a bit of a juggling act there on the deep mid-wicket boundary from Waqas Khan, and Van der Merwe picks up two.
Well, I will say that was one of the things that disappointed me about the Hong Kong bowling the other day, was they didn't use their short ball. Even on a surface that is as placid as this, I thought the Dutch actually bowled short and with intent. You have deep square, you have fine leg, why not test the batsman? even if it's a change of pace bouncer, or you just might not know. It could be the bounce may not be as true as what they thought. I think it's worth a risk, that's for sure. Bowling one and over at some point.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you there, Ryan, as Van der Moor knocks it out into the offside. The sweeper is out on the far side to the ground where we are. Good to see the crowd starting to build this morning, and Lama Cricket Club. The tent's nice and full, and so is their esky.
Yeah, they're lads. They are a bunch of lads who know how to have a good time, and they'll be nice and vocal later on this afternoon. Got the good shot again, well fielded by Essen Khan in the gully area. Young KCC lads will be coming down around lunchtime to play some cricket out on the ground. We saw on Thursday a couple of schools come in and have a great time. So I will give credit to the Cricket Hong Kong staff. They've done it. They've put on a very good show. And to you, Charlie, I'll give you a bit of a pep up here that obviously Hong Kong are now hosting a lot more of these matches, and that's big. That is going to go a long, long way. That is maximum.
Shot there from Cooper. He was waiting for the fuller delivery. And as you've rightfully said, Ryan, it's gone all the way. Maximum there. Over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, just from you, Charlie, it's obviously we're being an ODI country now, we're hosting a lot more countries. Is it getting easier to put these events on?
Tanvir Ahmed to Cooper. So a 6 plus a scoring shot. The incoming coach will be happy with the cricket smarts there. Yeah, it is. I think, the staff that we have now and the resources that we have and the government support that we have has allowed there to be a lot more continuity now in the setup. I mean, we here at Tin Kwong Road, it's basically it's set
Public
up from
space.
it's set up from scratch every time. Our ground staff, led by Jushin Mudden and Vans Chan, do a terrific job with the centre square. The government manage and look after the outfield, so that's a tricky one in itself from a facility ground point of view. And then behind the rope, obviously everything needs to be put up. What viewers won't see is we also extend the change rooms with marquees for both teams, so there's enough room. Cricket bags are not small these days, so the teams have got enough room there for their physio to do some treatment and all sorts of things. So actually buy tickets to the general hospitality, pretty good value, I think. It's about $400, cheaper than a brunch here in Hong Kong, and it's for a few hours longer as well.
Bit of a feed, couple of beers, sunny day. What more can you ask for?
Well, I think if I asked you, Ryan, would you rather be commentating with me or in the Peroni tent?
Well, Charlie, I'm being a coach and responsible person. I won't be in the Peroni tent today. I'll spend some time here with you and maybe look at the Peroni tent and admire what's going on in there. But I don't want to harp on about it, but it is just a magnificent day here. It's been a beautiful week after this time last year when we hosted, Scotland, where it was literally the 4-day game was washed out without a ball being bowled, and then the Scottish lads, I think didn't bring jumpers. They were searching for all sorts of warm gear. But this year, an absolute total opposite, and hopefully the cricket, and as we've seen, the cricket has lived up to the expectations of what we thought was going to be a really tough series. There's a quick single here, again well run. We expect a good tough series from two really good associate teams, and I think it's been well publicised, and with articles going all around the world about what's at stake for these two teams. There's still 5 games to go, I would have thought, for both teams and for all teams, so someone can still come out of the pack, so to speak. But
Nadeem Ahmed, just exactly what you're talking about before. He's just come over the wicket there for the last ball of that over. Obviously the over previous to that Nadeem bowled, he was around the wickets, Cooper, and he swept him for 4. So the Dutch have moved on to 167 for 3.
So
that's what we have. That's what I have the scorecard at, is 167 for 3.
Well, let's have a look at it though. You know, Nadeem Ahmed now has completed 8 overs and there's still 20 to go. So he's only got 2 left. And then we have Ehsan Khan with 4 left. So there's 6 overs of spin out of the last 20. It does appear that the spinners are bowling well on the surface. It's not exactly ragging square, but there's enough in there to give them a little bit of encouragement. So then the other overs, you know, you would think are going to come from the medium paces, like we've seen Ehsan Nawaz, Azaz Khan and Tanvir Ahmed. I just saw earlier that Ehsan Nawaz actually went off the ground with a bit of a hobble, so it'll be interesting to see what goes on with him. And of course, Hong Kong do have other options. That we saw Anshuman Rath bowled that 1 over, but generally bowls a lot better than that. Waqas Khan can bowl some medium pace. Nizakat Khan has also been cleared, so he can come back and bowl some leg spin nowadays.
Azaz Khan into the attack to Van der Merwe. Third man is up in the ring. There's a quick single there. Stopped by Waqas Khan there.
So there are some options.
Yeah, I'm surprised Nizakat. It's always funny in hindsight, isn't it? And obviously, Chuck McCoaching had on you. You know, you sit in the hotel room after play often and sort of replay the game again, and particularly when you lose. But yeah, just surprised that Nizakat didn't get a few overs the other day, particularly when Anshuman didn't bowl as well as he would usually.
I just wonder if that's, I guess, a little not as much match practice and a bit of confidence, I guess. Also confidence from the skipper to throw him the ball, obviously. That is a factor in cricket. I think we forget about a lot of times, that the captain has to have faith in what he's got and he has to buy into it as well. So, you know, there are some options. It'll be interesting to see what Bubba Hyatt comes up with for these last 20 overs.
And Merwe just moving along nicely here. He moves into the 20. He's 143 one-day matches, list day matches, 13 of those ODIs, and highest score of 93. Surprised by that. I thought he would have, I suppose he probably earlier in his career
batted a bit lower.
Yeah, more a spinner that maybe came in at 7 or 8. And one-day cricket, I mean, it's changed dramatically now with past scores of 280 plus, but
yeah,
probably didn't always get the opportunity.
Well, the funny thing is, Joe, it doesn't surprise me with him because he is a dasher, and I reckon he's one of those guys that, well, it's chance.
Opportunity, it's a drop. It's a one that must be taken at this level. Ehsan Khan, the man at point there, diving to his left. You got both hands to it, Ryan?
Yeah. On a flat wicket like this, you need to take your chances. Look, some can say it's a toughie, but to me, that has to be taken. That's a great opportunity there. That just had to be taken. He got both hands to it. Unfortunately, didn't succeed.
So
and that
hurts. That hurts. That absolutely hurts, that one.
Yeah,
Bowler's been dealt with there. Leg stump, fine leg up, square leg up. Disappointing.
What I was mentioning about Van der Merwe, because he's such a dasher, I think he's going to make a lot of 30s and 40s and then get out.
Got a replay, sorry here, Ryan, of the drop catch from Ehsan Khan.
Well,
Cooper drop. You can't drop a bloke like Cooper, and one that should have been taken. So Hong Kong letting the Dutch team off the mark, and that's an outside edge. Third man is up, and that's another boundary.
Well, you know, you're going to look back at that over from Azaz Khan and say, oh, it went for 10 or 11, and it wasn't a great over. But when you look at it, should have had a wicket. Then he gets the outside edge and goes down for 4 more. So very well bowled, good areas. But unfortunately, this game, it can be cruel a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. That over could have been very different. Could have been the 4th wicket for the Dutch to fall and a new batter at the crease. But instead, Van der Merwe has put away 2 boundaries there. One outside edge and one poor delivery hit over to fine leg.
So this is going to be Nadeem's 9th over. So you're thinking here they're going to bowl him out, which is, mate, it's a big call because I think he's one of those guys that may have to bowl towards the end of an innings. But there's a good sweep shot here. It needs to work hard down there on the boundary, and he does well as Ehsan Khan.
Good effort there from Ehsan Khan after disappointing drop catch at point. He's mopped that one up nicely, and that's 50 for Cooper. He's enjoying Ting Kwong Road Recreational Ground.
Well, he needs to push on now. If the Dutch are to make a big score, 50s won't cut the mustard, so to speak. One player has to go on and make a really big 100, and that responsibility must come to him. We saw young Rippon bat very, very well at the top of the order, get to 50, and then again tried to play a fairly rash kind of slog at one and got knocked over, but that's going to be 4 more. That's short and wide and was dispatched with very much a lot of ease.
Cooper licking his lips. He's looking hungry at the moment, and he's doing the job here. Started slowly. I think the first 5-6 deliveries, dot balls, and he's just moving along nicely here for the Dutch team. His 50 came up, 49 deliveries, which included 4 4s and 1 6.
Well, you know, Charlie, as a batsman, you've got to cash in when your form is good. Because this is the thing when, I've seen a lot of young players, when they're in great form, they play rash shots early, they get knocked over, and suddenly you're out of form very quickly. The great players literally cashed in on when they're batting well, and, that's a good lesson for all youngsters that, batting's hard. You're going to get knocked over a lot of times. So, when you do get a chance, when you get to 20 or 30, it's cash in time, and especially once you get to 50. Don't just throw it away. Push on and on and on, and be really almost ruthless with your batting, and don't give the opposition a chance.
Yep, that's end of the over. 32 overs completed. 185 for 3. Joined in the commentary box here with Ryan Campbell, the newly appointed Dutch coach, so he'll take over the reins effectively after the final ball today. And I'll just quickly go through what's happened so far today. Peter Boren, the Netherlands skipper, won the toss. Had 0 time to think about it, and
did you ask him to think about it?
No, I think he said tails and bat. The way Bubba Hyatt's been at the toss, so won the toss, elected to bat, put Hong Kong in the field. And Myberg was the first one to go after a decent start. More a conservative start today from the Dutch. 1 for 63. Myberg was caught by Shahid Wasif and bowled by Nadeem Ahmed at long on. Rippon, that awful shot described by the incoming coach Ryan Campbell, was bowled. And that's 4 more for Cooper. He's looking dangerous.
That's a fantastic shot through mid-wicket. There's a mid-wicket and a wideish mid-on, and he just gave the fielders absolutely no chance.
Then we add Wesley Barassi. Ehsan Noir's knocked his castle over, and I think he's still off the field. So just watch a replay of this boundary. Fairly full and on about middle and leg, and left-handers money for jam. Azaz Khan in again to Cooper. Pushes it back.
Slow ball, change of pace. It's an interesting one because he actually very strong off his pads. And in fact, when you bowl middle stump, it's like bowling to his leg stump. So he wants to work the ball through the offside, on the onside, sorry. But with third man up and backward point up, it's almost saying to Azaz, you can't bowl outside off stump and get away from his strength, because with a bit of room, then suddenly, the third man area, there's another quick single there. It's one of my pet hates, by the way, Charlie, if the blokes in the circle are lurking back and giving one, well, you may as well be on the boundary. I want those guys in the ring absolutely charging in and daring the batsman to hit it past them.
I'm not sure if you're trying to wind me up here, Ryan. You might have listened to the commentary earlier, but exactly what I'm not a fan of. Particularly
Great minds think alike, perhaps, Charlie.
It's just first 3-4 balls of an over. I don't care who's on strike. You've got to make it tough. So Azaz Khan to the left-handed Cooper, who flicks it away to square leg. So it may have been one there if it was later in the innings, but dot ball.
So let's just talk about the field. And we're not having a go at anyone. This is just ideas. It's very easier for us sitting in the box. But there's backward square, short fine leg, third man in the circle, and point just behind point in the circle. So that to me says you've got to bowl full, because your fielders are deep mid-wicket, deep mid-on, deep mid-off, and a deep cover. And as you see, when you bowl full, you get crunched down the ground for 6. Another fantastic cricket shot there from Ben Cooper. I would like them to go the other way. Let's bowl bouncers. Who cares? Let's just bowl bouncers. Put the sweepers out square. Make him hit to the bigger boundary.
Yeah, well, it's 56 metres straight and 68 metres square of the wicket on the wicket that we're using today. So Azaz Khan, last ball of the over here. Cooper will be clever and try and nurdle it for one possibly, which he does, to the sweeper on the offside. Ehsan Khan at that point position does the mopping up. That's a single off the last ball of the 33rd over. Netherlands 198 for 3. Double it from here.
What do you
It's a big
think? My
score.
theory though, of fast bowlers, if you're basically bowling to his strength, I would have thought, by having to pitch up and having to bowl at the stumps.
I think it's too early in the innings to do that. I think you want the ball a little bit softer and a bit older. That's the first thing. And I think there is no harm in bowling your first 3, and we're seeing a lot more in T20 cricket now, your first 3 or 4 deliveries, be in it hard at the wicket. We've seen that there's a bit of variation in the bounce. Some have kept low, so hitting it hard into the wicket.
Bash it into the pitch.
Big boundary square for the first 3 or 4 deliveries, and then maybe change things up and go fuller, I would agree.
Well, as we were talking about earlier, we are going to see a change in the bowling. They're going to keep Nadeem Ahmed's one over up his sleeve, and it's going to be Nizakat Khan who will re-enter the bowling scheme of things for Hong Kong after being disallowed to bowl for a year or so. He's worked very hard on his action.
It's a very polite way of saying it, Ryan.
He bowls right arm. It's right arm leg spin, which to me is quite. It's a puzzling one to me, because I actually thought it was almost impossible to throw a leg spinner, but he did get into some bad habits, and was picked up and was shown that he was on certain deliveries he was over the allowed 15 degrees, and like I say, he's worked very hard with his action. But now is a test. He hasn't bowled in a one-day international before for quite some time, so he's going to be tested here. But that's the beauty of him. He does get something out of these wickets, and he bowls with a high arm as a leg spinner, so he's more like a Kumble kind of bowler, looking for bounce, not really going to rag it too much, but he is a handy bowler.
Opportunity here. Taken. That's a good catch in the deep. Shahid Wasif is the man that's taken that catch at a wide-ish long on. And disappointment for Van der Merwe.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Like most leg spinners, they have a knack of taking a wicket, and that felt to me it was a little quicker. bounced a little bit. He was on to Van der Merwe before he could get into position. And there you have it, a big wicket for Hong Kong and a big wicket for Nizakat Khan.
Yeah, well, you almost called it, Ryan, to your newly appointed team, that he does have a habit of making things happen, and he's done it here. As we see the both sides taking drinks, and this will give me an opportunity just to quickly go through the scorecard for you. It's game 2 of the round 5 World Cricket League Championship match. Netherlands won the toss, batted first. Myberg out for 23, caught by Shahid Wasif, bowling Nadeem. Rippon bowled by the left arm spin of Nadeem. Wesley Barasi bowled by Ehsan Nawaz, which Ryan Campbell described it as a pretty ugly slog. Van der Merwe is the man that's just got out, caught at long on, off the bowling of Nizakat Khan. So Nizakat Khan picking up his first wicket in Hong Kong colours for a while. Ehsan Nawaz has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 31. Azaz Khan 7 overs, yet to take a wicket. Tanveer Ahmed, none for 34, off 5. Nadeem Ahmed, as Ryan Campbell was talking about, he's hasn't bowled his full allotment yet, but 2 for 46 off 9. And Ehsan Khan, who dropped one at point that he should have taken, none for 40. And it's drinks breaks here. The Dutch 199 for 4.
Good summation, Charlie. And as we saw on, I know it sounds silly because they ended up making 330, but they actually ended up 20 short of what they should have got. And on that occasion on Thursday, they managed to get partnership going and then lose a wicket. A little partnership and then lose a wicket. And, you know, it's a big job here, I think, for Peter Boren and Ben Cooper to really make sure that these two are batting at least for the next 10 overs. You know, boundaries are going to come on this small ground. Play good cricket shots. Don't do anything too rash. I know for a fact that Peter Boren will use that reverse sweep of his and sweep shot. So, you know, he's going to play his game. But I think coming from solely from a Dutch point of view, they really need a good partnership here because let's be honest. We think that a score of, look, still you would think 300 is required to be competitive.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. So the Dutch skipper out in the middle, Peter Boren. He's joined Ben Cooper, who's been in pretty red-hot form throughout this series. So Peter Boren will be at the non-strikers. The batters swapped. A big hello to Peter Boren's wife, who I believe watched every single ball of the coverage the other night, which is great to hear. So hopefully she's on again tonight watching.
Up late at night with a newborn, Charlie. Know all about that.
Yeah, maybe she didn't have a choice. But top ball there from Nizakat Khan to Cooper. Foolish outside off. So a good fielding effort there at cover. Nizakat Khan just moving his deep mid-wicket.
Here we go. Ben Cooper onto the back foot. That's the end of a very good over from Nizakat Khan. A big wicket. That of Van der Merwe was very, very good. The Dutch are 4 for 199. 34 overs are completed. 16 to go. We're going to see another change in the bowling. And Tanveer Ahmed is going to be reintroduced to the attack. Bowled very well early on, trying to hit the deck and use his skills as much as he could. Currently he's bowled 5 overs. Generally bowls the last couple for the Hong Kong team at the death. Peter Boren will be facing his first ball.
133 one-day matches. He's got the 1 century next to his name, 105 not out, 10 50s. And he'll be facing the right arm pace of Tanveer Ahmed. Interesting part of the game here. So Tanveer Ahmed into the skipper Boren, and as he often does, just shuffles forward the first few deliveries and likes to go on that front foot. I would love to see one up around his chin maybe early on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you know that he does it, and he does it quite often, then why not have a look upstairs? But as we speak about that, young Chris Carter being very proactive as the wicket keeper, which I've always tried to encourage him to do. Get up to the stumps as often as possible. It's not there just for a stumping, it's actually just there to make sure the batsman has to stay in his crease and can't advance down the wicket like we saw Peter Boren do in that first delivery.
Tanveer Ahmed, Boren goes back, pushes it onto the offside there, just behind square. Single to Boren. His teammates pretty happy with that as the Dutch move on to 200 for 4 in the 35th or 35th over? Yeah, 35th over. Bit behind here on the
Mate,
scorecard.
you're multitasking beautifully, Berkey.
Absolutely.
Generally, you can only do one thing at a time.
I am male, Ryan.
True that.
Bubba Hyatt, it's taken a while to set his field today, and I'm not sure if that's just, the research that the Hong Kong team have done, or players not really keeping their eye on the skipper. Tanveer Ahmed, geez, Cooper just lovely straight down the ground. Decent sound off his bat. And changes in the field again because we've got the left and the right handers. Carter chucking the helmet on. So Chris Carter coming up to the stumps of Boren. Boren going a little bit deeper in his setup, deeper in his crease. Tanveer Ahmed, are we going to see a shorter delivery? Probably not with the keeper up. A foolish delivery, and Boren gets into that lovely 9 shape and defends it to the offside. I'm expecting to see the Dutch in a few months' time all have fairly high backlifts and keeping nice and still when Ryan Campbell takes over, and I'm sure the bowling machine speeds might be cranked up a little bit.
Might be facing a few more shorter stuff, let me tell you. Oh no, I think look, every batsman, it's a unique game. Everyone's got their own ways and methods. But me personally, I do like to see batsmen with a nice high backlift. I just feel the great players of the past, Laras and Tendulkars, they all pick their bat up. The Ricky Pontings, they pick the bat up so they can play, yes, nice cover drives, but then if the ball is shorter, they never have any issues. They're in position where they can defend themselves or play the hook shots and the pull shots, either up or down. I think if you've got a very low backlift, there's only one way you can hit those sort of balls, but there's another good drive down to long on. But yeah, again, it's just obviously something that I believe in, and I'm not going to force it on anyone, but I look forward to working with some of the batsmen.
Thanks, Ryan. That's end of the over, and I'm
on your way.
Have a drinks break myself, and Max Abbott's going to join Ryan Campbell in the commentary box.
Thank you, Charlie. An interesting stage and a crucial stage here.
Yeah, 15 overs to go. Anything I would have thought if Hong Kong, from a Hong Kong point of view, anything under 300 they'd be very happy, and I guess for the Dutch, they'll be hoping for in excess of that figure. It's another ball hit into gap. Essen Khan having to scurry around the boundary.
So what are you predicting here, Ryan, as a score?
Oh, look, I think 300, 310 is probably a par score. Just interesting that with Nizakat's field again here, he's bowling right arm leg spin over the wicket to a left-hander, yet only has 4 on the leg side and 5 on the offside, which is not sure what the thinking and the theory is there. You probably want them to hit it on the offside and defend the leg side, but anyway.
Suggests he's going to give a bit of width, which is risky business, no matter how many fielders you've got on that side.
Well, there's no deep fielders on the offside except for a deep mid-off. So, look, it's obviously a gutsy ploy, and they feel, but as we speak, he gives himself there's a bit of width there, and it's another boundary.
You see a lot of balls squirt down to that third man area to the boundary. Very tough boundary to defend when it's just so short and so fast down at both ends of the ground.
Yeah, well, I was interested because even through that long partnership of Bubba Hyatt and Anshman Rath on Thursday, that Peter Boren kept a slip in for quite a period of time, and I just felt it wasn't actually to get someone out. It was almost like a run-stopping position because, you know, like you said, there were so many balls going through that third-man area that he felt that he needed to somehow block it up.
It's very close, that last delivery from Nazaket. Gives width. Cooper just loses his shape. And that ends the over. 36 overs gone. Score 209 for 4.
Yeah, well, I think when you're looking at a target, Maxie, it'll all come down to Ben Cooper. If the set batsman remains there till almost the 50th over, anything is possible. But if they continue to lose wickets like they did the other day, you know, they may only score 60 or 70 off these last overs. So, look, it's a big job for these two batsmen to set a platform. And again, like we spoke of earlier, Charlie and myself, it's also in the back of your mind how much is enough. And sometimes you actually think you've got to go harder than what you really need. And, you know, that, in saying that, as we go straight down the ground, and that's another 6.
That is an absolute swat tennis shot. It's a forehand drive straight into the side screen there. Peter Boren opening the shoulders. He's the new batsman, but he's been looked in pretty good touch in this trip. It's his first boundary, and it's cleared the fence.
Again, that's a bit of width from Tanvir Ahmed that he allowed the batsman to throw his hands through the ball. Pressure on now. First ball of the over goes for 6. Change in the field. Fine leg comes up inside the circle. Deep mid-on goes back. And that's good cricket. Pushing out to deep square for a single.
I know coaches love seeing the boundary followed up with a single.
I know Charlie Burke that's his.
Is that just a Charlie?
Oh, that's a pet love of his, a boundary and then a single. I think it might stem from in Hong Kong. Everyone just wants to hit boundaries, so he likes the fact that the batsman gets up the other end and takes a breath and relaxes. But yeah, it is good cricket. Of course, some of us like just watching boundaries every ball, Max.
Yep.
Why not?
That one's pitched outside leg. Drift away down the onside for a leg by. Yeah, I do recall you backing up the odd boundary with another, or at least an attempt.
Well,
during your playing days.
I can thankfully say that once my playing days are done now, Maxie, that I'm going to get a lot better player in my retirement years, let me tell you.
Well,
I never made a mistake when I batted.
You may be willing to make a return for the Sixers in October.
I'm looking forward to hopefully bringing the Dutch down here for the Sixers. And it's
So basically, just as a way of ensuring that you make the trip, you're willing to play.
Well, I'll be the 8th player. The backup is to make sure you take the coach on tour. But really exciting to hear that. It appears that the Sixers will return. One of those great iconic events on the world calendar, and I wish you all the best, Maxie. For I know it's your love, the Sixers and the Blitz, and juggling
it's
all
a love
these.
Love-hate relationship.
Yeah, juggling all these things. Obviously, as a proud KCC coach and been part of the family there for nearly 5 years, it has been an iconic location to host that particular tournament. It's a lot smaller ground than what we see here, but obviously it's a little easier to set the facilities up. And I'm sure if the Sixers return, which sounds like it is, we'll get big numbers through the gates, and a lot of corporate hospitality I'm sure will be had by all.
Yep.
And it's a party, let's be honest. The Rugby Sevens basically made it a party and threw some rugby in. So, that's the way it needs to be in Hong Kong.
That's what the people want. You're in Hong Kong.
Absolutely.
A few adjustments in the field here as Tanvir Ahmed continues. Boren looking to walk across his stumps and hit to the onside. Does that successfully and picks up a single. I think that might be the end of the over. It is. And the score is 220 for 4. Just looking at the last few overs here, Ryan. I mean, after that was a pretty steady over, that one for the Netherlands after that 6 off the first ball. So 11 off that one, but not hitting the absolute accelerator, picking up the odd boundary. But it looks like the Netherlands are following your thoughts and just playing within themselves still at this point, perhaps learning their lesson, for they'd probably just lost 1 or 2 too many wickets in their innings the other day.
Mate, absolutely. They lost too many wickets at a regular rate in those last 10 overs. And look, it's common sense batting. You are going to obviously have to take a risk at some point, but just deal with the bad bowling. If there's bad balls, put them away. In between time, hit the gaps, run hard, play good cricket shots. You don't really need to go out of your way to be all out attack. You're going to get enough scoring opportunities. In, what do we got here? 13 overs, 78 balls. In 78 balls, you're going to get boundary balls. That's just the facts of life. If you're getting singles with all the other ones, then suddenly... Bowled him. There's a big wicket. A very big wicket indeed. Ben Cooper plays the ball back onto the stumps.
And he throws his head back. He knows that was a key time for him to kick on. He had 100 there for the taking. The bowling changes worked. With Ehsan Khan coming, let's take another look. It's just a bit of a lazy shot, a bit of a tired shot. Didn't get, just sort of flung the bat out there, and he's chopped it back onto his stumps. Did see him narrowly escape when he was on, before he'd even got to 10. He'd inside edged delivery from Nadeem Ahmed and went past the stumps. On that occasion, it's cost him his wicket.
Yeah, a little bit of spin there. A little bit of turn, but the feet didn't go anywhere and just threw his hands at the ball. But a very good innings comes to an end. And the 5th wicket has fallen here for 221.
Yeah, and apologies, there's some technical issues here with our stream. You missed out on seeing a wicket. There's some good timing.
It's all right. I fixed it for you, Maxie. You know, my technical nous just
you're
touched
such
a few
an all-rounder.
buttons and
Played out to mid-wicket.
new batsman is Peter Saylor.
He's in pretty good touch. Coming off 100 and a half century. Not bad for your number 7.
Yes. Saying that, when you wicketkeeper bats in the top 7, you generally are going to have that 7th person is going to be a batsman. And he's done a very good job. Interestingly enough, he actually, sweep shot there, doesn't get a hold of it. Actually started his career and has played mostly as a left arm off spinner.
Yeah, he did bowl a few overs in
Yeah.
the 4-day game, but didn't bowl much. And considering the Dutch were in the field for quite a long time,
I just think his batting's obviously taken over. It's one of those players that I'm interested to hear his thoughts on where he's at, and, with his bowling. Obviously, the more players that have 2 strings to their bow, the better, so to speak. So, but obviously another player who's in excellent form and needs to cash in.
So just while we've got you here, Ryan, do want to have a talk to you about your role in the Hong Kong T20 Blitz, which of course is March 8 to 12. You're involved as the coach of Hong Kong Island United. Of course, they call them the baby sister of Islamabad United in the Pakistan Super League. Must be quite excited, I imagine, for that tournament.
Oh, look, mate, so I think when downplaying it, but we did throw it together last year. I don't think any of us could have sat here now and gone, and 12 months later and realised the impact it's had around the world with people talking about it and the quality of the international players lining up to come and play. My phone and my email basically fell off the hook, the amount of player agents and so forth trying to get players here. Look, I'm very excited. Obviously, Ali Nakvi and Leonine Global Sports, they love their cricket and they want to really push their cricket to all parts of the world. And they're Islamabad United, after winning the Pakistan Super League last year, their extension obviously was to come here, as Ali does work here, and his wife is obviously a fanatical cricket fan. As Nadeem Ahmed has been brought on to finish off his spell. But yes, it's going to be a great tournament. I'm looking forward very much to being involved with our players and our internationals who will be coming. Bit of a secret who we're bringing so far, Maxie.
You keeping your cards very close to your chest. The
Very
only team to have
close.
only announced one overseas player, that being Misbah al-Haq.
Well, we don't need all the hoo-ha of people knowing who we got and saying how wonderful we are. We'll just come along. We'll be the workman type performance. Get out there and hopefully win it.
Yeah, it's going to be a great tournament, March 8 to 12. As we check back in here, we're getting sledged for too much banter.
What's our banter about?
Too much commentary banter from Mickey Mao.
Okay.
Thanks for the feedback, Mickey. Play around for a single. Ryan, you've done quite a good stint here, and I know you are very keen to get over to our Peroni Village Green tent area.
Now, Charlie Burks was saying that as well. You just expect me to go to the Peroni tent? I'm going to watch my charges. I'm going to take notes. I'm going to sit in the shade and concentrate on the cricket.
And watch the analysts' feed.
Of course. But thanks for having me again, obviously, and what is going to be a very exciting match, and I'm looking forward to lots more people coming down to the ground and lots of kids coming down and really enjoy what it should be a great spectacle of cricket.
Well, thank you, Ryan. And stepping in Ryan's place, we have the ICC High Performance Manager Richard Doan joining us.
Hello everyone.
Richard, doing in your travels here to monitor the progress of associate nations.
Yeah, that's what the role's meant to do. But it's been a really interesting few days. I mean, the 4-day game here was fantastic. High scores, a great last day by the Dutch side to get a draw, and then the first one day was a very high scoring affair with 300 plus on the board for both teams. And Hong Kong obviously disappointed, but it's a great effort to actually get that run chase going.
And the Zakat Khan back on, so Ehsan Khan came on, took a wicket, now he's gone back off. Leggy to the right-hander, I think we're thinking. It's played to the leg side for a single. So how, while you're monitoring the progress of Hong Kong, what have been your observations over the last sort of 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot of good things happening here. I mean, the first thing to comment on is the ground itself. Mission Road is looking, in exceptional condition. The pitches have been, for all 3 games, have been outstanding, and the outfield's looking better than I think I've ever seen it before. So, from that point of view, it's things are moving forward.
It's up in the air, but I think that's going all the way. No, one bounce. No, it did go all the way. It was touch and go. That's the farthest point from our commentary position as Zakat Khan has his hands on his head. It was a slight top edge, but good enough to go all the way on what is a fairly short boundary.
He times it well, though, Peter Boren. I mean, as you say, it was a top edge, but short boundary and just cleared it. But going back to your question, I think looking at the Hong Kong team, they're looking fitter. They're looking better prepared than I think I've ever seen them over the years, and that's very much due to the Hong Kong Sports Institute and the extra funding that's available there, and being able to put together a larger full-time squad of players. I also think one of the great things is that Hong Kong, I think, has had a pretty clear plan about the way they go about developing this side, and as long as that funding and that extra opportunity that comes through the Hong Kong Sports Institute and the contracting of players, as long as that continues, things are looking rosy.
Is that much talked about gap between the top and the bottom? Is it closing? It's probably a question you get asked a lot.
Yeah, look, I think it is. It's always a challenge when you're playing. I think, sorry, I'll put it another way. I guess peer versus peer cricket in the associate world is always challenging and tends to be quite equal.
What has happened there? Under edge. I can't have been far away from the stumps. That's the end of the over. Just try and bring that up again. It was unusual the way the ball bounced. It must have been very close to the stumps. Zakat's not happy about something. Score is 235. What's that score update? 235 for 5 after 40 overs with 10 to go. Just going to have a look at what happened in a moment. We've missed that. That's a bit.
I don't know, might have just skidded through a little bit. A little hard to tell from that. But I guess again going back to the question about the challenge the associates have is on, I guess a lot less funding, but and a lot less opportunity, but is to try to challenge the lower full members and be competitive. And I think over the last 3 to 4 years in particular, that's starting to show up. I mean, Hong Kong themselves have beaten Bangladesh in the World T20. Afghanistan, I know, are 1-0 up against Zimbabwe in a series currently. We've had Ireland, who've led the way for quite a while, winning 3 games at a World Cup in 2015. So, things are looking up. Things are positive, and we just need to keep that going. We need to keep pushing that along.
Must be very difficult to bridge that gap when clearly teams at the top level are always going to be playing more cricket. They're going to be training more, having better facilities. It must make it very difficult to realistically bridge that gap.
Yeah, it is, but I think what we've got to do is to be smarter than others above us. Make better decisions about how we go about preparing our sides. It's always, the easy excuse is always there's not enough competition, but the challenge I think we've got to put out to our sides is, are we doing everything else 100%? If we are doing everything 100%, then surely competition is an issue. But if we're not, we've still got some ground to make up in those areas, whether it's preparing the side or getting the right people around the sides or whatever.
Ball's driven down the ground. It's going to be a single. So what sort of total here are you predicting, Chidone, as the ICC master knows all?
Apparently. Probably, at this stage I'd suggest it's going to be something over 300, but at 5 down they've probably limited the opportunity just a little bit. It very much depends on the next couple of players that come in and how they get going. But look, 300, we know it's chaseable on this too, but it's a reasonable target as well.
It's going to be very difficult for Hong Kong to keep this target under 300.
They were very good in the last in the first game. I think they only gave away, I think it was 3 boundaries in the last 10 overs, the Hong Kong bowlers, so that'll be their target again this time round.
That's hit through the covers, out into the gap, and could it go all the way? It's gone for 4.
I think probably the key
The fielders are down out there. I'm just trying to see. No, perhaps just a little disappointed that he'd missed it.
Probably the key to the next to getting over that is Peter Boren. Peter Boren's an exciting player, has been for a long time, got a lot of and good innovation. But again, Hong Kong going to have to bowl a little tighter than that. That's a bit too short and a bit too wide, and really quite easy for the batsman to put away square on the offside.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries has just kick-started this final 10 overs for the Netherlands.
So that's always the commentator's curse, isn't it? You ask for a target and then all of a sudden there's 8 straight runs. I'll revise that to 308 now.
Yeah, good over this one for the Netherlands. And that does end the over. Score, I believe, is 247 for 5. 9 overs to go. I think we're going to see maybe 1 or 2 more overs them playing within themselves, and it's going to be launch time.
Yeah, and the key again is just to hold those wickets in place for Netherlands. I mean, Sealer got 100 in the second innings of the 4-day game, and is looking in pretty decent form. As I said earlier, Peter Boren is a very innovative player, can be very, very dangerous. However, if they lose those two, who knows? Hong Kong might keep this under 300 yet. It's a bit of a challenge, though.
Ooh, no. Looks like we've got another change here. It's going to be Anshuman Rath coming on. Just having a look through the bowling figures here for Hong Kong. Ehsan Nawaz was at the other end, 7 overs, 1 for 43. Azaz Khan, 7 overs for 40 as we just watch this delivery. Oh, no ball, costly, and it was very slow delivery. Hard to believe you can step over the front line bowling that slow. That's a bad mistake from Anshuman Rath. And this will be a free hit, just what Peter Boren's looking for. Or do we expect the reverse? Or do you just try and go downtown?
I think downtown's the go, but it could be totally wrong, and you are right.
Yeah. And she will be pretty happy to get through that.
So I think sometimes that's where the game gets a little bit too over-inventive. I mean, that ball was, in a pretty good spot for him to hit that down the ground, even along the ground for 4 through the covers. But taking on the reverse sweep. But Peter Boren's a good player of that. But
they've got 2 guys out for that shot, so that's an indication that he's
resulted in nothing.
He's playing very slow here. And Shimmenrath. Oh, what's happened? He's got the yips. I don't know what's going on with Shimmenrath. We saw this in his over the other day. He's got an ODI average of 12 with the ball, so he's a much better bowler than that. But I think he might have lost his action here.
He certainly struggled a bit the other day as well, and I'm not sure whether he's just trying to bowl too slow or not bowling with his own rhythm. Really important for a left-arm spinners, or in fact any finger spinners, to have a really good rhythm in their bowling.
Not sure what's happening here. This is very unusual, I must say.
Well, I mean, in essence, the theory is good. I mean, I'd believe that on a pitch like this, the flatter and faster you bowl, the more likely you are to go. So, it's a brave decision if he's deliberately bowling slower, because it is a small ground.
And that's in the slot and smashed away over the offside.
And that's the danger, with a little bit of width on that, which just allowed him to free his arms and hit it straight over cover for 6.
To my mind, he's missing something in his action here. And he normally looks a lot more solid at the crease. It was there the other day. He's legitimately might have the yips.
Yeah, very hard to tell, but he's certainly not getting through the action.
I mean, he's taken 16 one-day wickets at an economy of 3.6. Usually a very tidy bowler. This is...
I mean, in some sense, he's probably lucky to get away with that. That few number runs off the over.
It's a bit of a wry smile from him. I think he knows he just can't quite find it at the moment. Anyway, the score's 262. He's perhaps gotten away with it. I don't think we'll be seeing. Don't think we'll be, as we big motorbike goes back behind us there. I don't think we'll be seeing another over from Anchi after that one. 262 for 5.
The normal, I think, death bowler for the Hong Kong team coming on, but at this point, 42 overs. Be interesting to see where this goes now, and I'm now feeling really out of sorts about my prediction, because it doesn't look like anything under about 340.
Yeah, 8 overs. Hong Kong would be desperate to try and just find a way to limit this total. I think they're going to need wickets to do that.
Absolutely, they need to break the partnership. I said before, Peter Boren's a key.
Dot ball. We haven't seen one of those for a while. Certainly haven't been many in the last 5 overs. A bit of a mix-up. If he hits, he's going to be out. Can't hit the stumps. Boren was well short. He dropped his bat. Survives, and they, at the end of all that, take a single.
And interesting, we're just looking there at the number of extras. I think it's been a feature of both sides, in a sense, in the 2 one-days so far. You talked earlier about one of the areas, and the areas we can improve as associates. Well, giving away 8 runs or so and extra deliveries is one thing that's very, very controllable.
Well, half volley from Tanvir Ahmed gets away with it. Full delivery. Again, gets away with it. Bit of a half volley on leg stump.
He's been quite an effective death bowler for Hong Kong over the years. It's interesting keeping it full. I mean, if you keep it full and straight, you do make people hit it down the ground. Makes it a lot easier to protect. And he's certainly displayed that. Hopefully, he will for the remainder of this over.
And then finds the Yorker, but it strays down the leg side, and that will go all the way to the boundary. So 1 run off the first 4 balls, but then was that leg by signalled there? Was it go for? Or was there a bit of bat on that? Didn't quite see the umpire's signal. But a costly mistake there from Tambaram. It got the length right, but had strayed. And now Netherlands just relieve any pressure that might have built on the back of that. Those dot balls.
As you said, I mean, finishing off the over is always important. He needs to dot this one up and keep the damage to 5 off the over.
Half volley again, but Sealer happy to just knock it down the ground for a single.
And in the end, not a bad over, but 6 runs I think off that. So that's pretty good work at this stage of the innings.
268 for 5, 7 overs to go.
So we keep looking at, the potential of the associate sides to improve, and I've mentioned a couple of things already around, some of the controllables in the game. If those things are done well, then the quality of the games improves, and we see better cricket and challenge ourselves to be able to play at the next level. So I think let's see how this over goes this time around. The change of bowling. Hong Kong, if they can reduce the boundaries as they did in the first ODI here 2 days ago, that'll be the key to keeping this total down. So good accurate bowling, make the players play in front of the wicket, don't give them any chance to free their arms and go for the big shots. They're very steady at the moment, just bowling into leg stump, keeping the batsman honest. And the really important thing for bowlers in a time like this is actually to know where your field is set and to make sure that you bowl the ball so that if they do get the ball away, the batsman can get it away, it is protected. And so far in this over, Ihsan Khan has done really well with that. 3 singles and forcing the reverse sweep on this occasion. So 2 runs to Boren, takes the score to 270 for 5. Again forcing the reverse sweep, and 1 run this time, just to deep point as it would be, but the way he played the shot, it's a deep backward square leg. Yeah, well bowled by Ihsan Khan, and that's Peter Sealer who's out. Again, that attempting to innovate, he kept it tight. I mean, there was no boundaries off the over, And as a result of that innovation, trying to play a little sort of lap shot around the corner and caught very, very well, diving forward. So that's one of the wickets that Hong Kong need. Peter Boren's still the danger man in at the other end, but that's the first one. Now they need to see if they can get rid of Boren, and that might help restrict that score.
Yeah, that's a really key wicket for Hong Kong. Hassan Khan has been just plying his trade outside that off stump.
Maybe the Anchi was a theory of lulling them into a false sense of security, and then bring the tighter off spinner on to do the damage.
The plan has worked beautifully.
Always got to find a reason.
Yep. It's one of those games, cricket, isn't it, where you can attribute reason to anything.
Yep, you can make it up as you go along if you like.
So that was also the end of the over. As you got the Consul General, the Netherlands in Hong Kong. There, and her husband has a couple of special guests starting to come in for a lunch here this afternoon. Great opportunity, these events, for Cricket Hong Kong. Swing and a miss there. Better line from Tanvir Ahmed.
Yeah, he's just got to keep it up full and make the batsman play down the ground. But I'll tell you what, if you wanted to see some good cricket this afternoon and you wanted to be out in the good weather, this is the place to be.
Yeah, it's great to hear the comments of people coming into the ground. Just in Hong Kong, you don't realise it's quite rare to come on a grassed area and in the sunshine and enjoy some cricket. Full toss.
And there's certainly some hospitality around if that's what you're after.
Yep.
So again, quite a reasonable little period here for Hong Kong. Not too much damage being done. There's one boundary, 2 overs ago, but mostly ones and twos, and those ones and twos have forced the first of those wickets that we've been talking about. So let's see if Tanvir can bowl another tight over here. It might keep that pressure on.
Big appeal. I think there was 2 noises there.
I'm sure Netherlands will be very keen as well to keep Peter Boren on strike as much as possible. At the moment, 33 off 28 deliveries, strike rate of 117, but he's a player who can certainly push that up higher if he gets going.
Yorker down the ground. That's good bowling from Tanvir Ahmed. That's what he's on to do right now, is to bowl Yorkers.
And to some extent, I think their Yorkers have become a little bit underrated in the closing stages of games. People trying to do, many different things and change the pace of the ball. But the Yorker up in the block hole, there's not too many players who can hit that out of the ground if it's in the right spot. And that occasioned the error, but it's, again, once you're trying to bowl Yorkers, if you get that ball sort of, knee high full, and if it's straight enough, the player, looking to play across the line, presents a bit of a danger. So you see plenty of those sorts of wickets in one-day cricket where players miss the full bunger and are out bowled. So, well bowled by Tanvir again.
Wide on the crease, angled in. It's going to be a challenge to stop 2. Nazaka Khan dives and does really well. And that ends the over. And also bring about in the change in the commentary box. Thank you, Richard, for your thoughts. It might get you back on this afternoon if you don't mind.
No problem.
And coming in, we have another special guest joining us here. CEO and driving force behind the Kowloon Cantons in the Hong Kong T20 Blitz. Avashi Sethi.
You got that right, Max.
Got that right, very good. Very nice to have you here, Avashi.
Thank you.
Coming to show your support for Hong Kong cricket as always. And,
Kowloon Cantons are always supporting Hong Kong cricket. We've got a few boys playing out today.
You do. Oh, Ehsan Khan, the bowler, not one of them. But the fielder was Shahid Wasif, definitely a Kowloon Canton. So I'm glad you could take some time. I'm sure with 3 weeks to go, things are very busy. The Cantons trying to finalise all your plans
And our players.
and your players.
We still have one to go, Max.
Still got 2 to announce, I believe.
2 to announce, 1 to sign.
Yeah. So scores moved on here to 282 for 6. Ehsan Khan. Was retained by Hong Kong Island United, wasn't allowed to get into the grips of the Cantons.
Yeah, we missed out. It's just a wonderful bowler.
It's bunted down to. So how's it been? Tell us a bit about the Cantons. I mean, you've got a unique set of owners.
Yes, we have 9 women, and Rahul Sharma, the one man ready to take us on.
How's he feeling about it all?
I think he's feeling really good. He's the ex-captain of Hong Kong. He still holds the record, I think, for the hundreds for Saturday League. So I think he's quite happy with the way the Cantons are doing.
Well, of course, you were joint champions in a very rain-affected tournament last year, so I guess we could call you defending champions for this year.
Yes, that's what we like calling ourselves, and hopefully you'll be saying that again next year.
It's driven straight to the fielder. Some good bowling here from Ehsan Khan. 1 ball to come in the over. A very crucial delivery. It's been a good over so far. It's knocked for a single. Hong Kong, they won't mind that. In fact, they're going to come back for 2. That's good batting and good running. Means they get 6 runs from the over. The score now is 286 for 6 with 4 overs to go. So which Kowloon Cantons players have we got in action here today?
Shahid Wasif. We've got Babar Hayat.
That's you 2?
Ehsan Nawaz.
Yes, he's playing today.
Tanveer Ahmed.
So you got 4. It's not too bad.
And Bakas Khan, it's 5.
5. So pretty much half the Hong Kong team. You've done well there in the domestic player draft.
We worked hard on that. We were happy to retain Babar, Tanveer, and Shahid, and we were lucky to get Ehsan back. He was with us last year, and we're delighted that he's with us again this year. We added on Bakas Khan. Pretty good, I think, so far. The rest of them are also great. Domestic players, all working hard at their Kowloon Cantons training sessions.
Yeah, the tournament only 3 weeks away now. It's coming along quickly.
Can't wait, Max. I think it'll be...
Oh, there was a hand on that. If that had ricocheted into the stumps, that would have been out. And the result is a single. So your first match of the tournament, who's that against?
City Kaitak.
That'll be an interesting one. The new team, City Kaitak, so that I believe is on Wednesday afternoon here at this very ground, Ting Kwong Road. Do encourage you all to tune in for that tournament as that's driven straight to short cover.
Yeah, we're quite excited about that first match. Also excited to see our international players take the ground. Shahid Freedy, Callum MacLeod coming all the way from Scotland. Timo Mills seems to attract a lot of attention as the IPL auctions start on the 20th. He's attracting a lot of attention. We're really glad to have him in our team. Be exciting to see him bowl here.
Zaz Khan's got a little problem. Yeah, a bit of a problem here for just trying to work out what's happened. Whether they've got the ice out, which suggests that perhaps I'm not sure what happened on that last delivery. See if we've got some of the kids in the ground here today. Great to see the ground slowly filling up here in Hong Kong. Looks like the long neck out there. He's come prepared. Mexican wave in the grandstand. Fans enjoying it. Looks like Azaz is okay. He's a bit prone to injury, Azaz. I'm not sure whether the ball has been thrown at his calf or he's got some cramp. But yeah, it does seem to be all right. So Zars, of course, will be in that City Kai Tak team against the Kowloon Cantons in the first match.
Yes, we'll look forward to that. It'll be exciting to see how the teammates fare against each other.
Looks like Azaz has recovered. Oh, bowls a full toss. That would have been very close to above waist height. No signal from the square leg umpire, so just the single, and very important that signal didn't come because that would have meant a free hit. Max O'Dowd, the batsman, on strike now. Still 3 balls to come in this over.
So how's it going for Cricket Hong Kong, Max? 3 weeks into the HK T20 Blitz.
Yeah, 3 weeks out. Things are pretty stressful, if I'm honest. There's a lot of work still to do, but really impressed with the squads that all the teams have been able to put together, which is the main thing, that the quality of the cricket is high, and I think we're very well placed to have that covered off, so that's very important. The challenges here at this particular venue come from the fact that we don't have a big grandstand sitting here already, or corporate boxes, things like that. We've got to build everything up from scratch, so ground will be fully dressed and filled with all sorts of infrastructure come that tournament. And the fact that we don't have lights also means we've got some early starts.
Tell us about it. 7:30 on the Saturday.
7:45. Vash, you got a bit of a sleep in. 7:45 as that's clipped away down to fine leg. Yeah, but it is important to keep the tournament over a shorter duration. Obviously helps manage the costs for the teams in getting the players here, and for the Cricket Hong Kong in terms of all our broadcast production costs and everything we need to hire. So still in its infancy, the tournament, and I'm sure it won't be too long before we see it really grow in stature as a full wide delivery gets through the field. I think that might have been a misfield too. Just diving over that one. It was a risky delivery to bowl wide and full, given the third man was up. And that has gone to the boundary. It's 295 for 6.
25 international players at the Blitz. Should be extremely exciting.
Having a look at that last shot here. Zars comes a wide delivery, a little bit unlucky. It was a pretty good ball, but I think the fielder was a bit guilty of missing. So you've secured some pretty good international players that you just run through there in Afridi, Tymor Mills, prompt me, Callum McLeod.
2 more to go.
With 2 more to go. Any hints?
We like to spread them across the world, so we try not to repeat a country.
Very noble attitude as that one swept away out to deep backward square for a single. So perhaps just give us a rundown first to how important it is for your franchise and what these overseas players bring to the tournament. Oh, he's got a wicket here. I'll just cut you off there. Ehsan Khan, a flatter delivery, and just caught out Max O'Dowd, who was trying to advance down the pitch, and he has gone past it, and that is now the 7th wicket to fall. So Hong Kong doing well here. They're not bleeding too many runs in these final overs. See O'Dowd there just misjudging, being outfoxed in many ways there from Ehsan Khan. So 296 for 7, and Hong Kong, they'll be really keen to try and keep this underneath. They'll be really keen to try and keep the damage here under that 330 that to chase the other day. If they can, under 320, under 310 will be a real bonus. Peter Boren still out there. He holds the key.
I spotted Jata on the field, Max.
Yes.
Really exciting player to watch.
Yeah, he's Hong Kong under-19 captain Jata. I'm not going to have a go at saying his surname.
Jatawait Subramaniam.
Yeah.
Exciting, dedicated, focused player.
Yeah, Mickey, I see your comment there about short of a length bowling. It has been the length to bowl. The sun goes a bit fuller, but gets away with that one. We'll just pick up on that question I asked you before, Vashi, after this next delivery. Here as the sun comes in. So it's hit out. It's going to be a single. So what do these overseas players bring?
Well, they bring eyeballs, but they also bring attention, and they bring attention to our domestic players. It's important for us because when they come, they bring their fans along. Everybody wants to see who's bowling on the other side when Shahid is bowling on one side. So it brings attention to that domestic player who's bowling on the other end. It brings attention to the player who's batting alongside him or batting against them. And it raises the level of attention that these kids get and these players get, and very deservingly so. I think it's an opportunity for our domestic players to show their skills and their ability to the world, and they do that through the attention that these international players bring. It's
well, that's bad delivery from Hassan there. That's gone for a wide.
Everyone's going to be watching when Boom Boom's on the crease. They want to see who's bowling to him. They want to see who he's bowling to. Like I said, superb opportunities for our lads.
Great effort from Ehsan Khan there to stop the run and end the over. Score 299 for 7 with 2 overs to go. Yeah, I was just down at the sitting in the Lama Cricket Club tent just before realising that I was, you're only about 55, 60 metres away down there. And with a Freedy batting, that's close quarters.
I hope you have enough cricket balls, Max.
We have ordered extra after you signed to Freedy. This is no word of a lie. I did elect to order more balls. And Darren Sammy, of course, as well, coming with the Jaguars. He's another big hitter. Kumar Sangakkara is not probably known as on the level of a Freedy for his sixing, but I imagine he still hits the ball a long way by this ground standards. Azaz Khan here, bowler penultimate over. Yorker, it's well bowled. Down the ground for the single, and that brings up the 300 for the Netherlands. Well done to them for backing up their batting performance in the first match with another score of 300 here today. Might be tricky for them to match that 330. They're going to need a real kick up at the end of the innings to reach that, but we really has been a complete repeat so far of the first match where Netherlands won the toss, batted. We're playing on the same surface as that first game. So that's dug out for a single. And seeing a very similar total here from the Netherlands with similar batters making runs. So hopefully Hong Kong can do something similar when they come to bat later this afternoon, having just restricted the Netherlands to a little less.
I'm sure they will be. They're great learners. They would have learned from their experience from the last match. And we've full faith in Babar and Anshi.
Oh, hang on a sec. That's in the air. Will that go away? One bounce. 4 runs down to the Peroni Village Green area there. As that's starting to fill up through the afternoon. 4 runs to Peter Boren as he gets down on one leg and sweeps Azaz Khan, the opening bowler for Hong Kong. Deep backward square. It's going to be a real challenge here for Azaz with Boren having such a wide range of shots. He's also moved on to 49, the Netherlands captain. Full toss, and that's edged. It's up in the air and taken. But I think it may be signalled. It's been caught. No signal. What's going on out there? It's no call. He's going to be out here, Boren. And Boren, he doesn't want to go, but he has to. That's been given out. I'll tell you what, Boren, he'd want to walk off shortly here. With a lot of confusion. But Boren is walking off the ground, so we'll get a replay up of that last delivery. Just see if that was a no ball. Was it under waist height? He did come out of his crease. I reckon that's okay. And an easy catch. Just keep picking up wickets, Hong Kong. It is just helping to limit the damage here. Boren, he didn't want to go. They've gone for the lap sweep, but this has been a good over, this one. Try and get my bearings here. That's the end of the over. So what other initiatives of Archie are going on at the cantons that you can tell us about?
The Kowloon Canton's outreach program, where all about supporting cricket in Hong Kong and spreading cricket in Hong Kong, popularizing it. So we've started what's called the Kowloon Canton's outreach program, which takes cricket into 12 schools in Hong Kong. On an average, there are about 50 to 80 kids per school. These schools include international schools and local schools with large minorities in them, or with also in schools which are predominantly Chinese. The idea is to introduce cricket to them, encourage them to play, encourage them to follow the sport, and as you can understand why. The emphasis is also to make sure that the girls come out and have a go at or get a chance to play cricket and to understand what the game is all about.
It's great work that the Cantons are doing now. So there's a lot of people tuning in, making comments here from Nepal. Of course, the Kowloon Cantons with a few ties to Nepal.
Yes, Sandeep Lamichan, a fabulous player. He's just been named one of the 30 players to watch, world players to watch. He is a Canton always. He played for us last year and has since been playing in Australia. Pity we couldn't get him back this year, but I believe Nepal is playing over those dates, and he is
playing
not
against
available.
Kenya, Nepal over the Blitz. So a bit of a shame that couldn't have some Nepalese players come for the tournament this year with them unavailable due to their World Cricket League matches against Kenya. It's a Yorker, well bowled from Tanvir Ahmed. That's 9 down now. This has been a great effort here from Hong Kong to really restrict the scoring in the final overs. Tanvir Ahmed, one of the Kowloon Cantons.
Yeah, one of the players we retained. A super player on and off the field.
Let's have a look at this one. A great Yorker, knocking over the leg stump. And a good celebration as well. So that's 310 for 9. It did look like the Netherlands would make more than that. So just trying to have a look back to some of the scores at various points through the innings. At 3 for 199 at 33. So they've managed to restrict it to 109 runs in about the last 17 overs with 7 wickets left. So that's not a bad effort.
It's a pretty good effort.
Tanvir gets his Yorker right again. A bit of an appeal for LBW, but I think it was just going down the leg side. Yeah, and you can see even with 6 overs to go, we're on 275. So to have only conceded 36 runs in 6 overs with 5 wickets in hand, I think Hong Kong would have taken that. But still 3 balls to go here. So before we sing their praises too much, need to have them finish off the innings.
Well, we have full faith in Tanvir.
As that slogged away to the onside. It won't be a boundary, just the single. That's one thing the Cantons have always got in their play, always very supportive of their, parochially supporting their own players.
That's what we are. Cricket, passion, faith. We have to have complete faith in our players, Max. We exist because of them.
So last ball here. 313 for 9. Can they knock them over and keep it to that score? Short ball, and it's hoiked away. I'm sure they'll try it on for 2. No, they don't. Sent back. Good fielding. So
Babar Hayat.
For another Canton. And that ends the innings. So 314, I guess you call that improvement from Hong Kong, given they conceded 330 in the first match. They'll know that's chaseable. They made more than that in the first game, but they'll have to bat very well and probably need a little bit more from their lower order in this game, not rely so heavily on Anchi Rath and the likes at the top of the order. So that's the end of the innings. Thank you to Vashi Sethi for joining us from the Kowloon Cantons for the end of the innings.
Thanks, Max.
And we will pick up the coverage in about 40 minutes' time. So do join us for the run chase. Are you in there the rest of the day, or are you?
Next two, guys. Let's go.
Tackling you and getting you on the ground, roughing you up.
target and the score are the same.
Sorry?
Now that the score and the target are the same.
Yeah, it's just the target.
Yeah, typical.
Welcome back to the viewers at Ting Kwong Road Recreational Ground for the first innings of Game 2 of this World Cricket League Championship Round 5 match. Behind me is Max Abbott, who's still got his plate of lunch in front of him. Decent feed here, Max?
Very good. Looking after our VIPs, hospitality guests, and I've managed to sneak a bit of the leftovers after running around like a madman during the lunch break. The multitaskers, associate cricket. And really looking forward to this run chase and seeing how Hong Kong learn from their previous chase. I know that it's a little bit less on the board, but a very similar target. And if they can get into a similar position as they did in Game 1, which is not easy in itself, a lot of work to be done to get there. And first ball here from Paul Van Meekeren.
Decent first pill to wicket-keeper Chris Carter, who's been elevated to the top of the order over the last few months in white ball cricket. And his batting partner, Anshuman Rath, the Centurion from Game 1 on Thursday, only a few days ago. So Carter on strike. Another player miss outside off. I did sense that the new ball, obviously a new ball from each end in one-day cricket, I did sense that it's a little bit of inconsistent bounce with the new ball, and it almost got better to bat on as the ball got a bit older in the first innings. Pretty standard field here with the third man a deep square, who's behind square.
Down the leg side, I think that's just flicked the thigh pad on the way through. So missed out there, Chris Carter, with the fine leg is up, so just had to get a little tickle on that and could have got it away to the boundary.
He sort of body language indicated that he didn't feel that it hit anything on the way. So Van Meekeren coming in, fourth delivery of the over, the opening over, tucked away off his hip. I think they only get one here. There was some thought about taking the second. Good throw there out in the deep by Sealer. Left-handed Anshuman Rath will face his first delivery. I remember Anshi's first delivery in Game 1. Almost took his head off. Great delivery from Van Meekeren and went on to get 100.
Let's see if he try and takes his head off first ball. It's a better start for the Netherlands on this occasion. Hong Kong had almost a free kick of 20 runs from the first over the match the other day, so the target almost pretty much the same after the first over here. Oh, that is a tight leave. It's flicked the pad on the way through, but it looked a little high. Very confident shout from the Netherlands players. I think we'll get a replay of that one. But just to looking at it on first inspection, it just looked as though it was a little high. It was a brave leave and certainly on line for the stumps. Let's have another look. Loping run up, Van Meekeren. It did jag back. Probably going over the top.
Yeah, I think well over the top there. It's a tough one leaving on length on a wicket that it's a cracking wicket. It's always a couple did keep late. Van Meekeren in again to Rath. Another leave, confident leave as well. Over the top, that's end of the over. Decent first over. To start the run chase for the Hong Kong side. 315 is the target. And Meekeren putting his arm around Buddy and maybe giving him a bit of advice on the LBW law.
That would be a little unnecessary, Charlie. He's an umpire.
Oh, I think it's nice to see the bit of personality in people, and I'm sure it was very respectful. But
yes, I think my maths is pretty much the same target from 49 overs as the other day now for Hong Kong, given the difference in start. And we've got a debutant about to come in here. Shane Snater. Having warm-up run-up. I'm never a fan of that. The warm-up run-up. I don't understand the logic. But it's just obviously a mental cue to help feel comfortable running into the wicket. Check the run-up. I guess you don't want to bowl the no ball. It's rather have the warm-up run-in than bowl the no ball first up. He'll be a little bit nervous, so I just wonder if Hong Kong will be aware of that. And just try and put him under a little bit of pressure. That's a no ball, so he has bowled the no ball. That's we saw Hong Kong's Kyle Christie making his debut. The nerves just affected his run up a little bit. Chris Carter generally goes for the lap sweep off these free hits. I just love to see him clear the front leg and try and whack one down the short boundary down the ground. But the short fine leg is up. So I would suggest, what do we reckon, Charlie? You in agreement? So he'll go for the lap?
I'm hoping he won't. It wasn't very successful the other day. I think maybe over cover.
Goes for the lap and misses.
No surprise there.
Good to see the commentators reading the play here.
I was more hoping he wouldn't do that. So, decent crowd have come in this afternoon in what promises to be an interesting chase here from the Hong Kong side, if anything, if the other day's anything to go by. Down the leg side. Umpire Dar puts the wings out very quickly. That is also gone to beaten the keeper, and that's 5 wides.
They are so handy for a batting side just to get you going, and as a fielding team, not what you want to give away. And
Namaste to all our Nepalese supporters, keen cricket followers, particularly in associate cricket. As we know, Nepal will be here in October to take on Hong Kong in 2 World Cricket League matches. Carter just leans on that one, a push to cover.
yeah, Shane Snater, the debutant here. According to his profile here, played for Zimbabwe under 17s. You're still only 20. You're opening the bowling for the Netherlands. Only had the one first-class game. It was against Afghanistan. Still finding his way in international cricket.
Looks like he leaps up nice and high, hits the deck. Hits the deck pretty hard. Looks like the sort of bowler with his action just jumping away a little bit as well to hone in on the stumps there, and probably does get the odd one down leg side. Lovely day in Hong Kong. Seeing the people in the background there soaking up the Hong Kong sunshine.
Short, but Carter in behind defending. What will the Hong Kong approach here, BJ? Will they have set themselves some targets about where they want to be, and what sort of targets will they have set, if they have?
Yeah, the team usually has a whiteboard. Can't see it at the moment from where I am. That sits in front of the dugout and has what the Netherlands were at what stage, and then has what our target would be. So try not to be too caught up in run rates.
It's well struck, straight to the fielder. Netherlands be looking to build some pressure. Got this big score on the board. Try and see if they can lure Hong Kong to perhaps go for runs before it's necessary.
Yep, so usually be a 15 over, a 35 over, and a 15, a 30, and a 40 over target. So just keep everyone on track. In again to Carter. Just pushes it down to third man. Moves Chris Carter's score on to 2, and the DJ firing up some music.
Yeah, so 8 without loss, no early innings nerves for Hong Kong thus far. Be very keen to just try and get through these first 10 overs. I suppose at most 1 wicket down. Been very impressed with Paul Van Meekeren, and after that first session in the Intercontinental Cup match, he's really found his groove. It's well bowled again. When he got through 31 overs or something in that first innings, sometimes as a fast bowler that's just what you need to get a few overs under the belt. He looks like he's got really good rhythm and good control now.
Yeah, and he's probably on the money economy rate-wise in his career so far. Just a touch above 5 an over, which nowadays is probably pretty decent economy, really, with particularly when you're opening the in a power play. Hits the wicket hard there, pushes Carter back. Carter just watchful. A very different start to the start that Hong Kong had on Thursday. Great to see the following that we're getting in the Netherlands and throughout Europe, in fact, particularly because of the time difference. So Van Meekeren in again to Carter. Tucks him up again. That's a good length he's hitting there with the new ball. He's bowling to his field here with the third man and deep square. And Max O'Dowd at mid-wicket. So Van Meekeren again to Carter. Doesn't give him a lot of room there. Good length. It's a no ball though. I think we're all pretty confident on what Chris Carter will try and do here for the no ball. CEO's just opened the gates for general admission. So anyone that's in and around Mission Road, or not near Mission Road, but can get to Mission Road.
He's given us the nod.
Giving us the nod. He's got the keys out of his pocket. It's a free hit, and it's a maximum.
Yes, what a shot. The CEO, Tim Cutler, in the background there showing his emotion. We know what side he's going for, and that's never in doubt when in commentary or in the background of commentators. And a good shot there from Chris Carter. We'll try and get another look at that one shortly, but it just breaks the shackles a little bit for Hong Kong there. And he really just opened the front leg on the free hit. Better option than the lap shot. Just clearing the rope there at deep square leg.
It's more deep in wicket, but anyway. And Meekran into Carter. Good comeback. It's cut him in half. Lucky he didn't get any of that woodworm on it.
Yeah, I am going to instruct the cameraman later today to keep an eye on that woodworm tent and the Lama Cricket Club tent. I think we might pick up some interesting action down there. If the cricket does get dull, in fact, I would recommend cameras, even when the ball's being bowled, staying on those two tents. Because as the afternoon progresses, and could be anything happening down there. Short ball. I think that's the length. And that ends the over. Score 15 for none after 3. Solid start here for Hong Kong. How's Netherlands spinners? Charlie, got a question here in the comments.
Well, Michael Rippon's a ripping spinner. He bowled very well in the first game. Obviously picked up the man of the match honours. Forfer. I think they'll play a big part. I'd be interested to see the difference in boundaries from the Hong Kong's fielding effort in this game to the first game. It's much improved. I think that was a big difference in the first game. These smaller grounds of boundaries really can hurt you. So Peter Boren, the Dutch captain, just going up to Santa. Snyder, sorry. Santa's the guy that comes on the 25th of December.
And bowls left arm spin for New Zealand. No, that's close enough.
Yeah. Aussie accent. So you got a few more people popping in. Now they've got word of the gates have been unlocked. Not they ever were locked, but entry is free into the general admission. Carter push back. They've certainly learnt their lesson with Carter. That length crucial to him. He loves getting on that front foot. Just forcing him back. Good length at the moment. And Carter up to the challenge. Carter advances, just using his feet there, just before the ball is released to change the length of the delivery.
Don't mind that, moving around in the crease. I think especially with a young bowler on debut, you want to try and put a bit of pressure on him, not let him settle into a length. Make him think about something else, just as he tries to probably get a few dot balls in and get himself feeling comfortable. There's some Hong Kong traffic in the background, don't know if you can hear that at home, but a few horns. Perhaps honking for Hong Kong.
Yeah, but good red cabs getting behind the men in red out in the middle.
A no ball again here, so it's just proving to be a little bit costly for the Netherlands. They've now bowled 3 no balls in the first sort of 4 overs here. It's been a bit of a problem for them on this tour. There's been a 5 wides, so when you look at the Hong Kong scorecard of 18, actually find that 8 of those runs are from extras, and a 6 was hit from the free hit. So pretty much 14 of the 18 runs scored so far have been caused by controllable errors, you could say, from the Dutch bowlers. So they'll be a bit disappointed with that. See what Anchi Rath does for this free hit. And tries to clear the front leg and hit it. He skews it out to deep square. They'll think about a second. They're coming back, but it throws offline, and they'll get it comfortably in the end. But a nervous from Charlie Burke there as they turn, possibly thinking it's a free hit. I want to get 2, just creeping into the mindset, but well run in the end. And you've got to put pressure on the fielders at some point. It is a long boundary.
Yeah, and left hand as well of Sealer. So I didn't see who was out there, so I think hopefully that's a fair bit of knowledge there for Anchi to know that was a left-hander fielder coming around.
Down the leg side, that could be a wide, so another extra. Really just helping Hong Kong settle and take the pressure off them early in this big run chase.
Shame we don't have cameras in the commentary box, Max. We've got wearing our lovely new Cricket Hong Kong jackets.
Yes, just with the new logo patched on. We're looking smart today, Charlie, if I do say so myself. Full outside off stump and driven, but hits the fielder. Let's say Anchi Rath, I want to ask you a question about his bowling. He just doesn't, it looks like he's got the yips. Is that what's happened?
Yeah, the boys were giving it to him at lunch, and he tried to say that he's changing his action slightly.
I think I liked it better before.
Yeah, I think there was no issues with it before, but maybe the boys just ribbing him a little bit. So Anchi Rath on strike here.
That's wide and punished.
That's dealt with there, put away, and so it should be as well. Wide down leg side, and then one pitched outside off. Too much width and dealt with from Chris Carter, just having a look at Anchman's bat there as well. Seeing where it looks like it may have even gone through the gate. It's gone through the fence. He's hit it that well.
He's picked the gap.
Would have been nice if those young cricketers out there got their body behind it and fielded it, but it's gone through the fence. We'll just see a replay of it here. It's a beautiful shot. Good diving effort there at backward point.
It's not the gate. I think the camera's actually gone a bit far right there. It's lost the track of the ball.
It's gone straight through the fence. And umpire Tabrak Dar is calling his fellow Hong Kong umpire in Ian Thompson, who's reserve umpire today. Ian might still be having his lunch, taking a bit of time to get out there. So just a bit of break in play here as umpire Thompson brings out the spare balls. Would have been a fairly new ball. Obviously one new ball from each end. So effectively meaning that the ball is only 2 overs old. So a good crowd coming in this afternoon. Got the Cricket Hong Kong box along with the kit suppliers of the Hong Kong national teams. Woodworm, who are over in the tent there having some of the hospitality, some of the Peronis. So the spare ball has come back. That'll go into Tabrak Dar's pocket as we've changed ends for this over. Carter pushed back again onto the back foot, and we've got a...
Oh, it probably needs to say required. We might need to go there, but that's a run rate required, or I believe, or is that our run rate? We don't even know.
It's the run rate, I think. 4 overs,
Let's
25.
Had a ball. No,
Yep.
so it goes up, so that's the run rate required. 6.33 runs. We're just enjoying playing with the new toys we've got in this streaming coverage, so please mind our self-indulgence. Ooh, very close to the outside edge there.
Yeah, it's not really a value shot, that one. He's been sort of tucked up a bit there, and with point well behind, we've got a point just in front, another point around, behind square. Man and a first slip. Probably not much value in that shot, I wouldn't have thought. The line that Van Meekeren is bowling at the moment from the line rock end.
Short ball, but not quite directed at Carter. Just sort of tennis balled up there. Perhaps this wicket on the second day of use, not quite with the same pace in it. Still very good for batting, mind you. I mean, it's hardly been a ball move off the straight over the 2 days. It's been a real quality cricket wicket, and I think the ground staff owed a lot of credit for the level of play we've seen in both the 4-day game and the 1-day fixture.
So Carter again on strike down the leg side, and Woody Pradhan putting out the arms to signal wide to the scorers. Scorers have done a terrific job throughout the I Cup, the 4-day first-class competition for associates, and the 2 World Cricket League Championship matches. A lot of work goes on behind the scenes. A lot of officials involved to run these international matches.
Full, and that's well bowled. It's probably the fullest delivery he's bowled, Van Meekeren. Carter was waiting on the back foot.
Yeah, there's 2 to come here. It's been a fairly good over. It's just setting up nicely, isn't it, for a great afternoon of cricket here, and so much at stake. Read an article by Jared Kimber from Crick Info, who's here for this series at the moment. Wrote a terrific article on associate cricket, and particularly around funding.
Blown there from Carter. Yeah, that was a great article. And he's spot on in his comments about balls disappearing. They all add up in costs, and domestic cricket here, it's a bit of a nightmare. They're trying to keep up with the amount of balls that get lost because we've pretty much can only retrieve them from kind of one side of the ground if the ball is cleared. The others go into private apartment blocks, and people get a bit grumpy over there if you're picking up cricket balls. It's like having a bad next door neighbour or something when you hit the ball, hit it for 6 in their backyard and ask for them to toss it back in.
Just another wide down there, so the extras mounting up for the Netherlands at the moment. So Chris
really
Adams, the Netherlands coach, will not be overly impressed with the controllables, as Max mentioned earlier.
There's only 16 runs off the bat so far. And as we mentioned before, 6 of those 16 came from one delivery that was a free hit as a result of a no ball. So a little bit of tidying up to do there for the Netherlands, and it's just helping Hong Kong not feel too much early pressure here as they've edged to 27 without loss. And the main thing being that wicket column. As we just have a look at the round, some of the lads have brought the Eskies. That's good preparation. The CEO Tim Cutler's over there.
Is that a soft drink or is that a beer?
Yeah, it's a soft drink. Let him off there. Some others in the crowd there. That's over near the cricket net with some of the kids are playing. Bring a few tinnies. This crowd sort of builds up nicely here. Driven down the ground from Anchi Rath, but for no run.
Good field set here. You can see the mid-off field is just a little bit wider. It's Rippon at mid-off. He's just a little bit wider, a little bit deeper. Mid-on, which I think is Cooper, is just in a more attacking position.
A wayward delivery.
Good to see some kids on at the lunch break again, playing some cricket and even using some chairs as stumps.
That's the inventiveness of Ryan Campbell right there. Quick thinking. Short ball and off the thigh pad. That'll be for a bit of bat there. No leg by signal, so Anchi Rath will take that. Just a little bit of lack of discipline here, costing the Netherlands early in this innings.
You just can't help to think that the left and right hand combination may be a contributor to maybe the extras that the Dutch have bowled early on. I know at this level you would like to think that's probably not the case, but I think any level of cricket having a left and a right hander. So he's coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Rath. That was a good length. Benjamin Rath up for the task. Then practicing the pull shot after the delivery.
Great to see some robust discussion in our comments about various things with test status and associate cricket. Clearly some fans of this World Cricket League Championship out there sharing their views. A lot of Nepalese fans obviously tuning in, probably cheering for the Netherlands, I would have thought, as they strive to sneak into the top four. That job will be a little bit easier if Hong Kong remain on 11 points, and with Nepal playing Hong Kong later in the year, there could be a chance for them to bridge some of that ground. And yes, to answer your question, Sudeep, this is the ground where Hong Kong will take on Nepal later this year. That's a great shot from Anjuman Rath. Just pierced the field. And it's going to see Tim Cutler out there who picks up the pieces from that delivery. And well dressed today out in the general admission area. Man of the people.
He's fielded that one better than the PNG series.
Yes.
I think there was... It'd be great if we could find that highlight again, but I think that's asking a bit too much.
Yeah, we might have to... It's a shame there's no match 3. I would have really liked to have dug that out. Short delivery and hammered away. There's a fielder out at deep backward square, but he won't get it. So back-to-back boundaries. And this gets the Hong Kong innings moving along.
Max, it's great to see we've got a lot of different dignitaries down today. Got the Consular General from the Netherlands here, which is great. Her husband's here as well. We've got the Sri Lanka Airlines General Manager. We've got Hong Kong Rugby Performance Director, Di Reese, and his lovely wife, Sarah. So it's great to see the people that are down supporting this vital international fixture.
It's a great start here from Hong Kong, because it feels like, I mean, they obviously those back-to-back boundaries last over, which resulted in 13 being scored from it, but no risks taken at all, and they've managed to get to 40 without loss, admittedly with a little bit of help from the Netherlands, given they have erred with a few wides and no balls. Van Meekeren's been very solid.
Just having a look at the World Cricket League schedule coming up. March 11 we'll see Nepal host Kenya, and then March 13th will be the second World Cricket League match that Nepal will host Kenya at the international ground they've got there and the university. So I'm expecting there would be a big crowd there for those matches.
There'll be high stakes matches as well. Neither side can get to the top of the table, I wouldn't have thought, but that all important top 4 is still a hope for both those sides, and they're 5 and 6 on the table. So if either team can win both of those, it'll make a real difference to their chances.
You know, Nepal will be very tough at home. They're tough to beat anywhere, but they're tough to beat at home particularly. And then in April, you've got UAE hosting Papua New Guinea in Abu Dhabi, April 2nd and 4th. So those games will be played out at the Sheikh Zayed Stadium in Abu Dhabi. Beautiful facility out there.
There's UAE, I know they're bottom on the table at the moment and probably not a prospect of getting into that top 4, but I think they had perhaps a little off period, which has cost them. Are they now regrouped and are actually a much tougher proposition, perhaps a bit of a disadvantage for the teams playing them towards the end because they've been able to strengthen up a little bit?
Yeah, I think David Easton, the CEO, and Will Kitchen, the performance manager for Emirates Cricket Board, did a lot of hard work behind the scenes to get a full-time contract system up and running. And I think after the World Cup, you know, there was a few players that retired, a few of the senior players. Some of the other older players I don't think necessarily got offered contracts just after, but have since sort of earned their way back into it. They've got a good setup there. Peter Kelly, who's their strength conditioning coach. Dougie Brown's just in an interim role at the moment as coach of UAE. So
just hold you up there for a moment, Charlie. Is that one is pushed out by Chris Carter for a couple? Thought it may have been a chance of reaching the boundary. That was a very good over from Van Meekeren. He's been very solid. And the run rate exactly 6 and over here at the moment for Hong Kong. 42 without loss after 7 overs.
Yeah, so they're obviously interesting matches coming up. Papua New Guinea are not easy to beat at all. No one is in World Cricket League Championship. It's they're going to be a tough unit there. We've got Asad Vala, who's one of the PNG guns, who will be over here for the Blitz. And I saw Papua New Guinea beat the ACT 11 the other day as a curtain raiser before the Prime Minister's 11 against Sri Lanka in a T20 at Manica. Change of bowler here, the skipper, Peter Boren. Ball in hand, wants to lead the way here. I think he would be pretty happy about how the Netherlands have performed throughout the week and a half that they've been here for. It's been extremely well behaved as well, which is it's been a bit disappointing.
Just bunted down a bit on there from Chris Carter.
So Henchman Rath is at the top of the table on the World Cricket League Championship in run scorers with 432 runs, average of 72, which is good to see. And then you've got the Nepalese skipper Paras Khadka, 352. So Henchman would like to probably get a little bit further ahead on.
Got a decent gap there, 80 runs on top, and that will only be extending out there at the moment. And he must have missed a round at some stage, or missed a game or two somewhere against Namibia in the opening round. So, the Peter Boren, I imagine if the wicket does slow up a little, he would be a bit of a nightmare, I'd have thought, to try and get away. These loping medium paces. Did used to bowl a little quicker than this though, Pete, didn't he? He was never express, but I do recall him putting a little more into his delivery stride in his younger years.
Yeah, when he had a bit more hair on top.
Good shot from Carter, advancing down the wicket, smacking that down into the hospitality area. I believe it's Tim Cutler. No, it's not. It's David Millington, the woodworm. David will love that, doing the fielding down there.
Yeah, good to see David Millington down with his lovely girlfriend as well, joining us for today's cricket. And also Ashley Caddy over there as well, who works for Woodworm and is also in the national squad. And recently engaged to the lovely Faye Cable. So good afternoon's cricket here, but good over there from the skipper, Peter Burren, and just going back to that World Cricket League Championship leading run scorers. You've got Anshuman Rath, 432, Paris Khadka, 352, Shaman Anwar, who's one of the better associate cricketers for quite a while, had an excellent World Cup, 348. So we just watch a replay of that. That's boundary. And then Asad Vala, who we were just talking about, 312 runs at 44. So Van Meekeren, the Lion Rock end will continue.
She just might have missed out there. I think these two Hong Kong openers will just want to get to that 10 over mark here. Score, or really whatever the score is at 10 overs, if they can be none down from here, it would have been a solid start, one that they would have taken. Still with Bubba Hyatt, I imagine, to come in next. And Nazaka Khan likely to come in at 4. A little bit of width for Anch, but he can't quite thread the needle there between backward point. Been really impressed as well with Chris Carter, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment. I mean, this has been his best international series so far, I would have thought, in his career.
Yep, most certainly. He's been looking the goods, so good to see that he's getting some results on the board. Just having a look at the leading wicket takers in the World Cricket League Championship. You got Nadeem Ahmed. So we got a Hong Kong leading the run scorers and a Hong Kong player leading the wicket takers. And with 20 wickets. And also spin, Michael Rippon, who's playing in this game, from the Netherlands on 17 wickets. So spin being the leading wicket takers in World Cricket League Championship to date. Alistair Evans from Scotland on 16 wickets. Norman Vanua from Papua New Guinea, 14 wickets. He's been an impressive pickup. Storm Norman. He's also pretty handy with the bat too. But just having a look at those, it's interesting to see almost all the spinners on that list, without going through them all, are all under 5s, and all the quicks are over 5s as an economy rate.
It just says that associates like pace on the ball. Although Van Meekeren at the moment is keeping things pretty tight, just hitting that back of a length and not giving the batsman any room to free the arms, as I motion that myself as I do it in the commentary box.
Potentially Facebook Live in the commentary box maybe, and then people could have 2 screens.
Double screen
going. That'd be
Tim Cutler, also our backup social media person for Cricket Hong Kong.
So Chris Carter, 15. He's on 15 at the moment. That's square drive. Fielded by Rudolph Van der Merwe.
Impressive over there from Van Meekeren. His figures none for 13 off 5 overs, so he's been very good. That's a very rare economy rate in this series. As we get down to a group of Hong Kong fans on the boundary there. So these two batters lapping up the sunshine and this flat wicket at the moment.
Do hope Pete Burren's got a bit of sunscreen on the top of his head there. It's captaincy's not easy. Lose a few fibres on top. So he comes into left-handed Anshuman Rath.
Oh,
Foolish delivery, struck back at him. He would have felt he's missed out there.
It was a little half volley for Anshuman Rath there, but It's a very good touch at the moment, and he's managed to creep to 21 off 20 balls. It hasn't felt like he's shifted even into third gear.
Yeah, those back-to-back boundaries, didn't he? So sort of snuck away. He's just tucked one off his hips there for one. Peter Boren wearing the long sleeves. Chris Carter wearing the long sleeves there. I feel that if you're an all-rounder, you have to have long sleeves.
Is that a rule? I haven't heard that one.
I think it's unwritten rule.
So it's not written anywhere?
No, it's not written anywhere. It's unwritten rule. All-rounders. Carter on strike. Hong Kong Taxis supporting the game here.
Yes, and that taxi driver will be very happy with that ball going away to the boundary for 4 byes. They don't mind how they come here in Hong Kong, and you can hear the support in the background, I'm sure, of those horns. But a handy boundary, and as we've said, Hong Kong haven't had to work particularly hard because they've been given a number of freebies so far. The Netherlands bowlers, the extra tally would be very high. Carter picks out the fielder there, but already in this innings, seen 16 sundries, 9 wides, 3 no balls. Now those 4 byes, so that's really taken the pressure off Hong Kong in his early overs. They haven't had to take any risks to maintain the rate. Chris Carter's hit that one beautifully. He might get 4 for that. I was just about to say 15 off 39 balls he'll be looking to pick up. That's a great effort out in the deep there. There's a chance to run 4. Carter looking at the umpire, but it wasn't 4. That's a great piece of fielding. That was the debutant out there, Snader.
Good to see the young kids down there from Kowloon Cricket Club getting pretty excited about the athleticism on the boundary there. Great to see them down as well. So welcome to all the young juniors from Kowloon Cricket Club. So Peter Boren into Rath. A little bit more bounce there. Tucked it off the hip. We'll get one to deep square where Sealer is fielding. He might get a bowl today. I've got a feeling that spin may be introduced now that the power play is over.
I'll tell you what else was going to be introduced, and that is a couple of new commentators. And taking over the man who we've seen on our screen doing some fielding in the general admission area not long ago is Tim Cutler, and along with him will be Ryan Campbell.
Thanks, Maxine. Very warm over there. I don't know what you thought of my fielding. Just missed me. Okay. Welcome back, Ryan. What are your thoughts of this juncture?
Hi, Tim. Look, I don't think it's been a great start from the Dutch, to be honest. Too many wides, too many no balls, byes, sloppy. The Hong Kong lads have just eased their way along to a good, solid start, and going to say it now, we're in for another cliffhanger.
Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. It's funny, the sides seem to have swapped a bit. I think Hong Kong really got their disciplines and their standards back up this morning. See, rip on into bowl there. But the Dutch now, both with the bowling and I guess the fielding, they've still been okay, but on the bowling side, just already too many wides and no balls, as you say.
They are coach killers. No balls in T20 and one-day internationals, and getting into bad habits. So, look, on a positive for Hong Kong, I think these two have batted extremely well. They haven't taken any risks. We haven't seen any silly shots so far. And I'm sure that, look, a good solid start from them, which they have got. Literally sloppy there from Boren, but, you know, again, theoretically 313 obviously is a lot. It looks a lot on a scoreboard, but you must take into account how small the boundaries are here, how flat the wicket is. There's not a lot of spin. So as a batting team, you just need to have partnerships, and you will score as fast as you want towards the end. I keep saying about that. And on the other side of the coin is a bowling partnership. You just can't go for boundaries. How do I get through 6 balls? how do I get an occasional dot? A couple of overs of only 3 or 4 and over, and then suddenly that scoreboard pressure very quickly mounts up. But on the other side of the coin, you know, again, we saw it on Thursday, we saw it today, that those opening 4 or 5 overs, plays a beautiful shot through mid-off there, Anchman Rath. He's in fantastic touch.
We'll try and get another look at that very quickly.
You know, you're suddenly going at 7s and 8s and over before you even started, and you know that just takes a lot of pressure off the batting side.
It's good running there from Anchman. Let's have another look at that boundary there. Just put that through the gap with a plomb. It's a great shot, really, isn't it?
Yeah, good use.
Left arm googly bowler.
Good use of the feet. I will say that I felt the other day, and obviously it was a reflection in the amount of wickets he took, but Rippon was the X factor for Holland. I felt that the Hong Kong lads didn't quite know what he was bowling. He obviously bowls a lot of wrong-uns. So it'll be interesting how they've assessed that and how they tackle him today. You know, that last over, that pivotal last over that he bowled on Thursday, where he took those 2 wickets in 2 balls, really changed the course of the game.
Speaking of runs per over and bowling tactics, let Peter Boren bowl his first ball. It's another great shot from Rath. We'll try and get another quick look at that as well. Just so impressed with his stroke play, just so correct, just knows how to lift at the right time. But I was just going to say, how big are you on the idea of a batsman going after a bowler on the first ball of an over?
Look, I know it puts the bowler under pressure immediately, but to be honest, I don't think you need to be looking for something to do on the first ball. I just think you have to play every ball by its merits, and if it happens to be something that you can have a piece of, then so be it. You know, and as a bowler, obviously, you just you're trying to get that first ball dot, and the last ball dot are probably your most important one. So, yeah, look, to answer your question, I don't think as a batsman you should be over eager to score off that first ball. You have to play every ball on its merits. But, you know, if there's something that you can have a piece of, then obviously, you know, why not?
Just interesting to get your insights there as a top batsman. It always seems, nowadays anyway, it's a big move to try and the boundary of first ball of an over really does take the pressure off from a batting point of view and then put the pressure on a bowler. And I know as a bowler, there's nothing worse than that first ball going for a boundary and you're really up against it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's interesting just looking at, you know, from a Dutch side of things, how are they going to get a wicket here? Like, that's the questions that you need to ask yourself. And, you know, on a flat wicket like this, it's not turning a lot. It doesn't come down to wicket-taking balls. It comes down to pressure, and that is scoreboard pressure. The bowlers simply have to run in and try and bowl stump to stump, bash the wicket. Don't bowl half volleys. Just keep bashing it into the deck, and hopefully you can strangle a little bit.
There's a few questions coming on the stream about the Nepal game coming up. And of course, we'll be bringing that live to all you Nepalese fans and cricket fans around the world when they're here in October. Also have Afghanistan here for a Intercontinental Cup tie 2. See what happens with the stream on that, but I can't wait to bring the Nepal game. I know you won't be here, Ryan, but that'll be a spectacle in Hong Kong knowing the Nepalese community here.
Absolutely, and I'm sure you'll have thousands and thousands of viewers back in Nepal. They love their cricket over there and are very passionate about their team. It's going to be another bowling change. Looks like Vandermeer's going to come on. Perhaps Rippon will swap ends. He did actually take all his wickets from the other end what are we calling that? The softball end or the?
That's the Victoria Harbour end.
The Victoria Harbour end. You got naming rights on that?
It was actually suggested by Kevin Stiles of Craigengate Cricket Club, Gatsby, as he's affectionately known, and you can see Lion Rock in the distance as you look north, which is back over the bowler's head. But if we go south, as the camera's facing now and looking, just past those unit blocks, which is synonymous with Hong Kong, not too far from the water. I thought interesting the rip-on only came on for 1 over.
Well, I have a feeling that they're going to change ends. Like, he obviously may have had a discussion with the captain and said, I probably feel a little bit more comfortable at the other end. And being the main wicket taker, the captain obviously said, okay, no problem.
Just having to keep my scoring skills going there. Apologies, we'll keep up to date there.
Yeah, I noticed this the other day. You guys have to multitask. I'm glad you didn't give that to me as a job.
Good to see all those comments coming through on the chat. Oh no.
Bit of a mix-up.
Oh, tight run there. Good throw. Would have been interesting. But in the end, maybe a good run with the right-handed fielder at cover, running a long way to his left. Got to say that's one thing that Hong Kong probably doesn't do as well as it could at the running between the wickets. Netherlands have definitely, and the PNG boys when they were here back in November, really give Hong Kong a bit of a lesson in that regard. It's the simple thing sometimes, isn't it?
Well, I to be fair to them, that probably is a result of playing on such small ground so often. You know, the thought of 4s and 6s spring to mind quite early, and you're hitting balls into the outfield and only getting 1 all the time. It does become a habit.
It's good by Rath. Step right back across his stumps there, using every bit of the crease. Throws it out to the sweeper there out at deep square leg.
See, but that's a good over by both teams. You know, when you look at the big scheme of things, nothing really happened out of the ordinary. Hong Kong will be pretty happy. They got 4 or 5 singles. On the other side of the coin, you know, the Netherlands will probably go, you know what, that wasn't bad. Yeah. That's what we need. So a couple of dots. Let them get singles. It's the boundary balls that kill you. And as we spoke about, there's the Dutch consulate and his husband, her husband, wearing the Dutch hat.
And Monique hosted both teams for a welcome cocktail at her residence up on the Peak in Hong Kong.
Not a bad pad.
Not a bad pad at all. I think there are maybe to those from areas that have normal sized houses and blocks wouldn't seem so amazing, but to those of us that live in our shoeboxes in Hong Kong, it was quite amazing. It was great of the Dutch consulate and the consul general and her husband to host us, and she's down here today enjoying this round 5 match of the World Cricket League Championship.
Well, as we spoke about, Ripon has changed ends.
You should be a coach.
Maybe. Ask me that question in a few months' time, mate.
I've seen a few emotional responses from you already. You may as well be getting paid from this point.
I must admit, it's been hard watching, obviously. 4.5, 5 years sunk into the Hong Kong landscape, and you know, being involved as the batting coach and knowing these kids so well, and you know, 5 or 6 of them playing at my KCC, and then suddenly being now the coach of the Netherlands. It's been mixed emotions watching these games, but
we did say it was like watching your children have a fight, wasn't it?
Although
you only have one.
I do only have one, but I would say Hong Kong is obviously the older brother, and the youngster Netherlands have come along. But
you are the younger brother as well, so is that?
Well,
do we know where you stand?
It's always good to be the youngest, mate.
Spoken like a true wicketkeeper, that.
Well, just have noticed though, from this end, it seems it is turning a little bit more.
Yeah.
it was interesting. I actually had a quick chat to these two batsmen. They came to KCC last night, and obviously Chris is a KCC lad, and Anshman, and they actually spoke about it's close. They spoke about he is very hard to pick. There's a bit going on in the action, and you're trying to look at, do you look at his hand? Are you looking for the ball? Coming up with different ways, and obviously as a wicketkeeper, my approach was always you got to watch the hand. You got to know what he's bowling, but you can understand. There's a bit of a whirl of action in the way he does it. There's a wrong. Not sure it's that hard to pick, to be honest, Tim.
Yeah,
you watch the
always
hand.
say with the leg spinning wrong, and I'm sure we've got lots of cricket fans out there, but the wrist has to cock all the way around. You've got the entire back of the wrist, there, showing, because you've got to come all the way over, and it sort of comes out over the ring and little fingers. So as you say, if you're watching the hand, but it's also tough as well to make sure you're doing that as a batsman. I'm sure you would know as well as anybody, as the day gets hotter and you're starting to get a bit of form if you actually stop watching the hand.
Yeah, well, of course, sometimes the biggest problem of going out of form is you stop watching the ball closely. You think you're watching it, but you're sort of watching a square box where the hand comes out of. And I know, some of the great batsmen, Ricky Ponting and Michael Clark, who I spoke to about this, they try and narrow that. They're learning the game in an international stadium, on an international stage. So they don't actually have a lot of time to ask these questions. They're learning about their own games. Am I a hitter? Am I a defensive player? So they're trying to do it all against the hardest opposition. So it is quite tough, and you have to remember their age sometimes.
See Carter watching that well off the wicket there. Every time I see Chris bat, I'm so impressed with his development. Maybe if you can tell us a little bit as we go on about Chris's last couple of years.
Well, I'm not going to say I told you so, but he walked into our club at KCC, and I met his father, and I literally had watched one net session, and I promised him he'd play for Hong Kong within 2 years. So that's how confident I was with his ability. He's a hard worker. Look, his glove work has got a lot to go as an out-and-out keeper, and I guess he was a bit lucky as being at KCC. Me being a wicketkeeper, I could actually work and talk to him, because it is actually one of the least coached skills of our game is wicket-keeping, yet we all expect our wicket-keepers to be automatically great. But no one coaches them. It's literally you get to the ground and you grab two kids and go, okay, sit down over there, hit each other ball. So, look, he's got some work to do there, but I think his batting has come on leaps and bounds. And like I say, he's one of those kids that he doesn't quite know yet what he is. Is he an out-and-out hitter? Is he a guy that pushes the ball around? I just think he just needs to bat. He doesn't have to have thoughts in his mind about, I should be positive, I should be attacking, I should be defence. He just needs to bat and let him go. And I think what we've seen over this last week or so, he's just batted, and he's been very good. Now, it's interesting because I reckon over these last 3 or 4 overs, they've only scored 14 or 15 runs, 13, 14 runs in 3 or 4 overs. So then all of a sudden, now it starts to think. I've noticed that Chris Carter to Vandermeer was trying to come down the wicket a little bit more. That's where young batsmen are thinking. Their thought process starts to wander. I need a boundary. We need to keep up. They don't at the moment. I think they just need to keep batting, but it'll be interesting what happens in these next few overs.
So the single to Rath. Well, as you said, your last 5 overs, 15 for no wicket. So 3 runs and over. And I think that's the skill of Van der Merwe as well. Coming to the fore as he did in the 4-day game of bowling 100 odd overs at, well, in the first innings he went at under 2, and then the second innings a bit more when Hong Kong was setting a total, but I'd be very surprised if something doesn't happen.
And there you have it. Like a book, Timothy, like a book. Unfortunately, it looks like his bat slipped out of his hand. Little bit of turn, looking to be aggressive, and I can tell you, Chris Carter, one of the things that I will say, is one of the sweatiest men I've ever seen in my life. So he does have these issues. It's spun a little bit, the bat's out of the hand. I think it's bowled him, to be honest. I'm not sure it's stumped. I think that's bowled.
Yeah, we're gonna try and slow this right down with the replay again. So, don't know, unless it's come off the keeper onto the stumps, because he's being given out by the...
He was given out by the square leg umpire,
umpire.
but what I will say is the ball seemed to roll behind the wicket keeper, which therefore I would that to me says impact has come from the front, not the back. So that's what I'm going to put down to it, but whatever it is, it's a wicket. And Hong Kong have lost their first one. A fantastic opening partnership of 80 in 15 overs from the two young players. But cometh the hour, cometh the man, as the captain of Hong Kong, Bubba Hyde, who has been in outstanding form, strides to the wicket with a big job on his hands. He'll be trying to get himself set in and get another good partnership like they did on Thursday, a partnership of in excess of 200 where it was absolutely outstanding. It should be a very interesting stage of this game, Tim. Like I was just mentioning, you just felt that something was going to happen. 5 overs, only 15 runs off. You just knew something was going to give. It was either going to be a couple of big shots, 4s and 6s, or there was going to be a wicket.
So we're just watching this in super slow-mo on the stream here to get a look. You're not going to be able to see this, but...
Yeah, I'm going to say that's stumped.
I think that's, looking at it, he hasn't caught the ball and it's rebounded onto the stump, it looks like.
So let's put it down to a bit of luck to the wiki, because that wasn't great glove work. So we're going to put that down. I'm sure the official scorer will tell us on Crick Info that goes down as a stumping. And now Bubba Hyde, a few changes in the field. They're bringing deep mid on up. Put a little bit of pressure. Slip goes in. Bubba first ball. Chance. Run out. Oh.
He might have actually been safe there. Good
run
pace there from the big man. Would have been close. We've just watched the replay here, playing back the stream to ourselves at extremely slow. The only way he can be out there stumped is off Barassi's gloves. Couldn't see the ball hit the stump, so the ball did seem to fall down.
Well, just looking at Barassi then, just explaining to Ansman Rath what happened. Looks like he just said, yeah, you know, hit the gloves and bounce back on. So, look, a little bit of luck there for the Netherlands. They'll take their wickets any way they can get them, I'm sure.
You have to say they were a little bit unlucky Thursday's game, so you need to take all the luck you can sometimes, don't you?
Especially on flat wickets on small grounds. Bowlers will take them any way they can, I would have thought. But like I say, Tim, you know, it's not rocket science. If you build pressure on flat wickets by bowling disciplined lines, get batsmen to hit it to a couple of fielders, few dots here and there, only 3 or 4 and over, eventually something's going to give. And you just, you know, like we were talking about, I just felt that something was going to go there. It was either they were going downtown and trying hitting for 6s, or you were going to get a wicket. And as it turns out, the latter happened.
Got to say, I'm pretty impressed with your prediction there.
Like you say, I might be a coach one day. Tell you who I am looking forward to seeing bat today, if he gets an opportunity, is young Shahid. Look, I think he's a kid that, as Rippon continues, he's a kid that has the hand-eye coordination of something very special. Look, his technique's not great, and we've been working with him on that. But as a pure ball striker, mate, he is something.
Nice little sweep shot there. Rath out to Malik. Yeah, I think my Elite League, Sunday League team, Hong Kong Cricket Club Wanderers, are on the bad side of a Shahid Wasif. I was going to say Afridi there for a second. Wasif,
well, he's coming too.
He's coming for the blitz. Last year when he scored 180 not out after they were 30 for 5 and they ended the day at 280 for 5. Actually,
Nice.
no, it was 360 for 5.
You obviously had bowled out early, got away from the carnage, Tim. You did, didn't you?
I was away on business.
Righto, Bubba Hyatt facing Ripon. Got to have a slip, Peter Boren, and I think that's where he's going to. That wrong and early, I've no doubt Ripon will be trying to give Bubba a couple of those early. Oi.
Oh, there it was.
Does use his feet very well, Bubba Hyatt. Now, Charlie and I were talking about my love of picking your bat up and you know, if you look at Bubba very closely, his hands are very low in his stance, but he generates amazing bat speed. See how low he is there? But he has some way of just putting his hands through the ball and generating good speed. So, mate, he hits the ball as hard as I've seen. But, look, it's an interesting one because, you know, on a bigger ground or a good wicket, the thought process would be let's bounce him because he has to pick his bat up then and, you know, he might be a fraction behind. But, like I say, no one hits the ball harder than Bubba Hyatt, and he's shown that in all forms. Continues to bowl that wrong un to the left-hander. Bowling down breeze, it feels like just looking at the trees. Nice breeze off the Victoria Harbour, or the KCC end, whichever one you want to use.
I think we're a little bit east of the KCC, aren't we?
It's a good period here for the Netherlands, just strangling probably their best two bowlers. Ripon and Van der Merwe. The required run rate just starting to sneak up. Nothing to be alarmed about for Hong Kong, 7.14. I guess in the old days you would start to worry once you got into the 6 and overs stage, but if we just got over a little bit over that, you start to worry. But I guess now with the feeling that blokes can just clear the rope whenever they want. Good single. Maxi Abbott never stops working, that man.
You see lots of people when you're at the cricket, Ryan, but into the commentary box has walked my old boss, Philip Building. Strange the people you see at a cricket game.
Mate, probably the most relieved man in the world when you put your resignation in.
He's a little bit happy. That was when marine insurance was my life, Ryan.
Marine insurance, their loss. Cricket Hong Kong's gain, Timothy. Scoring 1 for 87 if you're an Australian. That's you're looking for something to happen.
Nice little shot there by Anchi, and good understanding between these two. Spent a bit of time in the middle together of late.
They have indeed. I'm really enjoying the fact that the coaching staff of Hong Kong have decided to put Ancham and Rath up the list. I must admit I was always an advocate that he needed to open. He was our only true natural opening batsman in my belief, but you know, he was batting a lot of his cricket at number 5, and there's an edge just wide of Boren. Good bowling, but it's a fierce game. It's a tough game. 4 runs to the score.
I'll tell you what, it's a little indication of what Roloff's put on the ball there. We've all played a lot of cricket between ourselves here at Mission Road, and generally it's a wicket where it turns more the slower you bowl, but he's really ripped that in. It's turned fast, hasn't it? Very encouraging for him. That really did go quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, the end of another good over. It was very well bowled. Just looking at, we're early on in this game. We're 18 overs in. Rippon and Van der Merwe bowled 4 overs each. Obviously, they're in their minds are bowling to the best 2 batsmen, so you'd think that they'd bowl a fair bit to these 2. Down the ground, that's another beautiful cricket shot. No risk whatsoever. Beautiful use of the feet, hitting over mid-off, who's inside the circle. There's that boundary off the first ball of the over.
Try and take a quick look at that before we just let this next ball go before we see that.
More runs for him here. Should be 2 if they run hard.
Good running from the lads there.
There's another 50 for Anchaman Rath. This boy has been literally on fire this whole tournament. Look at that beautiful cricket shot.
Great shot.
98 not out in the first innings, then more runs in the second innings of the 4-day fixture, and then obviously a massive 100 the other day. And now here he is again with the hopes of his side squarely on his shoulders as he's batting his way beautifully. Of course, he's now on staff, I think, at Middlesex. So perhaps a very good opportunity for him to play a lot of first-class cricket ahead of him.
Just the difference it makes now, doesn't it? 4 off that first ball, 2, 1. That's 7 off the first 4 balls. This makes such a difference, and that's the 100 up for Hong Kong there as well. Let's come up in 19.4 overs. So don't need to be much of the mathematician to work out, just a tick under the 5 runs and over.
Yeah, and like we're talking about in the aspects of the game, and we're saying that, Rippon and Van der Merwe probably the best bowling stocks for the Netherlands, bowling to the best batsmen. But then it comes to a point where Peter Boren has to make a decision. He has to go to a backup and needs to, a couple of overs of these guys for later on. Who does he bring on? The quicks were very expensive. Van Meekeren obviously was the standout, a very good bowler, but his medium pace bowling stocks are probably not as full as what we have with Tim injuring himself in the 4-day fixture, who's the real spearhead. I'm going to try and say Van der Gooten. I think I'll get it right. I'm sure
you can only start practicing now.
I will do. I've actually had some Facebook messages from guys from Holland saying how to pronounce certain names.
Do you trust them?
Well, the beauty of being Australian, Tim, I will be saying mate a lot.
Then you can get away with it.
Yes.
It's great hands there from Bubba Hyatt. Cooper comes around. Just a single there.
Well, what I like about Bubba, we've seen him, watched him play for so long, but he just seems a lot calmer now. He's taken this captaincy role beautifully as a batsman. I don't feel like he's thinking I need to hit a 4 or a 6 early in my innings. I feel like he's just, content. A lot of time you'd always say we got to bowl to his ego, put the field back, dare him to keep hitting over their heads, and he wouldn't like taking the singles. Look, there's still some of that there somewhere, but I just feel he's maturing as a player, and that's a big hit again. That's going to go all the way just for 6 more to Anchaman Rath.
Tell you what, for a very correct batsman, he's been talking about the work he's been doing the gym with his strength and his hitting ability. I know that's probably 65-metre boundary out there, but another good shot.
Well, just for a fleeting moment, I think the fielder thought he had a piece of that, had a chance of it, but wasn't the case. And it's 6 more runs. So just for a fleeting moment, the heart would have been in the mouth.
Again, good work there by Rath. I also think, Bubba, as we saw with Shahid batting with Anshuman Rath in Nairobi, I was lucky enough to be there to see that innings. I think he just has a calming influence. To belies his 19-year-old age. But I think he just knows how to control an innings and say the right things and keep even the senior player down the other end calm. Because I think, as you say about Bubba, he's just a different player when he's batting with Anchi.
Always a lot easier to bat when the bloke up the other end keeps smoking him. It takes all the pressure off yourself.
That too. So the end of the over. Into 21 overs. Hong Kong 110 for 1. So that leaves Hong Kong. I said us there. I guess I can occasionally. 205 needed from 174 balls.
You are the CEO, Tim, let's be honest.
That run rate just sitting there. It's just a tick over 7.
Is it okay if I keep saying us for both teams, though?
I think it's probably best for you at the moment. I think if you could be, I don't think you could be in a more conflicted position, honestly.
Oh,
is there a possibility
shocking.
of anyone, could you, in a real world situation?
Well,
so as we're talking about before with the first 5 overs, the 5 overs just before going for 15 runs, we've just had the previous 5 basically since the wicket, and including the wicket going for 31. So the difference, Bubba Hyatt comes out to bat, and the scoring rate's actually increased.
yeah, well, and that's brought about a change in the bowling. Peter Boren has come back on. Again, I feel it's that sort of wicket where you need to take the pace off. You've got to keep bashing it into the deck, bowl nice and straight, challenge the batsman to hit good, big shots. You know, so it's an interesting stage of the game, that's for sure. As you can see there, he just keeps rolling his fingers over the seam and taking the pace off. It's interesting, his mid-off is still up, yet mid-on is back. So I'm sure Anshuman will be thinking, well, if he gives me a bit of room here, I'll probably have a piece of him down the ground on the offside.
Knowing Pete Boren as we are lucky enough to, I think he's probably thinking the same thing. And I likened him to a Chris Harris type bowler. And I thought, as I was talking, I thought maybe that's a little bit old for a few of the fans that are watching.
Yeah, Chris Harris bowled fast leg spinners pretty much.
Yeah, mid-90s, as in the years.
Exceptional all-rounder.
Started playing in the 80s.
Exceptional record.
But he's another one like your good self that T20 cricket probably came 10 years too late.
Well, I'll tell you what he was. He was one of the great fielders of all time. I watched him in awe and some of the stuff he used to do, and yeah, amazing player.
And even as 2 Australians here talking, just let Peter Boren bowl this ball. And she not able to get that away and fielded by Max O'Dowd. Really great player to watch. With such a competitor in the field, as you say, bowling so hard to get away, but batting as well. That free swing of the bat over wide long on.
What you had to love about the bloke, and this is no disrespect, but mate, not the most talented player in the world,
no.
but just made the most of what he had. He knew what he had and, mate, played accordingly, which is outstanding. Thanks, Tim. I'm just going to sneak off, I think.
Well, you can sneak off. Back to the Peroni tent. Going to welcome back host, tournament chief, impersonator extraordinaire, all-round good guy, the main man Max Abbott, with Eddie Middleton from KPMG. Going to welcome Eddie into my chair, and I'll bid you adieu, and I'll be cheering from the sidelines from the Peroni tent. Thank you very much, Max, and welcome, Eddie.
Thank you very much, Tim. Delighted to be here.
Very exciting to have you here, Eddie, in our commentary box as a very special guest.
Exciting for who?
Well, for me.
You're very kind. Well, we've got a great game on our hands, Max, I think. We've got a great game coming on. Good start from Hong Kong, I think.
Yeah, well, I'll be really pleased. The wickets in hand is the key. I mean, very interesting for me to see just how they learn from that first match. They've got themselves now into a similar position that they got themselves into in that first match, but they now are in a position to perhaps learn from that and go a little bit better and go all the way.
Indeed, in the first game, came a cropper towards the end, clutch of wickets, and they'll be disappointed, I'm sure, that they didn't get over the line. Same thing here, fantastic start. Got to work hard through these middle overs and be in a position, last 10 or 15, to get over the line this time.
Roll of Vandermeer in here to the Hong Kong captain Bubba Hyatt. And a real key phase of this game, which it's great to see a few fans rolling through the gates here today.
It's a joy to behold. Glorious weather for it. What more could you want in life than a fantastic game of cricket in the weather that we've been blessed with today?
Yeah, absolutely perfect. And the general admission area, it's got to be about
Well
300 or 400
populated.
over there.
Yeah, it's very well populated.
That's knocked into the onside for a single from Anchman Rath. What about the form of Anchman Rath? I'm sure Ryan Campbell and Tim Cutler touched on it earlier, but just incredible to make, for a 19-year-old to make scores of 98 not out, 88, 134, and now to be sitting here on 64 not out in a space of 8 days.
Well,
it's a remarkable achievement.
As a fellow left-hander, it's a joy to behold. He's hit some wonderful shots already in this innings. I've been particularly impressed with a couple of shots he's hit straight over mid-off. The mid-off is up, and he's launched a couple back over his head, one bounce fours. Good swing of the bat, straight hit, picking it up beautifully.
And he's got outside the line there, I think. A big appeal. Hard to imagine that you're talking about getting outside the line of off stump when you're talking about playing a leg side shot.
Indeed.
Perhaps
bit of excitement among the Dutch team there. They thought they were in with a shout of LBW, but not really. Perhaps shows how keen they are to get Anshuman out.
In the
there
air.
He goes again. He's hit that in the air, but through extra, picked the gap, and that's gone into the crowd over a deep extra cover. Again, a nicely timed, nice swing of the bat, and 4 more runs, welcome runs for the Hong Kong total.
Yeah, 120 for 1. And Peter Boren here, this is the last ball of this over, I think, as Anshuman hits that firmly down the ground. That's going to be another 4. So back-to-back boundaries really takes the pressure off. And, if I'm not mistaken, not quite the end of the over. In fact, he's just fallen behind in my little ball count here.
Getting close,
24th over, as with a bit of multitasking here in the booth with keeping score.
You're doing a fine job, Max, in difficult circumstances with limited ability. It's fantastic stuff. And he's hit that one through mid-wicket. There's a man on the boundary, though, so they jog through, an easy single taken.
Anshuman now on 73 from 67 deliveries. Can he back up his 100 with another one here? Hong Kong are going to need it.
Yeah, and Anshuman's going to need some support. 2 or 3 guys at the other end. Got to give him that support. Anything over 300 is a difficult chase. They're in a good position at the moment. And Holland, I guess, searching for a wicket now. Dot ball, always welcome for the bowling side, a dot ball.
So you've been here for a bit of this series. Eddie, as a keen
Yeah,
cricket follower, what have you made of it all?
It's been, so far it's been absolutely wonderful, Max. As you know, I was here for much of the 4-day game earlier in the week. I'm a purist, really. I like my 4-day and 5-day cricket. This hit and giggle stuff, it's okay. But I really enjoyed the 2 days I spent here last weekend watching some really good quality cricket.
I don't think Netherlands will be happy with that quality of cricket, though. Although it was a direct hit the stumps and ricocheted off for an extra run. Peter Boren looks pretty upset about it. A glare to his fielder there.
Yeah, it was a bit slack, wasn't it? Nobody enthusiastically backing up, and that's conceded a soft run.
But I think credit to the groundsman as well, because the wicket has been conducive to quality cricket.
Yeah, it seems to me to have been something in it for the bowlers. Maybe it's a little bit too paced, or some roughness in the wicket.
Is the same strip was
Same
used.
strip, so it's had a few days wear now. Hard baked because we've had some good weather this week.
Let's
Now
just
the
take a look
change
at
in
the equation here at the moment. The run rate required now for Hong Kong, 7.2 runs per over, which is manageable.
Yeah.
That equals 188 off 156, so it's going to take some pretty steady batting, despite this good start.
Sevens is well within the compass of international teams these days, Max, though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the current run rate for Hong Kong just at 5.3 runs per over, so it's solid enough. So that's worked around the corner from Anshirath for another single. I suppose they know they've got some power in the shed with Nazakat Khan to come in next, a man from you at the club that you're associated with up at Hong Kong Cricket Club. You've seen him lose a few balls up on that postage stamp ground.
Oh, it's a big ground if you're a player of my capability, so whenever I see Nizakat hit them into the road and into the swimming pool and the tennis courts, I always marvel at.
Build quickly, there's not a need to panic, but
No.
with a few quiet overs.
The batsmen did have a brief conference between overs there, maybe just giving each other a little bit of encouragement. I think the mantra must be not to panic. Perhaps can seem a bit of a daunting total. But both batsmen now reasonably well set. Well, Anshuman very well set. What can he do here? Tickle round the corner. Wasn't wide enough of the fielder for them to contemplate a second. But rotating the strike is always valuable if you can't hit the bat.
Score 134 for 1 here at the moment.
Still some minor adjustments to the field. Batsman, bowler now both ready. The bowler's in.
Generally fairly laid back most of the time, Barbara. I don't think I've ever seen him too stressed.
He's certainly not panicking, even though he's hit 4 or 5 of the last shots have hit straight to fielders. Finally gets one to defeat mid-on, who's in a little tight there. So it goes out to deep, long on, and another single for the total. Do you think Anshuman will be thinking about a big shot now? It's been a couple of overs since we had any boundaries. Scoreboard pressure always tells. No. Great technique again. Proper cricket shot, eased again to deep mid-off. Straight to the fielder and with enough pace. No opportunity for a second. One more to the total. Brings Baba Hyatt back on strike.
The dot ball, so you can sense the voice in the Dutch field just going up a little bit. They sense that there's a little bit of pressure being built here.
It's been a good bowling change, this one so far. Anything loose, it's been singles.
Again, well bowled. That ends the over. 27 gone. 136 for 1. So that what does that equation leave for Hong Kong? Just looking at the
179
run rate required. Yeah, 7.78 run rate required. Did you have that down to a T, Eddie?
Just about, yeah. Being an accountant, I should be able to work that out pretty quickly.
It's great to have support from KPMG for the Hong Kong T20 Blitz coming up.
Yes, well, thanks for mentioning it, Max. Yeah, we've just done a deal with the cricket organisation to put some money behind the T20 Blitz tournament that's coming up in just a month's time or thereabouts, just less. And we're absolutely thrilled to be part of what Hong Kong Cricket Organisation is doing to promote the game, develop the game, precisely the kind of enterprise that a firm like ours wants to be associated with. We hope we're getting in early enough to be part of the future and play a meaningful role in developing, assisting you to develop the plans that you have. It's absolutely wonderful.
Well, for that one's tucked away for a single by Anshuman Rath, and well, from Cricket Hong Kong's point of view, fantastic to be involved with a firm with the reputation of KPMG, one of the leading brands.
Indeed, we're very modest about our achievements, Max. But as you know, we like
your batting achievements.
Well, indeed, thank you very much. We'll go through that in another session. But yeah, KPMG's a leader in our market, and the Hong Kong cricket team is a leader in its market, and so the two fit nicely for each other. And in terms of this game, of course, KPMG's headquarters are in fact in Holland. So
quite fitting.
It's nice to be nice to be here for this game as well. As much as I'm enjoying this game, and I'm really looking forward to the T20 Blitz, which I think the quality of players that are coming in from around the world, there's some huge names to cricket lovers.
It's going to be unbelievable.
Yeah. Eased into the leg side by Baba Hyatt, into the gap, an easy single but nothing more. Run rate's creeping up, Max. Run rate's creeping up. When we started on this stint, it was just over 7.2 I think, and we're already up to around 7.8. Wonder what the batsmen are thinking.
Fired in from Van der Merwe, creates another dot ball. Full of voice at the moment in the field.
Yeah, they
Dutch,
sense their opportunity at the moment, I think. They've had 2 or 3 good overs.
One thing I would say from Hong Kong's point of view, and although that their finish in the first game might have dented their confidence a little bit, in Hong Kong with the dimensions of the boundaries, it's very easy to get on a roll, so there's no need to panic. Score at 141 for 1. Still got 9 wickets in the shed. We just have a look at the run rate required. At 7.9, I think around that level is manageable. And I always think if you have 80, 90 off the last 10 overs, that's a very manageable amount if you've got wickets in hand. So for Hong Kong, they don't want to fall too much further behind than they are now. But if they can pick up sort of 6 and over, knocking it around 6, 7 and over for the next 5 to 7 overs, I think that will keep them within range.
Yeah. We'll see where they are after 30 overs, because the thinking is always you can double your score from 30 overs in. So that would mean roughly they want to be about 155, 160 after 30 if that equation holds. One more single tucked into the leg side. But it's good pressure from Holland. This is good bowling. Good bowling. They've kept it primarily to singles in the last few overs. We had that over just when you and I started, Max. A couple of fours hit by Anshuman Rath over the top. But it's been singles since.
Half volley, hit straight back to the bowl. I think Baba Hyatt will be a little bit disappointed there. He had the ball kind of in his zone. He loves those sort of deliveries. But as I said, Baba Hyatt is a pretty cool customer. It's very gentle medium pace, not just allowing the wicket to sort of keep that one low by not hitting it into the deck.
Yeah, kept a bit low, that one, and Baba watched it all the way onto the bat, eased through mid-on. Yet another single. Now he's Anshuman, young man that he is, has he got the temperament not to panic?
Was one of the things that you're taught from a young age in cricket, in one-day cricket, is that pretty much the worst place you can hit the ball is straight back at the bowler. There's never a single there, so he does have enough time to potentially be able to at least knock one at his feet or just onto the onside at least for a single.
It's testament to the quality of the line that
that time.
that's been achieved over the last few overs. A lot of deliveries have been hit straight back to the bowler or to mid-on. So they got their lines right just at present, Holland. These two bowling in tandem and bowling very well, I think. I wonder whether Anshuman's thinking it's time for a big shot. Need to break the shackles.
Ooh. Straight down the ground. He's hit it very straight, but the fielder gets across, cuts it off. It'll just be the single end of another over, and another good one from a Netherlands point of view. Score now is 145 for 1 after 29 overs. And of the last 5 overs, we've had just the 18 runs. So that's an indication that Netherlands have really pulled it back. The Hong Kong run rates, sort of in that time, I think dipped from around 5.3 to just under 5. Required rates gone from about 7.3 now to about 8.1.
They won't want to let that continue. They need to do something. I think they're now at the stage, Max, aren't they, where they actually do need to, the batsmen do need to change something here.
Yeah,
they
don't need a monstrous over, but they just need to pick the momentum up again. They need to find a way to at least manufacture an over of 6 or 7 and just get the innings flowing again, because at the moment the temptation might be to try and break the Netherlands' momentum with a big shot. It's probably at this point better served just trying to look for a few extra singles, push the Netherlands
some
outfielders.
Twos, maybe. So we can convert some of these singles into twos.
First match, 5 overs for 22 so far. But bowls his left arm Chinamans with a variety of googlies and regular leg breaks. And he's got him, that's the big wicket. Michael Rippon, that wasn't the wrong end, that's turned. And Anshuman Rath was caught stranded down the pitch. And that's a huge wicket for the Netherlands, and it's been brought about by some pressure in recent overs.
Absolutely, that's. I was just going to question the need for a bowling change at that point, as the two were bowling well in tandem, but the first delivery, and that's turned a long way, Max, I think. Turned a long way. As you say, Anshuman Rath has come down the wicket, perhaps not with enough intent, which means it didn't quite get sufficiently close to the pitch of the ball. It's turned quite some distance, easily beating the outside edge, and as you say, the wicket-keeper's got the easiest of jobs there to gather and flick the bails off. So Anshuman Rath will be disappointed to get out now, but he's done at least 3/4 of his job, getting the innings off to a great start, but of course wanting to go on.
Yeah, Anshuman Rath, I mean, let's take a moment to at least say well done to Anshuman Rath. What a series it's been against the Netherlands.
Yeah, he's had a very good week.
His scores of 98 not out, 88, 134, and now being dismissed for 85. That's a very good series, and it certainly won't be a fault of his if Hong Kong can't get over the line in one of these 2 matches. He's been outstanding, and it's over to Nazakat Khan, who, well, if there's a man who can lift the run rate, it is Nazakat Khan, and a bit of discussion, as you can see, between bowler and fielder here, because he's a unique batsman. Nazakat, he hits the ball to unusual areas, and he'll certainly try and target the short, straight boundary, and he can also sort of flick the ball almost Dhoni style onto the leg side, as he's done there to get off the mark.
And that's an interesting shot immediately. They're precisely the deliveries for the last 4 or 5 overs that both Baba and Anshuman have been hitting straight back to the bowler. That's pitched on middle stump, and he's eased that, no trouble at all, off his first ball, into the leg side, and it's a single where perhaps previously the batsman was struggling to get off the square. There we go, Baba's gone for the big one, he's hit that, and he's hit that into the softball courts. Over the side screen, into the softball courts, and that's just the shot that Hong Kong needed. 6 runs, easy as you like. What a glorious shot, couldn't have been straighter. And recovers the over somewhat for Hong Kong. Takes some of the pressure off. Then tossed up a little bit wider of the off stump, so gave Baba the opportunity to swing his arms, keeps his head still, really eased over the side screen into the softball courts. What a super shot, super shot.
Needed runs there for Hong Kong, and great to have the back of our box sitting here at the moment, just observing what we're doing, Eddie. from Sri Lanka Airways.
Very nice to meet you.
So you go for a holiday in Sri Lanka, you'll have to...
well, I am, in fact.
Are you?
I'm going to Sri
part
Lanka at Easter.
Great part of the world. And, of course, very keen cricketers.
Indeed. And very good cricketers. So what have we got left in this over? It's been a mix from both sides' point of views. We've had a wicket, a single, a 6.
I think there's one to come in this over.
One to come, yeah. Baba Hyatt on strike.
Correct you there, that's Nazaka.
That's Nazaka. So I've got Peter Seeler in front of me. Couldn't see past him sufficiently, thank you.
Oh, excuses, that's all right. It's your first stint with us.
Could be the last at this rate.
152 for 2. We see a few fans in the crowd there enjoying themselves. It's been a great afternoon here, fantastic weather, great atmosphere in the ground. Good to see the cricket fans in Hong Kong coming to support their team.
There's a fella there needs to get a change of shorts by the looks of it.
Where's that?
Babar's a bit of a fidget, I think. He's constantly refixing his gloves. Here we are, start of the new over. 30 overs gone. Oh, that's a thin edge. The best shot in one-day cricket. Thin edge past the keeper, 4 runs off the first ball of the over. So there were 152 Hong Kong after 30 overs. 20 overs left to get 160. So that was a good start. Good start to the over, if very, very fortunate. So he's got almost the toe end of the bat, the corner of the bat onto that one. And that defeats whatever field the captain sets. Just a start to the over that Hong Kong needed.
Full goes for the big one. That's going to be 4 more. This is just what Hong Kong needed and what I mentioned that can happen here with these short boundaries. You can easily pick up back-to-back boundaries in patches. Again, it just eases the pressure.
But again, another false shot, Max. It's another edge. So 2 edges, 2 boundaries in this over for Baba, and he won't mind that though. Now I can ease through perhaps the rest of the over. No need to panic now with those 2 boundaries off the opening 2. It's better at mid-wicket.
You can see the run rate required just ducks back under 8. Can change quickly.
Yeah.
They've got to that sort of halfway point, as you mentioned, Eddie, at the 30 over mark.
Yeah. At the 30 over mark needed just over 160 off 20. So as you've been reporting, we're around 8 and over. Very gettable. But it's over 20 overs, so it's a long time to be keeping that kind of scoring rate going.
Down the ground's going to be a single. Baba Hyatt's now moved on to 35 from 38 deliveries. And is going along nicely, the skipper. It's going to be up to these 2 to do the bulk of the work. Hong Kong's 2 most experienced batsmen, certainly in terms of what's to come. We've probably got Wakas Khan, who's still only, I think still only 17 or 18. Coming in next, Shahid Wasif's only 19. So that's delicately played, looking to beat that short third man, but can't do it. That ends the over. A good recovery, I suppose, in the end there from Malik.
Well, I think Malik will consider himself somewhat hard done by there. He's gone for, I think, 10 in that over. But the bulk of them, 2 boundaries off false shots. So that's cricket for you, I suppose. Very often it just doesn't go for you.
So the run rate required, 8.11 runs per over.
There's a cat look to get going now, I think. It's not a man who hangs around, is he?
No.
He's off strike at the moment.
Especially against spin bowling. see what his tactics are. You do have to be careful against Rippon because he's got that variation with the wrong. And this is Bubba Hyatt on strike though, and he sweeps that one. He out to the man in the deep. It'll just be the single.
He might have been disappointed with only to get one there. It wasn't the greatest delivery. Able to play a pulled sweep shot, but found the man on the boundary. How's Nizakat going to approach this? You think he'll fancy him?
Yeah, he'll have a go. I mean, he would have been, I imagine, given a little bit of a talking to for his shot played in the first game. I mean, it is somewhat the way he plays, but Anshman Rath had got out the ball before, and Nizakat looked to hit the next one for 6 and got out. And that was the turning point in the match in those 2 deliveries.
Yeah.
So perhaps learning from the fact that Anshman's just got out, Nizakat might just feel the need to take it easy for a few overs at least.
Well, in any form of cricket, you do need to, as a batsman, you do need to give yourself some opportunity to sight the bowling and get the pace of the wicket. Even if you fielded first, you're never sure until you face that first ball how the wicket's going to play. And as you said earlier, given his experience and importance to the team, he can't take risks too early. Perhaps throws more of the pressure onto the skipper to make sure the scoreboard is ticking along. And as I say that, a couple of steps down the track, gets nicely to the pitch, drives, but all along the floor. Bubba hits deep mid-off though, only a single. So Nizakat on strike now.
Comes down the ground, goes in the air. Has it got enough on it? I think it does. Yes, that's over. And that's gone for 6. So we said he'd have a go. He gave himself 2 overs, Eddie. That was enough.
Himself 2 overs, yeah. Well, probably not enough. He didn't get as much as that he would have liked. He was a bit high on the bat. And we didn't see that one going to the softball courts. That's stayed within the confines of the ground. Again, fielder at long on. Thought he was in with a shout momentarily. But as you say, had enough on to get over there. He's down the track again. That's a much better shot. That one's cleared the ropes at deep extra cover into one of the hospitality tents. Scatters 1 or 2 of the spectators there. Probably knocked a Peroni over.
Yes, and the boots are wobbly enough down there at this stage of the afternoon.
Oh, I don't know. I think they've been pretty restrained in the KPMG tent there. Which is unusual.
Well, the boys to watch out for are the Lama. They are very subdued down there, which is surprising. The guys from Lama Cricket Club. Normally they are very rowdy by this point in the afternoon.
Well, they were reasonably abusive to me this morning as I walked past them. Maybe because I made an adverse comment or 2 about the quality of their jackets, their blazers. But yeah, maybe they're taking their afternoon nap, setting themselves up for a big finish. Perhaps timing themselves with the batting side here, who are going to have to get a move on. But that was a great over for Hong Kong, just what we needed.
And 77 for 2, so 138 off 108. That looks a little more manageable. With that over costing 15 runs. And that just happened so quickly here at Ting Kwong Road. We can see a few out in the sunshine. I hope they got their sun cream on in that corner of the ground. It's the afternoon sun belts into that corner of the ground.
And it is a warm day. So the batsman taking on some liquid, taking some water now.
So that run rate required, as we had at the start of the over, everything was 8.1, straight down to 7.6.
Well, you called it right, Max. Nizakat didn't take very long to get into his stride there.
Well, it was a bit of a gamble, but probably one worth taking for the Netherlands to leave Rippon on. They knew that Nizakat would try and attack him, and it could cost them some runs, but alternatively, if it had picked them up a wicket, they would have been well ahead in the game.
Well, it almost worked for them with that first 6 of Nizakat that only cleared the ropes by 5 or 6 yards. In the air a long time, went very high. Interesting decision for Peter Boren, the Dutch skipper, next over, to see what he does. Does he risk another over? or does he think that Mizakat in particular is now well enough set that it's a risk that he can't take?
That's an important moment here too. Van Meekeren has been the pick of the Dutch bowlers so far. He bowled a very good spell up front, 5 overs, none for 13. So it'd be interesting to see how Hong Kong play him here with the older ball. One's kept a little low for a man of his height.
Perhaps the worst thing can happen when you're facing a bowler of this height and pace. You're on the back foot, you're expecting it to be up around, I don't know, chest and shoulder height, and that one keeps low and threatens your kneecaps. It's got to put you in two minds as a batsman. You've got to try hard to get that thought out of your mind and just play the next ball.
Got to go with that one.
But goes bit of width, beaten for pace, Max. I think really.
Yeah, it was there to hit that one.
It's a 4 ball.
Just looking at the
Van
field.
Meekeren's got away with.
Looking out at the field there's no one that I can see unless they're blending into the crowd in the background at that sort of deep point area. So
no, it's interesting. No sweeper
on the offside, so did miss out there. Bubba Height. They've got 2 men out for the hook shot, but a pretty attacking field here for this stage of the game. Just goes down the leg side. Bubba Height misses out.
Oh, we've got almost a gully in, rather than the deep point. A gully and a third man. A long leg, a deep square leg. Deep mid on. Mid wicket. 2 men pretty close in on the close together on the offside at cover.
This time Bubba Height takes a quick single. Is it safely home?
I must have spotted something there to have effectively, what do you call them, 2 covers, maybe only 10 yards apart, quite tight in. For Baba, they're more orthodox now for Mizakat. And he's brought both third man and fine leg up into the circle. So I'm not sure I understand the thinking there. A thin edge, probably not going to carry for a catch, but might defeat them and go for 4.
It's clipped away onto the onside. Very wristy shot there from Nazakat Khan. Picks up a single. Score to 178 for 2. So a tidy over here from Van Meekeren. Just 2 runs from it, and a real opportunity to build some pressure again here for the Netherlands. Be interesting to see if Bubba Height will choose to take a risk or just play the over out and try and target the other end. And it's very good length, and that's been the key to his bowling order. Just the 2 runs off that over, so his figures remain very tidy, Van Meekeren, and he's still got 4 to bowl. Hong Kong are probably going to have to figure out a method taking a few runs from him.
Yeah, unfortunately they can't afford to let Van Meekeren's last 4 overs sort of wither away with singles here and there. Now what's Peter Boren doing? Seems he's taken Rippon off.
Brought himself on.
Brought himself on. What are his figures today, Max?
Rippon, that last over certainly blew him out. Blew him out. So he's now off. He was 7 overs, 1 for 45. But Peter Boren has been a little tidier. He's got figures there of 5 overs for 30. So, but just a sort of bowler, he'll look again just to take the pace off the ball here, build a bit of pressure, and hope that maybe Van Meekeren at the other end might benefit from that. And that's exactly where he'll look to bowl, as Nazakat bunts that one down the ground for a single.
His bowling choices recent times have worked for him, I think, Max. Peter Boren, the skipper, brings Van Meekeren back and bowls a good tight over, kept Rippon on when we thought he might take him off, and it got in the critical wicket. So just a fantastic contest cut and thrust, punch and counter punch. Babahite, the Hong Kong skipper, is batting, so he's having to think about the approach, talking to his fellow batsman, Dutch skipper, thinking seemingly every over.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is a huge hour coming up here for Hong Kong cricket. There was an article written the other day that was spot on about the games with context, which they're trying to figure out in the full member world where these matches all mean something. And Hong Kong, if they're to have any chance of winning this World Cricket League Championship, they will need to win this game. And
just another single there, eased into the offside.
And it's a massive hour. If they can win this game, they'll go back to within 1 point of the Netherlands who are on top of the table, and into second place Hong Kong. A loss will see them stay in third and 5 points behind.
Peter Boren, he's had a breather, but he's come straight back into his line and length. He's first half of this over, nothing given, no free hits.
Wicket is definitely just staying a little lower than it did in that first World Cricket League Championship match as that ends the over. Another good one for the Netherlands there, 181 for 2. Just tidied up after that big over from Hong Kong, but haven't let the run rate blow out, I suppose, any further than 5 overs ago, which is important from Hong Kong's point of view. That was on the back of really 2 overs, one that went for 9 and the next that went for 15. The Netherlands have since tidied it up once again. Just looking at what they've got left in their bowling for the Netherlands. Van Meekeren with 4 left. Sneijder, the debutant, was a bit expensive, mainly caused by the fact he had some problems with no balls and wides. And Peter Boren, so they've got 6 bowlers, so plenty of options available to them in this last 16. Van der Merwe's only got 2 left. He's their real go-to bowler to keep things tight. And of course, Hong Kong still with 8 wickets in the shed, hoping that they won't need them.
It'll be a remarkable partnership if they don't need at least one more max, I think, from here. Still need 134 as we go into this 35th over.
Yeah, Hong Kong, they'd love to find a way to score a few more off of Van Meekeren here. Oh, it's just kept down a little bit.
Yeah, Nizakat's gone for the pull shot there, but he's played well over the top of it because that's gone through it barely stump high. Good line. Nizakat can do no more than tap it through mid-on for another single.
Van Meekeren, can he keep going? It's been a big 8 days for him. 31 overs in the first innings of the Fordo game set him up for a big week. And he's charging in here still for his team. Wide, and that's smashed. And we said there was no sweeper out in the offside. And he's just erred in width. The first real bad delivery he's bowled. And this time, Babahite didn't miss out. And an important boundary to break the shackles there for Hong Kong.
Yeah, and as we said in the previous over, nobody out at deep point, nobody on the offside boundary guarding against that shot. So, as you say, bad ball, very, very nicely dispatched.
Dispatched with intent.
He did. Dare I say, it's gone like the proverbial tracer bullet through the offside. And he's erred in line that time, so overcompensated. Previous delivery was well outside off stump and thumped through the offside. Overcompensated. The next delivery and eased into the leg side, a single. brings Nizakat on strike. What can he do? Didn't get hold of it. Might have been 1 or 2 in that. If he just got the timing right. Seems to be a touch late on that one. There's a bit hands on hips as he walks back to his mark, Van Meekeren. Maybe those
He's getting a little weary.
31 overs.
Yeah. He looks like
take
he's
its
just
toll.
starting to tire.
He's in again now.
And he goes
Yeah,
wide.
he's short again. That's gone through the leg side. Is he going to go for 4? Yes. Just defeats the man running around from deep long on. Perfect placement. Nizakat. So a good over for Hong Kong. 2 boundaries in that one.
191 for 2. Just got a bit tired at the end of that over, Van Meekeren, and a vital boundary. So we take another look at this shot from Nizakat. I don't think he quite got it. A bit high on the bat, but he picked the gap. That's out to the boundary for 4. And it's at the end of the 35th with 15 to go. A slight change in commentary here. We're going to welcome in Director of Cricket for Hong Kong, Charlie Burke. Eddie, a very good first stint. I'm going to review the tape of how you did and come back. We'll call you Monday, okay? We'll call you.
Speak to my agent.
Yeah.
You've got their number. Thank you very much, Max. It's been a pleasure. Thank
All
you.
right. Thanks, Eddie. And hopefully my replacement will not far away either. Those of you wanting a break from me as well. So it's bunted down the onside for a single. Charlie, this game is placed in a very interesting point.
Yeah, the Dutch haven't given too much away here. Peter Burns bowled stump to stump, mixed his pace up. Almost a bit of a carbon copy of Thursday's game here. Just talking to the Hong Kong coach before, Simon Cook. Just mentioning how crucial it is that these 2 batters at the crease learn from the other day. Geez, he's whacked that. Nizakat Khan lent back, 3 mid-wicket. Over to the pop-up gazebos, the far side of the ground here at Tin Kwong Road. He's known to get a beautiful 30 and 40, Nizakat, for Hong Kong's sake. He's got to push on with that, going down leg. So Hong Kong 119 required for 87 balls. Very doable here on a excellent surface for batting. Short boundaries, quick outfield. Peter Burns and Nizakat Khan, back of a length. Fielded there by Rudolph van der Merwe.
So it's a very big hour for Hong Kong cricket, Charlie.
Certainly is. I'd like to think the series can be tied from a Hong Kong point of view. But it makes that table very interesting. And those in Port Moresby, Papua New Guinea, I'm sure they're hoping for a Hong Kong victory here, because then keeps top spot only 1 win away still for the Papua New Guinea side.
Yeah, it's all very tight at the top. Well, it certainly will be if Hong Kong can get home in this one. I am somewhat pleased from a personal point of view that the game has reached a similar stage to one from Thursday. Just an opportunity for Hong Kong to learn their lesson from that first match.
Yep, and that's as the coach in me. That's all you ask for players, is that it's not about perfection, it's about progression. And this is where I think the Hong Kong team can hopefully get over the line. So a bit of hold up and play here as Peter Burns gets the field right for his bowler, Malik. So Hong Kong 197 for 2. Malik to bowl the 37th over from the line rock end. Nazakit, first ball, looks to go downtown and does. 6 over, long off. Bit of intent there from Nazakit Khan early in the over. And the 200 up for Hong Kong. 203 for 2. Malik to Khan. Plays it through mid-wicket. And you get one there. The left arm throw of Sealer. To the keeper's end, Wesley Barassi. Throws it back to Malik. 7 off the first 2 balls of this over. As we've got a replay of Nazakit Khan's 6 over long off. Just gave himself room there. Backed away to square. Hit it over long off. So back live here. Malik to the skipper, Bubba Hyatt. Another one here. Good support there from Nazakit Khan. Score moves on to 205 for 2. Somewhat of a psychological barrier once you get below 100 required. So Malik to Khan, he's gone big again. It's gone all the way, it could hit the scoreboard here. It's into the groundsman's shed. That's 6 runs now over long on. Malik, bit of damage in this over. Have another replay here. So he's gone 6 over long off, now 6 over long on. Freed his arms. Fair bit of height on that. Over into the groundsman's area. Back live, Malik to Khan. Follows it up with some mature batting there. As he knocks it for a single to long on. The score moves on. Pretty big over here. Big over for Hong Kong. 212 for 2. 37th over. We've got 1 ball left in the over. Malik to Hyatt. No one there as it's mopped up from Van der Merwe. So dot ball there to finish the over in what was a very important over for Hong Kong there. So Hong Kong move on to 2 for 112. Malik's over then going for 15, 6, 1, 1, 6 over long on, 1, and then finishes up with a dot. Run rate required now for Hong Kong is just under 8 and over. The last 5 overs produced 36 runs for the loss of no wicket for Hong Kong. We're in for a cracking finish here. Make sure you stay tuned. A lot on the line in this game as Peter Burrows speaks to his experienced charger, Van der Merwe. Crucial overs here from Van der Merwe. He's bowled 8 overs, so he's got 2 overs left. Rippon, he's got 3 overs left, so we've got 5 overs left of spin from their 2 main spinners. Snate has only bowled the 3 overs. And then the other seamers, apart from Malik, bowled 7 overs. So Van der Merwe to Nazakit Khan. It's bowled him. Exactly the reply they needed. Good wicket there for the Dutch. Nazakit Khan on his way. Played all around that one. It looks like we'll take a quick drink as well. Big wicket for the Dutch.
Yeah, huge wicket. Nazakit Khan again, just not quite able to see it through here today for Hong Kong. It's just done him for pace. Misjudged the length. Roller van der Merwe had 2 overs left. He's come back and done the job for his team. That will make it a bit trickier for Hong Kong now that Nazaka is gone. Again, doing it quite comfortably.
Yeah, well, not only a wicket to a crucial batter who can really take the game away from you and Nazaka Khan, but it's also going to dry up the run rate. Wickets often do that in one-day cricket. So the new batsman in for Hong Kong. Wicket Khan. Wicket Khan, integral part of the Hong Kong under-19s. This is his 9th one-day match for Hong Kong. Average of just a tick over 22. You'll need all of those today, if not a bit more, to help Hong Kong push forward. So a lot riding on the young shoulders of Wicket Khan.
Yeah, he's a player that I know that holds very highly in the side. He's got a lot of belief in Wax's ability, and a real opportunity for him today to repay that faith. As he has definitely improved as a cricketer in the last 12 months. So it'll be good opportunity here for him to show the people here what he can do, and more importantly, try and win this match for Hong Kong.
Yeah, it's great to see a lot of your non-traditional cricket supporters here as well. There's quite a few Americans and Canadians in the crowd, and I know the CEO, Tim Cutler, has managed to recruit some keen followers of the Hong Kong team, which is great. Wicket Khan, first ball, pushes back, defends it back to van der Merwe.
Tough time to come in when the run rate required is over 8. And I don't think Wicket Khan's game is to come in and play the big shots from the get-go. So he's just got to find a way to turn the strike over to Bubba Hyatt here. That's exactly what he's done there with a nice shot down the ground for a single.
It's acknowledged by the long-on fielder there. He's just giving him a bit of an applause there for dot, then one. So Bubba Hyatt, a lot resting on his shoulders, the skipper of Hong Kong.
Cuts straight to the fielder. Hit that one well, and there was no one out sweeping there, so if he'd picked the gap, he would have picked up 4.
Very useful over this for the Dutch. He's pushed Bubba Hyatt back again. It's probably the right length to be bowling to the Hong Kong skipper here, as long as you don't give any width. It's pretty dangerous on the front foot.
Smashed
Bit of width there, exactly what I talked about, but he's hit it to the fielder.
That's the end of the over. And a good one there from Roller van der Merwe, a successful one. Score now 214 for 3.
So the batting to come for Hong Kong. You'd probably imagine Shahid Wasif, the young man, who's been brought in to replace Jamie Atkinson today. Will probably be in next, followed by potentially Ehsan Khan, and Azaz Khan, Nadeem Ahmed, Tanvir Ahmed, probably Ehsan Nawaz, I think, before. Tanvir Ahmed coming in 11. Malik to continue from the Lion Rock end. Got long on, long off. And deep mid-wicket. And a deep backward square for the captain, Bubba Hyatt, who's on strike. Oh, it's a drop catch there. Would have been a big part of the game here. I think that's gone straight through it. It's gone straight through his hands there. It's one that you need to take. We saw it in the Hong Kong innings with the drop catch at point. Wakas Khan and Bubba Hyatt. It's been given a lifeline there at cover. Malik again. Nice and tight here. Tight lines to Hong Kong team. Score moves on to 218 for 3. We're in the 39th over.
And that run rate required 8.3. I think that's where Hong Kong, it hasn't gone really far above that. It did just touch 8.5 for a moment, and that's sort of the limits, I think, of where Hong Kong will want it to get to. Probably no more than 9 and over. If they can keep it under that, sort of with 5 to go, that's probably got to be their aim at this stage.
Wickets in hand, 10 overs, 90 to 100 runs is not too much out of the question. It's Mission Road. It's always a nice thing to get below that 100 required. Bit of a psychological advantage there. Malik to Wakas Khan, who's tied up a little bit there. Hits him on the pads, no run.
Yeah, good to see the numbers in the stream building up too. We do encourage you, if you're enjoying this coverage, we share it on social media. Let people know that we're broadcasting associate cricket. It's a great promotion for this World Cricket League Championship. So we do encourage you to share on Facebook, Twitter, whatever other social media channels you may be on. Those Nepalese fans on Facebook, they are very enthusiastic, Charlie, watching this game. Their team, of course, will be affected by the outcome of this match and probably eyeing off Hong Kong for later in the year to see what their team will be up against.
Yep, Hong Kong have 4 more games in the World Cricket League Championship. 2 against Papua New Guinea in the UAE, and before that, 2 against Nepal here in Hong Kong.
Interesting that it looks to me like, so Van der Merwe coming off, and I think he's got 1 over left. He's just come on for the 1 and got 1 over left, so Byron wanting to keep his most experienced bowler up his sleeve. He's got Ripon on, I think, who he took off while Nazaket was at the crease.
Yeah, Ripon's got 3 overs left, I think, so crucial to be aware as a batting side what's available up your sleeve as far as overs remaining and what bowlers have got what. So lot of tactics in one-day cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be fascinating to watch how the approach to Ripon. Always when a wrist spinner's in the game in this situation, it always makes things interesting. It's the wrong one to start there as Bubba pushing for 2, won't get it. Well done by Van der Merwe, who cuts it off. They just take the single.
I'd just like to see a bit more hustle from the run in between wickets. Just put the fielders under pressure and look for those 2s. They're going to be a big part of this game as the match goes deep into what's sort of the last, I suppose, 45 minutes that we've got.
I want these overs to get through quickly because the beers are running low over there. Woodworm and Lama have got through them all almost. Wakas Khan just loses his shape a little bit there as he goes to play that shot. He's 1 off 6 balls here. He's just got to keep turning the strike over in this situation.
Yeah, he's looked to look to advance there. He's come down the wicket. Rippon won't be afraid to toss this one up. Goes to the sweep. It should be taken. Deep square. Wakas Khan, the young man from Lil Sarwan Cricket Club, is back in the sheds.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Wakas Khan. Just got bogged down early in his innings. Went for the big shot, the sweep, which is his release shot. But top-edged it out to the fieldsman there. As we just see it, have a look again. Just picked up the top edge. There was a fielder at short fine, a fielder at deep backward square. And a good catch from Max O'Dowd there on the deep backward square boundary.
Yeah, he's twice in the World Cricket League Championship matches. He's got a top edge and 2 different shots, but same result. Caught it deep square. And a fairly comfortable catch. Fairly comfortable catch there from Maxi O'Dowd. So the new batsman to make his way onto Tin Kwong Road, Shahid Wasif.
Very exciting prospect, Shahid Wasif. Looking forward to seeing him in this situation. Bubba Hyatt just plays that one. He's taken off for a quick single, causes a misfield. Very important to reduce the number of dot balls.
Yep, so Shahid Wasif, the young 19-year-old from Lil Sarwan Cricket Club. Also handy keeper. Playing his 10th one-day game for Hong Kong. Highest score of 45. I think that was against Papua New Guinea here, actually. Batted very well that day. Wants to improve on that average as his career moves forward. Just touch below 20.
Well bowled from Rippon.
Pretty simple equation here. And not panic. Push the ball around. Take the game nice and deep, but you've got to have wickets in hand.
It's hit him in the face there. He's gone for the sweep. He's a very good sweeper, Shahid Wasif. But that one, the wrong one, I don't know if he quite picked, and it bounced a little more, being out the back of the hand. And it's really now probably got to a point here where it's advantage Netherlands here. With 90, got the equation up here to save me doing the maths. 94 from 60. It's probably lost 1 wicket or 2 too many than what they would have wanted for that many runs off the last 10 overs. But it's doable.
Yeah, it's very, very gettable in Hong Kong. I think that's the, some of your missed shots can still go for 4. They're going to be clever here though. We know what the Netherlands are going to do.
See some of our Cricket Hong Kong staff just counting their cash in the back of the box. Probably sounds bad, but it's just from gate takings and gate receipts from the match today. Big appeal. Not given.
Big appeal there.
Lasita Lai and Emmeline worked very hard today to put that event on. The patrons who've come into the ground today. And it's Emmeline's first live cricket tournament that she's worked on, so she's enjoyed it. It's always a pleasure working with staff that are seeing live cricket for the first time.
So Shahid Wasif on strike. Young man pushes it down. Trevor Penny, who's one of the contracted coaching staff of the Hong Kong team, has a pretty big rap on Shahid Wasif. Hopefully he's at home often in Canada.
He's not wrong often, Trevor. Short ball, Bubba maybe just missing there. They run through for a quick leg by, I fancy. That is the signal from the umpire.
Hong Kong 224 for 4, 91 required. Just inside 10 overs now. So, all to play for, Max.
Hong Kong, got to say, have hit a lot of balls back to the bowler today.
A lot of balls back to the bowl, a lot of balls to mid-wicket and cover.
Be fascinated. I know that the analyst Chris Pickett will have that data, but it's just by general feel, there's been a lot more dot balls in this Hong Kong innings. I think very similar number of boundaries, if not Hong Kong have possibly hit more. Just flicking through those numbers now, hit 14, 16, 17 fours and 7 sixes. Now the Dutch certainly hit more fours, but Hong Kong have hit more sixes.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over here. Tuck Shahid Wasif up.
That's what you were talking about, Charlie. Picks the fielder out, and dot balls at this stage, very important.
Yeah, that's the end of the 41st over. Hong Kong 224 for 4. So you'd imagine Hong Kong to get over the line here.
Absolutely. I mean, you got Hassan Khan coming in next, who looked in good form. His brief stay, the run chase the other day, before he was adjudged LBW, and he'll be a key man to come. Of course, no Tanvir Afzal today to maybe create a late miracle of sixes, as he can do from time to time. But it rests on this man here, Bubba Hyatt.
Yep, because we know Netherlands are going to finish from the line rock end with beautifully today, number 25.
Did notice in his last over he just tired a little bit. Bubba goes for the big one, hits it very hard, but it's just well stopped. That would have wrung the hands. And that's the bowling hand too. Might have lost a bit of feeling in it. As he just has a fake discussion, I think, with Peter Porrer to try and buy himself some time to get the ring out of that left hand. Bubba will be disappointed that he did get that hand on it, because it certainly saved 4. The long on would have hardly had time to move before that one struck the side screen.
Yeah, it's a tracer bullet.
He's doing some fake field changes now while he lets his hand recover. What can Shahid Wasif do here? He's just got to try and get Bubba on strike. Doesn't need to be the hero at this point. Full toss, just knocks it down the ground. Resisting the temptation to try and take a risk on that full delivery.
Can hit out though, Shahid. I probably disagree a little bit with you, Max. I think she's probably got to. He obviously needs to get himself in, but I think he needs to.
Bubba goes and goes long and handsome. That is miles over the softball courts. That's the biggest one we've had today, I reckon. He really got into that, Bubba Hyatt. Is he going to win this game for Hong Kong?
Well, he's not going to die wondering. We know that. That is horns. That is a big shot there by Bubba Hyatt.
Let's take another look at this. I'm looking forward to seeing this again. Just got right to the pitch. Bang.
It's a fairly large maximum onto the baseball fields, which is behind the bowler's arm at this end of the ground, the Victoria Harbour end of the ground. As we just held up in play a little bit. There's Rippon still touching that hand, just trying to get some feeling back and contemplating how that disappeared towards Victoria Harbour.
It is a fair hit to Victoria Harbour from here. looking at around 2 kilometres, probably just out of Bubba's range.
It's one man that can do it. He's got number 10 on the back of his shirt.
Oh, we have some silly chat on here sometimes, but don't we love it, Charlie? We've got another great game of cricket on our hands here.
Absolutely. Hong Kong 232 for 4. Flatter, quicker delivery from Rippon. Still one of the best names for a spinner in world cricket. And Shahid Wasif here.
Is that Wrongen? Sweeps with control out to deep backward square.
Gets a big stride forward when he sweeps, doesn't he? I love that. Seen from Ben Cooper. Obviously, it's probably about twice the size of Shahid, but uses his long legs and arms to get down over the top of the ball and sweeps nicely. Bubba Hyde, I don't think we'll see this one tossed up.
Short, wide, and smash, but straight to the
Missed
fielder.
out there, shot at the stumps. End of the 42nd over here. Hong Kong, 234 for 4. 81 required from 48 deliveries. Don't go away. This game is going down to the wire.
Yeah, this is 10 runs off that over there for Hong Kong. That's what they pretty much need from here on in.
Yeah, right now boundaries are going to hurt Netherlands, wickets are going to hurt Hong Kong. So it's a pretty easy equation, isn't it?
Insightful remarks as always from Charlie Burke as Malik comes in. Just knocked onto the onside. That's the one that's got to be won. That's the one that's got to be won. That is the one that's got to be a single.
Yeah, well again that mid-wicket. I think Van der Merwe's earned his money today. Fielding there. Peter Bowen at quite a bizarre position where Peter Bowen is. He's just in front of, just behind square. Oh! It's gone all the way. A couple of the Netherlands boys jumping up in the field trying to help the long on fielder out, and that's gone for the maximum.
Yeah, on this occasion, it's Shahid Wasif who's opened the shoulders. Bubba Hyatt coming down, giving him a word of encouragement, but that's what they need pretty much every over. Is just a boundary. Shahid Wasif picked this one up. Didn't quite get it, but cleared the fielder comfortably. This one's put back with length. Well played by Shahid Wasif. Knocks it into the outfield. They'll come back for 2. That's good cricket. The crowd starting to sense here that it's really go time for Hong Kong. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. Do encourage you to share the stream. Let people know that there's a great game of cricket going on here between two nations with a lot at stake. It's coming round the wicket now. Didn't find the gap on this occasion.
Yeah, big over this one. Malik, he's just sort of bowls that pace where he can't have a lot of error in his line or length.
Seifan gets it into the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. So this really has been a good over for Hong Kong. See if we can get the home crowd behind their team here.
So Malik into his 8th over, number 50. A replay of this boundary coming up here. He's come around the wicket. Great shot down there to third man back live. Malik still around the wicket. Shahid, that's the area that Max and I have spoken about where he needs to look for one there. End of the over. The Dutch. Can they hold on for another win? Hong Kong, 69 required from 42 balls. Certainly gettable here on a great batting surface. Got the Hong Kong crowd behind them.
42 required. Let's see your support for Hong Kong here this last 45 minutes.
Change of bowler here. Peter Boren will come on from the Victoria Harbour end. So just taking a bit of time here to change the field. Good to see the MC firing the crowd up here in Hong Kong.
Either didn't have enough level or was not interesting enough.
So Van Meeken has 3 remaining. Snater 7, Boren 3, Rippon 1, Van der Moor 1, Malik 2, and the skipper Bubba Hyatt 64 next to his name. Knocks it out to deep mid-wicket.
What a game of cricket here. Charlie, 2 fantastic games of cricket in this World Cricket League Championship. All to play for now.
I'm going to say it. Peter Boren and Malik are the bowlers that I feel Hong Kong need to look to make a bit of damage.
Yeah, agree with you on that one.
Got Van Meekeren, obviously he will come on, bowl back of a length, 4 out on the leg side from the line rock end. It's hard to get away. Peter Boren to skipper Bubba Hyatt.
It's into the gap. Is that going to go all the way? The fielder takes the dive. Slight fumble, but they would have got 2 anyway. 2 runs is a good result.
That's the 250 up for Hong Kong. 43.3 overs. Another 65 required for victory. I sense the skipper, Bubba Hyatt, is fully aware that he needs to be there near the end of this. Peter Boren, fairly tidy over so far. In at Shahid Wasif, nice and full. Almost yorked himself there, over stride. Dot ball, crucial dot ball. Every dot ball is crucial for the Netherlands. As the ring fielders just drop back inside, or drop back, I should say, on the circle. Got long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square, and a sweeper on the offside. Boren to Shahid. It's knocked in just to the cover region. Let's pick up the single. Won't be disappointed with that over whatsoever, and won't be disappointed with the single. It's been picked up. Good to see the Lama Cricket Club.
Very subdued today, the Lama boys.
I think they're just on the edge of their seats, Max. I think everyone wants to see a Hong Kong victory, obviously, that are here in Hong Kong, supporting the home team. Great to see a number of Dutch supporters as well. Speak of the devil, we've got Van Meekeren. We'll see 4 out on the leg side here. We'll see a deep square, a deep mid-wicket. Sorry, a deep backward square, deep square, deep mid-wicket, and a long on, I would imagine, and probably be bowling a fairly heavy length.
63 off 36. So 6 overs, 63 runs. 10 and over needed. Very doable. They've kept wickets in hand. I like the fact they've played it pretty deep here, Hong Kong. They've not panicked too early. They've been able to keep things in check. Perhaps one more over of 8 or 9, and if they can get it, it's easier said than done, and really look to put the foot down. But at least they've got 2 batsmen in. Gives them a much better chance. So Van Meekeren back into the attack now. Interesting to monitor how he comes back here. He just looked like he was getting a little tired towards the end of that spell, which is understandable. It's a pretty big 8 days where you have a 4-day match and two one-day games on the back of not much cricket at all. It's been a big effort from the tall, fast bowler, but the skipper needs one more spell from him here. But he Be a little stiff and sore in this first delivery, I'd have thought. You're not a fast bowler if you're not.
Yeah, I think you're right there. I think also what Fieldy's got set. He's got a third man, a sweeper on the offside. This comes in to Wasif.
It's well played by Shahid Wasif, not getting too tucked up there, able to still get that one away.
Just plays it around the corner, plays it sensibly.
Is it Bubba Hyatt here against the pace or Shahid Wasif? Who's the...
I'd say Bubba Hyatt. He's obviously the set batter. Bubba Hyatt gets 100 here, Hong Kong win. There's a lot riding on his shoulders, but he's the skipper, he's the leader. He's the man for this moment. So a big opportunity for the Hong Kong skipper to get the red and black over the line.
This guy's cleared the front leg. I think he was trying to hit it a little squarer, but still picked up a single. It's okay for Hong Kong as long as they don't want his dot balls. They can tick over the singles when the boundary ball comes, put it away. That's all that's needed.
I was in the box with Tim Cutler the other day with the last few overs, so I'm hoping it was Tim's fault. Put the jinx on the team and I'm the good luck. Mikran, Shahid Wasif, swatting it away to mid-wicket. Picks up the single there. So 3 singles so far this over. 60 required now of 33. It's getting to that, creeping up to that 12 and over. 12 and over starts getting dangerous. That's where you need multiple boundaries and over. Van Meekeren into Bubba Hyatt. Hyatt rocks back. We know this is going to be their plans with the length, having 4 out on the leg side. Single there, deep mid-wicket. So 4 singles this over. He's a handy bowler, isn't he? And Meekeren, in this situation, he did it on Thursday. He doesn't go your traditional up in the block hole and your slower balls and your Yorkers. He's hitting a back of a length hard with 4 out on the leg side.
Oh, we might have missed out there, Shahid Wasif. Ball down the leg side, but it's just to knock it round for 1. So 5 singles from this over. Kind of need something more from the last ball in this over.
Yeah, Bubba Hyatt just asking umpire Dar how many balls remaining. I would suggest he's going to go a bit deeper in his crease for this delivery. A few new bats getting ready to be run out to Bubba. I think he may have towed the last delivery. So he's still in his normal stance in the crease. Van Meekeren to Hyatt. Let's hit that nice and hard. It's a dot ball. That's a great over. Terrific over for the Dutch. Great over for Van Meekeren. It was probably one that was a bit fuller pitched, and especially with mid-off up. So the tunes are out. Yeah, spectators just probably feeling that the Dutch have just got their noses in front. Boren to bowl. I think this is a big over. No disrespect to Boren. He's a crafty cricketer. He's a smart cricketer. Just feel that with what's going to come at the other end, this is a crucial over. Hong Kong 257 for 4. And we have Shahid Wasif 20 off 20. Bubba Hyatt 69 off 72. 58 runs required from the last 5 overs. Wickets in hand. It's one thing Hong Kong have got in their favour. But the Netherlands have a bowler by the name of Van Meekeren that still needs to bowl his 2 overs from the other end.
So trying to put Boren off his length there by stepping forward as he was coming in to deliver. Boren up to the challenge and only concedes the single. It's really getting to boundary time here for Hong Kong. Can Bubba Hyatt deliver? Where will he be eyeing off here, Charlie? I'm going to assume he's going to look for a boundary, this ball.
Yeah, he's going to have to go straight. Boren will be fully aware of that and won't want to over pitch. I'm not convinced having the sweeper out in the offside. I'd almost go third man, but let's wait and see. Hyatt. He's hit that like a rocket. No one's stopping that. That's 4 runs straight down the ground. Much needed boundary for Hong Kong.
Yeah, much needed. It pretty much needed to be a couple of boundaries from this over, and that's one of them. Bubba Hyatt almost taking benefit from the fact Boren was obviously so concerned about over pitching that just dropped a bit short, and it just sat up and whacked down past the stumps. There was 2 men back that had no chance.
All right, so we've gone leg by 1-4. We've got the third delivery to Hyatt. Oh, that's a good bit of fielding, I believe. That could make a big difference to the game there. That's a great piece of fielding out there at deep mid-wicket. Fantastic effort there.
Looks like the debutant Snyder out there, very tough to see in that sunlight. Boren's got some thinking to do here. He's sort of going back of a length and Bubba's put him away. He's gone short. Probably feels he can't afford to pitch up. Might go for a change of pace. If he does, it goes horribly wrong and almost beats the keeper. That was a good stop from Parisi. That could easily run down for 5 wides.
It was a bobble, wasn't it? It's bobbling about, and
it's a bit of late leg spin.
Umpire Dar just putting his arms out. We said at the start of the over, Max, that this is a crucial over for both teams. Hyatt getting most of the strike at the moment is critical. Can't over pitch here.
One just kept low. Run through, everyone's diving. Great commitment from the skipper. He's regretting that now as he plenty of dust in the face. He picks himself up. Might regret that dive later on this evening.
Associate cricket, it's live and well, Max. What a terrific game of cricket we have had the last week and a half with the I-Cup match, which was a great fight back from the Netherlands after Hong Kong controlling the opening days. And then Hong Kong were in a good position in Game 1 of the World Cricket League Championship on Thursday. Netherlands stuck to their guns, got over the line, and we've got another cracker here. Hong Kong, 49 off 26 required.
So it is a big advantage for the Netherlands in this situation to have Van der Merwe go over talk to Peter Boren. They've played a lot of cricket, and that's where that experience, perhaps that Hong Kong don't have, really counts in a situation like this. Full half volley, gets under it. Has he got enough on it? He hasn't. Fielder takes an easy catch. It was there to be hit, just miscued from Shahid Wasif. And Peter Boren takes the wicket as the Netherlands just edge closer in this game to nailing Hong Kong. And Shahid Wasif will be a bit disappointed because the ball was in the slot.
Yeah, look, it was there to hit. Just didn't execute the skill. The one thing I will say, as we look at the replay here, Boren, Shahid Wasif, he's certainly got some height on it there. Easy catch there by Cooper at long off. I would say Bubba Hyatt's on strike for the last ball. Gutsy, but we're getting to the nitty-gritty of the game here.
I'll tell you what, from a Hong Kong perspective, the heart's in the mouth here. I'm not sure where Tim Cutler is at the moment, but he'll be the CEO of Cricket Hong Kong. He'll be thinking, oh no, not again. here.
Well, my boys, just I think congratulating Cooper on a good catch down there in front of their tent. So Ehsan Khan has come and joined Bubba Hyatt. He's at the non-strikers. Probably a bit of a rough decision in the first game. Looked all right. He's going to have to support his skipper here. Bubba Hyatt, last ball from Boren.
Just to take the single. So there were, at least from Hong Kong's point of view, they did lose a wicket, but they did manage to score 10 runs from it, which just sort of keeps them going here. Now with 4 to play, 48 is a pretty big ask. 48 to win, 12 and over, but it's very doable on this ground. Can have an over an 18 or 20 here, but it's going to take some good hitting, and both these batsmen can clear the boundary. Van Meekeren coming in for what, he's still got 2 overs to go. I know Van der Merwe's got an over up his sleeve. I'm sure he won't be left with 9 at the end of the game. And then there'll be one other, maybe Boren planning to bowl out himself next over and leave Van der Merwe to bowl the last.
Yeah, well, he's done a good job here, Boren. He's gone for only 6. Rippon's obviously still got one up his sleeve.
White clears the front leg, but won't find the gap. Just be a single. And that's just fine for the Netherlands at the moment. Ehsan Khan, a tough ask to have to come in and clear the boundary from ball 1.
Just feel Bubba's just starting to lose his shape a little bit, just leaning back a bit too much and sort of pinning his ears back rather than holding that shape and trying to get those quick hands through the ball. Bit of a chat between the 2 batters.
Ehsan hoping to fox a wide there, but that was pretty much over the top of middle stump after he'd stepped inside.
47 off 22, Max.
And the man's back at deep fine leg, so it was an unusual.
Bubba's the need to get him on strike. He's going to be the match winner if Hong Kong get over the line. Could be a little bit of panic starting to set in. Are we going to see something similar to what we saw on Thursday with Hong Kong? Or are we going to see someone really step up here? Another great wicket here. Another great wicket that's been prepared. The crowd have stuck around. We've got a great last few overs remaining. Van Meekeren into Ehsan Khan. Swings him off his feet.
No pressure, Bubba, with a couple of balls left in the over. He's not left with much. He's really got to find a boundary or 2 in these couple of balls. Don't want to be needing more than 40 off 3 overs. And it becomes doable, but it's taking some very special hitting. And to be honest, the whole Hong Kong innings, they've kept things ticking over, but probably it's been only in very brief patches where they've looked like really finding a big over. So big deliveries here. Makes some room and clips it. He's hit it beautifully. That's the 6 that Hong Kong needed. Bubba Hyatt under pressure. Van Meekeren followed him, but the hands of Hyatt just whipped through the ball. And there were 2 men out, but it didn't matter as it cleared the fence. A vital shot there from Bubba Hyatt.
You're asking for it, Max. You've got it. The skipper is going to stand up here.
Let's take another look at this. Van Meekeren followed him, but that's a great shot from that position to get the power to hit it for 6.
Just keeps the bowler guessing too when you're giving yourself room for the offside. There's no one out there on the offside to provide any.
And again, it was there to be hit, but Hyatt picks out the fielder got to say from Van Meekeren bowling to the field here, they've basically got 4 men out for the short ball here. And they're the tactics, and the bowler delivering to them.
Yeah. Been very impressed with Van Meekeren. I think he bowled well in the I Cup, bit of pace. He's bowled well in these 2 World Cricket League matches, and he's got 6 more balls of the Hong Kong tour.
So Boren will bowl out here. There's the Llama boys. Hope they're giving some stick down there, just some friendly banter to the Netherlands boys on the boundary.
So we've got Boren, the skipper to skipper. This is the over, Max, this is the over that's...
Oh, that's in the air. Has he got enough on it? This could be the wicket. No, it's just short. Tough to pick up out there in the deep. They come back for 2. There's a chance of a run out. Close and given. That could be game over. He had to take the risk to get back on strike. It was very tight. It was a good throw. And the Dutch boys celebrate. They know that could be the game.
Licorice all sorts. This delivery, similar shot to what he played before. Diving effort there in the field. Good effort in the end, really. Stop that. They've had to come back for 2. Bubba Hyatt caught short, run out. Hong Kong 277 for 6. Netherlands more than noses in front now, with 2 new batters at the crease. Boren to Azaz Khan, the new batsman. Pushes it down to long on. Malik, the fielder there.
Well, what's realistic from the last 2 overs? Charlie, with these 2 in, what's a realistic score that could be achieved?
You said before, I mean, both of them can clear the rope. The Netherlands haven't done a lot wrong here. They're bowling to their fields, as you said.
In the air, should be just short. This is where you just wonder if it's the difference between the 2 sides. Is this that experience of Boren and Vandermeer and guys that have played a lot of cricket, able to really execute some good plans here at the end of the innings?
Yep, absolutely.
When the pressure's been on in both games. Oh, swing and a miss, not far away from the stumps. Lucky to survive there, Azaz Khan, as that ball almost dribbled through past the stumps.
Yep, 36 off 14, the equation. 2 new batters at the crease.
Off the toe of the bat. Keeper happy to let the bye through. Keen Azaz Khan. It's going to take, I'm going to say you need a 6 from this ball. Sean? 4 or 6 from this ball.
Both batters, again, similar to what Bubba was doing near the end of his innings there, but just leaning back, losing shape. Still got to stick to the basics and what's required.
Khan eyeing off the leg side. Gets a half volley.
We almost had to go 2 then. End of the over. Hong Kong 281 for 6. 48 overs completed. 12 balls required. 34. So 17 required. 17 and over. It's going to have to be one big over, and I'm not sure it's going to be from this end.
It's going to need 2 pretty big ones. With 17 and over needed, probably beyond the reach of Hong Kong at this point, but you never know. Field set with a deep mid-wicket. It's probably 2 deep mid-wickets. 2 other men out on the hook, so fair indication that the ball's going to be short. Mid-off's up. Unless you back yourself almost to hit it off a length over mid-off. One option.
I think that's what Bubba was looking to do. Sasan Khan on strike, Van Meekeren.
The Dutch voices now ringing louder than those in the crowd who sense that Hong Kong are in a bit of trouble here. Look good again for a lot of this chase, but just haven't had the batting in the middle lower order to be able to really give a kick at the end of the innings. Another short ball and another ball missed into the guts of Azaz Khan, who on his haunches again. Disappointing here for Hong Kong. Disappointing that not even too close at the moment. They're going to end up further away than they probably should have. This time he's got onto it. That's over the fielder. Well, it had to be 6, and it was. There's more of them needed, but it just keeps the flame alight slightly for Hong Kong. It's almost extinguished. But Hassan Khan finally, stayed a bit stiller. And was able to clear the boundary. Let's take another look at that shot. Smashed away. Back to live action here. Weeks away, almost got to come back for 2 here. They can't. 25 from 8. They want to got to get it under 20 to have any kind of realistic hope in the last over. It's been an exciting game yet again. Can Azaz Khan do something special here? Miscue was there. They might be able to pick up 2, but the outfielding of the Netherlands has been very good in these final overs. 24 off 7 now. Pretty much must boundary ball here.
Yeah, you're right, Max. Got to get it to 20 or under for the last over to have any hope. It's going to be a new bowler from the other end is the only thing that might be a slight advantage.
Yeah, I see Hassan Malik warming up. I thought maybe they might have gone with Van der Merwe. And he hits that one again. Has he got enough on it? That's taken. Good effort from Hassan Khan. He had to go for it. And Van Meekeren celebrates Netherlands almost home now. And a great effort from them in this game as Hong Kong look like they'll fall just short again here.
Toss has been crucial, Max, and see the replay.
Not much more he could have done there, Hassan Khan. I mean, he's
just need to get it square, didn't he? But it was there to hit. He had to hit it. He only too well knew that there was 4 people on the boundary. There is the President, Mr. Rodney Miles, and the Dutch Consul General down there in the Cricket Hong Kong hospitality area. Good to have them along.
So Hassan Malik with the enviable task of defending 24. It's a bit of a no-win situation here. Certainly want to just get through the first ball. And that first one disappears, the nerves will go up. So it looks like the batsman crossed there, did they? Or no?
Yeah.
New over. So we got hit away, but not into the gap. Just a single. Bowler will be feeling a lot better now.
Got to be hustling for 2 there, surely.
Yeah, just to jog through for a single with 24 off the last over needed. Hassan Nawaz. Is he capable, Charlie?
Needs to put Azaz on strike here.
Oh, he's in the air. Got to run hard here. But only just a single. So 4s and 6s only from here, Charlie. 22 off 4. It's been a great effort from the Netherlands. Once again, put under pressure by the Hong Kong top order batsman.
Azaz Khan. Malik bowling to him. Long off up. Needs to go over the top.
Skewed to cover, and that's the ball game. The Netherlands, what a tour for them after conceding 527 on the opening innings of the 4-day match. Conceded a 240-run lead on the first innings, and since that time, they've really turned things around.
Stuck to their bowling plans, stuck to their game plans. Malik. Oh, hello.
That one's out of here. It's a little too late for Hong Kong. It does bring up the 300. They'll be a bit disappointed they've scored 300 in 2 matches and not got over the line.
You don't get that often in one-day cricket, but good shot there from Hassan Nawaz, whose slight knee injury that he picked up today. It's a good shot, that. That's actually gone out of the ground too, which 6 over long on. So 2 balls remaining, 15 runs. Malik just needs to make sure he's got his front foot behind the line.
So this pretty much, well, this does put Hong Kong out of the running for the World Cricket League Championship. Well, for the Netherlands, it really puts them in the box seat.
Yeah, absolutely, and well done to the Dutch. Travelled a long way to get here. They're out of season, stuck to their game plans. Well done to Peter Boren and their support staff.
And that's up in the air. Has he got enough on it? And taken. A great way for the Dutch to finish this tour. They've won both these World Cricket League Championship matches. And a great effort from them. Hong Kong for 13 runs short. 14 short of the target. So 2 very close one-day matches by 5 runs and 13 runs. But those small margins mean a lot in the context of this tournament. A fantastic couple of matches. But unfortunately for Hong Kong, nothing to take from it.
Yeah, disappointing from a Hong Kong point of view. But as I said, fantastic effort from Peter Boren, Chris Adams and the Dutch team. Thoroughly deserved. Stuck to their plans, played good hard cricket. Never put their heads down and They would certainly be very impressed with their tour of Hong Kong. We've loved having you guys. Thank you very much for coming. Hope that one day we can visit you guys in Amsterdam. Thanks to all the crowd and that have come along and supported not only the I Cup and the 2 World Cricket League matches, but Hong Kong cricket in general. Big thanks obviously to the match officials, Tabrak Dar, Buddy Pradhan, Ian Thompson, the on-field and reserve umpires, and the scorers. As you see, both teams shaking hands. Both teams get along pretty well. Both know how hard it is and how much is at stake at this level. And it's a fantastic effort. We'll have the post-match interviews and the post-match presentation with Max Abbott in about 5 minutes' time. So please stick around to see who has won the man of the match. I dare say it will be someone in orange. And I suppose in summary, a great tour for them because they've won all 3 man of the match awards. So big congratulations to the Dutch. Do stick around. We'll have a man of the match presentation in the next 4 to 5 minutes.
Well, another fantastic match played here today in the second ICC World Cricket League Championship match between the Netherlands and Hong Kong. A very similar game to the first. The Netherlands batting first, putting lots of runs on the board, this time 314. The Hong Kong side once again going very close, but ultimately coming up just short. We're going to have a quick presentation here, but before we get that, I do just want to thank a couple of people for helping us put on this event. It was a fantastic atmosphere at the ground today, and thanks to all the supporters and fans who came out today to support both teams, so thanks very much. Also to our match referee, Dev Govinji, who's been here for the last couple of weeks. Thank you, Dev. It's a tricky ground to manage here, so we thank you for your patience and for your time here in Hong Kong, so thank you, Dev. To the umpires, Tabarak Dar, Buddy Pran and Ian Thompson, a big thank you to them. And a big applause for the scorers and all the volunteers who give up their time over the weekend here to make this event possible. So a big thank you to them. And of course, from a Cricket Hong Kong point of view, big thanks as well to our sponsors, Regal Hotels and to Woodworm, who've both been here today. Fantastic to have them on board. So next up, I'm going to bring up the man of the match. And I did say it was a similar match to the first one. And that is, we also have the same winner of this award, and it's Michael Rippon. Michael scored 53 and took 2 for 57. We've got the ICC High Performance Manager, Richard Doan, here to present him his award. And Michael will just have a quick chat. Well, here we are again, Michael, same result. And you've got another Man of the Match award to take home. Well done. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I don't think I really deserve this, to be honest. I think it was a great team effort by every player on our side. And, we came here wanting to win 2 games. We've done that, so job well done.
And they've both been very closely fought matches. What's been the key to getting your side over the line?
I'm not sure, really. Just probably clarity and sticking to the plans. Hong Kong, they're in the game for both games. And, luckily we came on top this time. And, I don't even know what to say, really.
Was it in the back of the players' minds knowing that there's this proposal put forward for the 13-team ODI League? Did that add any weight to these matches?
Yeah, look, it's massive, obviously a couple of years ago in the qualifiers we lost our one-day international status and stuff, so this was massive for us. And look, it's still a long way to go. We've got 4 more big games, but hopefully we come on top and can become the 13th side again.
Well bowled, well batted, and all the best for the future. Michael Rippon, man of the match in both games. I guess that definitely makes him man of the series by that ranking. Next up, we'll just have a chat with the Hong Kong captain, who also top scored for his side today with 86 runs, Bubba Hyatt. Bubba, commiserations, but I suppose there have been positives for your side. How do you feel after 2 tight losses?
Obviously, there are a lot of positives come out. We're chasing it. Chasing 315 always is tough. So there are a lot of positive, and I know there's a lot of talent in the squad.
How are the boys feeling now in the dressing rooms?
I think they are. We should have obviously if win does matter. So a bit of disappointed that we played in a home ground. So yeah.
And what's next for you guys now?
We playing Blitz T20 here, and then we got rest, a bit of time.
I know you enjoy your rest, Bubba, so enjoy it. Commiserations on the match today, but very well batted. Bubba Hyatt. And finally, to wrap up our presentation, I'll get the captain of the Netherlands side, Peter Boren, with his slightly dirty jersey after that dive in the final overs there. Peter, that sort of was indicative of the commitment of your side at the end of the match there.
Yeah, I think a really good team performance from us. And, 315, we were pretty happy with that at half-time, with the wicket just starting to get a little bit tired. And you'd have to give credit to, again, Unchman and Bubba, who, they've just batted for the last 9 or 10 days. We've spent all day chasing balls from those 2, and it's, credit to them. A little bit unlucky that they haven't, they deserve better than what they've got here. So, but for us, we're over the moon with 4 points from these 2 games here.
It's not easy to come away from home as well. I imagine you have any matches left back at home, or what's left for you in these last 4 games?
No more games at home. We've got
what's happening there?
We've got 2 games against Kenya and then 2 against Namibia to wrap up this World Cricket League. Obviously, I think we'll be targeting trying to win it now. We're ahead in the comp, and obviously these were big games, and if we can, we'll go 1 game at a time. But our next game's not for months, probably 7 or 8 months. So we've got this to look back on, and we can be very proud, I think, of how we've gone about the last week or so. The fight that we've shown, I guess, against a very good Hong Kong team. I'd like to thank Hong Kong Cricket as well. Put on a great, been fantastic host for us. I know that the coverage has been fantastic. I've had nothing but good feedback. And sorry that we couldn't share the points, I guess, but we'll take them. And we look forward to either hosting you guys in the Netherlands or coming back here soon. It's been really good.
Yeah, and have you had much of an opportunity to sort of get out? I mean, it's a fairly intense period, but how have you found Hong Kong? Certainly the weather's turned it on.
The weather's been fantastic. Played a lot of darts in the evenings. Couple of pints, I suppose. But generally, no, we haven't done too much. Maybe this evening we'll have a couple of beers and celebrate what's been a tough tour, a very hard-working tour, and one where we've showed a lot of character. So probably deserve that.
Well, you've earned it. So congratulations to you, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Byron, the Netherlands captain. Well, that wraps up our coverage here, and it wraps up this home series here between the Hong Kong and the Netherlands. But we're only 2 or 3 weeks away now from the Hong Kong T20 Blitz, which is, of course, now just upon us with some of the world's biggest stars coming to join the very best players here in Hong Kong. So join us then, and that's all for now.